Dragon Nation, Jianghai Province, Linshui Number 1 High School. June 7th, 2027, the day all high school seniors across the country undergo their class awakening. I stood among the crowd on the class awakening field, staring at the names scrolling across the giant screen. As my classmates placed their hands on the class awakening crystal one after another, cheers and sighs rose and fell throughout the field. My name is Lu Yuan. 18 years ago, I crossed into this high-level martial world where games and reality had fused together. Outside the cities, monsters, dungeons, and secret realms were everywhere. Some held deadly dangers, while others concealed divine weapons and treasures. Everyone could awaken a class upon graduating high school, but more than 90% of people could only obtain life classes that could not strengthen their attributes through leveling up. Combat classes were the ticket to changing one's social standing. Next, Lu Yuan. At that moment, the beautiful teacher in black stockings on the platform finally called my name. Even her normally indifferent eyes revealed a rare trace of anticipation. It's finally Lu Yuan's turn. I thought he was going to be the grand finale. Both of Lu Yuan's parents were fourth advancement powerhouses when they were alive. I bet he'll awaken an incredibly rare class. After all, he's the son of Linshui City's heroes. If he awakens a life class, that'll be laughable. As my name rang out, the boys and girls present erupted in astonishment. Listening to the discussions around me, I walked toward the class awakening platform, and memories of my background in this life involuntarily surfaced in my mind. I'd started with an absurdly lucky setup. Both of my parents were kings. But when I was 8, the Abyssal Demon King led an invasion of Linshui City with an army of abyssal monsters. To protect the people of Linshui City, my parents consumed their sources of life and used a forbidden spell to heavily injure the Demon King, saving millions of civilians. But my parents also exhausted their sources of life and died in that battle. That was why people called me the son of heroes. Even now, statues of my parents still stood in the center of Linshui City's central plaza. Student Lu Yuan, place your hand on the class awakening crystal. The beautiful teacher's voice held a gentleness that had never appeared before. Okay. I nodded, feeling everyone's eyes fixed on me. I took a breath and slowly placed my hand on the class awakening crystal. The class awakening crystal immediately radiated dazzling light. A line of class information appeared on the class awakening crystal. Awaken class, Forger. A flash of disappointment suddenly appeared in the beautiful teacher's eyes, and her tone turned somewhat cold. Lu Yuan, you've awakened a life class, the Forger. The Forger was an utterly ordinary life class. Put elegantly, it was a forger. In plain terms, it was a blacksmith. Although a forger who developed properly could have tremendous prospects in the future, the odds of success were extremely low. Every student beneath the class awakening platform froze when they heard the words forger. Then, in an instant, the field exploded. Lu Yuan actually awakened the useless forger class. Both his parents were fourth advancement powerhouses. I thought Lu Yuan would awaken some hidden class. Who knew he'd save up a giant turd until the end? Ha. Even Lu Yuan awakened a life class. Now that I awakened the life class, Gold Miner, I suddenly feel a lot better. You can't put it that way. Although the Forger has no combat power, it's actually better than most life classes. If he even becomes a forging master, he'll be respected wherever he goes. Nearly 99% of Powerhouse's descendants awaken combat classes. Lu Yuan awakened a Forger, and you still don't call that useless? The Son of Heroes had actually awakened a life class. This was absolutely explosive news. However, nobody knew that. On the class awakening platform, a line of illusory text suddenly appeared before me. Ding! Host has finally turned 18 years old. System activation successful. Would you like to bind it immediately? A system? I immediately rubbed my eyes, thinking I must have seen it wrong. Only after checking several more times did I confirm that the virtual prompt before me was not an illusion. An indescribable surge of delight rose in my heart. As a perfectly ordinary young man from the 21st century, I naturally knew what a system meant. It meant that in this treacherous, unpredictable high-level martial world, I could rely on the system to climb to the pinnacle of life. I immediately confirmed in my mind. Bind. Ding. System binding successful. The Classer Beginner's Gift Pack has been issued. I hurriedly turned my attention to the Beginner Gift Pack's rewards. Congratulations, host, on awakening the hidden class, God-tier Weapon Spirit Master Unique. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the hidden talent, God-tier Forging. Every weapon you forge can give birth to sentience and gain a battle weapon spirit completely loyal to you. Note: the system has automatically concealed your Weapon Spirit Master class. All detection spells are ineffective against you. They will only display the Forger class. A hidden class, the Weapon Spirit Master? My pupils contracted, and my gaze grew intensely heated. Every weapon I forged could give me a battle weapon spirit. If I kept forging weapons, wouldn't I be able to create an army of battle weapon spirits absolutely loyal to me? Other people had an undead calamity. I'd have a weapon spirit calamity. I could already imagine myself leading a massive army of weapon spirits to sweep through dungeons in the future. At that moment, the beautiful teacher's cold voice rang beside my ear. Student Lu Yuan, once your awakening is complete, please come down. Don't stand on the platform and delay the others' class awakenings. Hearing that, I felt somewhat wistful. So this was human nature. Before I awakened a life class, this beautiful teacher's voice had been so gentle. Afterward, she was just as cold. Still, I wasn't annoyed in the slightest. Instead, I walked off the platform in exceptionally high spirits, my grin practically stretching from ear to ear. How can that guy still smile after awakening a life class? He didn't go crazy the moment he awakened a life class, did he? Seeing my overjoyed expression, the students below immediately found it absurd. No one who awakened a life class had ever walked off the platform smiling. What made me so happy? I heard the discussions around me and sneered inwardly. You guys don't know jack shit. Now that I had both the system and a hidden class, I had no more doubts about the future. Ding. You have a new Have You Forged It Yet? System quest. Please check it. Beginner quest. Forge your first weapon and unlock a weapon spirit loyal to you. The beginner quest is to forge my first weapon spirit. When I saw the beginner quest, anticipation rose in my eyes. I wonder what a battle weapon spirit is really like. I ignored the students' strange looks and left the school as soon as I stepped off the platform. During my 3 years of high school, I had memorized every bit of knowledge until I knew it by heart. I excelled in every subject, including materials and forging. I had even forged weapons with my own hands during forging class, so I wasn't completely clueless about forging. Now that I had awakened the hidden class God-tier weapon spirit master, I was even more confident in my forging. What material would be best for my first weapon? I kept thinking about this on the way home. After all, as my first weapon, the quality of its materials definitely couldn't be mediocre. At the same time, I had to consider that I was only level 1 and couldn't control high-tier materials. Before long, a material name finally surfaced in my mind: frost crystal ore. It was a special ore born in the frozen moon-cold river. The entire thing was crystal clear, with pure, flawless texture. All forgers publicly recognized it as the most suitable forging material for beginners. The key was that frost crystal ore was a fine-grade material. Its quality wasn't low, and it was exactly the limit of what I could currently control. My gaze burning, I said, frost crystal ore also has a pure composition and limitless room for improvement in the future. It's absolutely the most suitable forging material for me right now. Nothing else comes close. I immediately placed an order with a local or shop. Frost crystal ore cost 100,000 gold coins, which wasn't a burden for me. Same city express delivery would arrive in half an hour. Half an hour later, a silver or radiating bone-chilling cold appeared before me. I placed my hand on the surface of the frost crystal ore, and its frigid aura immediately surged toward me. An ordinary person would have already been frostbitten by the ore's cold at this point. But a ball of scorching flame suddenly sprang from my fingertip, driving away the cold in an instant. This was the forge fire granted by my class talent. I'll forge a sword for my first weapon. With a thought, I controlled the forge fire and began smelting the frost crystal ore. Every forger possessed forge fire, though forge fire quality varied. An ordinary forger's forge fire couldn't even smelt high-tier ores. A newly awakened forger would struggle to smelt fine-grade ore, let alone anything beyond scrap metal. At that moment, under my gaze, the frost crystal ore dissolved at a speed visible to the naked eye, slowly condensing into a silver-white longsword. Swish! Once the longsword's rough shape emerged, a blurry figure in white suddenly appeared before me. She's beautiful. I stared at the hazy woman in white and couldn't help crying out in astonishment. Her eyes were slightly lowered, and her long lashes trembled faintly. Her jet-black hair fell over her shoulders. Her features were as exquisite as a painting, delicate and breathtaking. The hazy aura around her graceful figure only added to her celestial, fairy-like air. She was simply too beautiful. She instantly put every internet celebrity and movie star in the real world to shame. Although I had known from the beginning that the weapons I forged would give birth to weapon spirits, I was still deeply shaken when I truly saw one appear. And the system hadn't told me that the weapon spirit would actually be a weapon spirit girl. At the same time, as the forge fire continued refining it, the longsword's silver-white blade grew brighter and more translucent. Before long, it was completely formed. A prompt window appeared before me. Congratulations! You have forged Feishua's Silverblade and obtained a highly skilled female swordswoman. Weapon Spirit, Feishua. Quality, Fine. Initial level, 10. Initial affinity, 100. Weapon Spirit type, Sword Maiden. Congratulations, host, on completing the beginner quest. Reward obtained, Weapon Spirit Synchronization. Establish a mental connection with the Weapon Spirit. Share all of the Weapon Spirit's skills and attributes, and gain a tenfold attribute boost. While using skills, the Weapon Spirit will return to its original form. Note: the initial affinity must reach 100 points to use this skill. I wearily wiped the sweat from my forehead and let out a long breath. Phew. Finally, it's done. I didn't rush to inspect the Weapon Spirit's attribute panel or the system reward. Instead, I first withdrew the forge fire and completed the final finishing work. Immediately afterward, a silver-white long sword appeared in the air. At the same moment, the woman in white solidified completely and began to stir. Her slightly lowered eyes slowly opened, and her peerless face instantly gained a touch more vitality. Her white robes fluttered as she exuded a cool, otherworldly air. She was the spitting image of an icy sword goddess. I stared in a daze. The weapon spirit of the first weapon I forged was actually an elegant, mature sword goddess? After a long while, I came back to myself, twisted open a bottle of mineral water, and tried to soothe my dry throat. As I drank the chilled mineral water, I admired my sword maiden's peerless beauty with a face full of pride. But then the sword maiden parted her red lips, and a crisp, melodious voice rang out. Feishua greets her master. Cough, cough. I hadn't reacted at all and nearly sprayed the sword maiden from head to toe. I hurriedly swallowed the cold mineral water in my mouth and widened my eyes. What did you just call me? Master. A trace of confusion appeared on Feishua's breathtaking face, but she called me that again without hesitation. I absolutely hadn't deliberately made Feishua call me master a second time. It was just that when a stunning sword maiden suddenly called you master, who wouldn't be stunned? Seeing me frozen, the sword maiden assumed I disliked the title master. She thought seriously. I was her creator, and in human terms, our relationship seemed more like that of a father and daughter. So she immediately changed her form of address. Father. I nearly choked on another mouthful of water and hurriedly waved my hands. Just call me master. But Feishua lowered her head. Father, do you not like me? The weapon spirit has begun to question her own existence. If this condition continues, weapon spirit affinity will decrease. Seeing the system warning, I quickly explained, Father is what humans call one another in a father-daughter relationship. You're my weapon spirit, so master is more appropriate. More importantly, I forged you with my own hands. Of course I like you. Only then did Feishua understand that she had misunderstood. Her expression returned to its usual cool reserve, but her voice was exceptionally earnest. Feishua likes master just as much. My heart skipped half a beat. Thinking about living side by side with this sword maiden every day from now on, I knew my life would never be peaceful. Next, I shifted my gaze to Feishua's status panel. When I saw that Feishua's starting level was actually level 10, my heart jolted. Feishua starts at level 10. In this world, leveling up even once was incredibly difficult for professionals. For an ordinary professional to go from level 1 to level 10 took at least a month, or even several months. Feishua starting at level 10 was practically the best possible opening hand. And this is only fine quality. If a weapon spirit had an even higher quality, I can't imagine how high its starting level would be. Staring at the stunning, icy beautiful sword maiden, I couldn't help fantasizing about other weapon spirit maidens. Blade maidens, gun maidens, shield maidens. Maybe I could even create an airborne aircraft carrier maiden or a Gundam mecha maiden. Ahem. But considering how hard it is for me to forge even my first weapon right now, I'd better focus on leveling up before thinking about other weapon spirits. I shook my head and tossed the distracting thoughts aside. I had only just undergone class awakening and was still level 1. If I wanted to create higher quality weapons, I had to level up and grow stronger. I couldn't help wondering, just how powerful is a level 10 Feishua? When measuring someone's combat power, level was only the surface. Class quality, skills, and talents were equally important. Equipment and items were nowhere near as important as those things. After all, if your class quality, skills, and talents were poor, then even if you possessed a divine artifact, you'd have a hard time drawing out 1/10,000th of its power. At that thought, I was already itching to leave and gain some real-world experience. Feishue, let's go out. Yes, master. Generally speaking, novice professionals began their training in the novice secret realm. Compared with the perilous wilderness, the monsters in the novice secret realm had a level cap. The secret realm could also be entered by multiple people together, making it relatively low risk. That was why the novice secret realm had always been the first choice for novice professionals seeking experience. Even though I had a sword maiden, I wasn't planning to act recklessly and venture into the wilderness for training. Half an hour later, I drove Feishue to Linshui City's teleportation plaza. There were countless teleportation gates here, each leading directly to one of the major novice secret realms. It was incredibly convenient. Mom, I think I just saw a fairy descend to Earth. What a beautiful fairy. How come I've never seen her in Linshui City before? Gasp. She's way too beautiful. Is that a sword in her hand? Could she be some kind of sword cultivator? Could she be a celebrity? The moment the two of us appeared, we caused an instant uproar. Feishue was simply too beautiful. Walking through the crowd, she looked like a fairy from the ninth heaven who had descended into the mortal world, untouched by worldly concerns, with an almost unreal beauty. The professionals around us kept glancing over, men and women alike. Some of the bolder ones even approached Feishue, hoping to invite her to join their parties. But Feishue's eyes held only me. Whenever someone approached to strike up a conversation, her pretty face turned icy, and she ignored them completely. There were simply too many people coming over. Some even thought she was a celebrity and pulled out their phones to take pictures. In the blink of an eye, the professionals swarming over had surrounded Feishue and me so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Feishue, let's go. Yes, master. I took the sword maiden straight around the crowd and headed toward the novice secret realm's teleportation gate. The surrounding professionals froze when they heard their conversation. They thought they must have misheard. This stunning, fairy-like mature beauty had actually called me master. Were they crazy? Or was the whole world crazy? In an instant, everyone in the plaza wore expressions of spectacular disbelief. Their eyes were filled with envy as they looked at me, practically wishing they could take my place. Damn, so being handsome really lets you do whatever you want. Is this how the rich live? I'm jealous of rich kids every single day. Pear blossoms drift down outside your window, you've wandered into heaven's home. A large crowd had gathered in front of the novice secret realm's teleportation gate, all waiting in line to enter. At the center of the crowd stood a young man and woman surrounded by admirers. Aren't they the young master of the Yi family and the young miss of the Fu family? I remember today is Dragon Nation's Unified Class Awakening Day, right? Judging by the way they look, they must have successfully awakened combat classes and come to the novice secret realm for training. They're only level 1, but their equipment is already maxed out. I'm so jealous of the young masters and misses from wealthy families. A buzz of discussion suddenly swept through the crowd. Following the voices, I recognized the two faces at the center. They were the young master and young miss of Linshui City's Yi and Fu families. The boy was named Yi Lingyu, while the girl was Fu Jiuling, the undisputed campus beauty of Linshui No. 1 High School. Yi Lingyu had awakened the S-rank combat class Holy Knight, while Fu Jiuling had awakened the SSS rank combat class Lightning Mage. I wasn't familiar with either of them, so I simply stood in line silently with the sword maiden. Just then, Yi Lingyu's gaze suddenly landed on me. Isn't this our hero's son, Lu Yuan? We're classmates, at least. How come you didn't even say hello? As soon as he spoke, everyone at the scene seemed to realize something and turned their eyes toward me. He's Lu Yuan, so he's the son of those two heroes. I wonder what class Lu Yuan awakened. He's the descendant of those two. He must have awakened at least an S rank. No, an SSS rank or higher combat class, right? After all, those two were 4th advancement, level 100 powerhouses when they were alive. In an instant, every professional present showed a trace of respect when looking at me. Even in Zhanghai province, my parents would have counted as major figures. Not to mention that my parents had once sacrificed their lives to save Linshui City, earning its people an enormous debt of gratitude. Lu Yuan, I remember you awakened as a forger, right? What's a life class doing at the teleportation plaza? Yi Lingyu deliberately put on a concerned expression, but his tone carried a faintly mocking edge. Lu Yuan, I know that as the son of heroes and the top student at our school, you probably don't want to accept that you awakened a life class. But as your classmate, I still feel obligated to remind you. It's extremely dangerous for an ordinary person to recklessly enter a secret realm. The moment he finished speaking, everyone present froze. The Son of Heroes had actually awakened a life class. The crowd erupted in an uproar, and pity appeared in the way they looked at me. Back then, my parents had been among the handful of top powerhouses in all of Linshui City. They had sacrificed their lives to save the city and were heroes in every sense of the word. Even though 10 years had passed, people still kept an eye on me, believing that the Son of Heroes would surely awaken a powerful and rare combat class. After all, the descendants of combat class professionals had a higher chance of awakening combat classes, and the bloodlines of powerful people were more likely to produce rare classes. But no one had expected that I would awaken a life class. I calmly stared at Yi Lingyu. We had barely spoken before, so why had this guy suddenly picked a fight with me? Then, after thinking it over, I understood. In the past, I had been the Son of Heroes, carrying the bloodline of two fourth advancement powerhouses. In everyone's eyes, I was a future genius with limitless potential, and no one had dared provoke me. But now that I had undergone class awakening as a life class, I had fallen from the heavens to the gutter in an instant. Naturally, every Tom, Dick, and nobody wanted to come kick me while I was down. Seeing that I wasn't responding, Yi Lingyu raised his voice again. Lu Yuan, this young master awakened the S-rank Holy Knight today and is in a good mood. I'll show you some kindness and take you into the secret realm to level up. You'd better be grateful to me. Yi Lingyu actually awakened an S-rank class. The crowd erupted into another uproar. An S-rank class was enough to make someone stand out as a phoenix among men anywhere in the nation. The Yi family was about to take off. No need. I turned him down flatly. I had a sword maiden beside me whose starting level was already level 10. Why would I need a level 1 rookie like Yi Lingyu to carry me? So what if Yi Lingyu had an S-rank class? I had a hidden class. What? Yi Lingyu frowned, thinking he must have heard wrong. In Yi Lingyu's eyes, someone with a life class like me had no right to reject his invitation. Just as Yi Lingyu was about to say something else. Yi Lingyu, how come I never saw you act this arrogant in front of Lu Yuan before? Fu Jiuling, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Her voice was cold. Lu Yuan just awakened as a forger, and you couldn't wait to kick him while he was down, wearing that smug little villain face. You're disgusting. Fu Jiuling, what I do is none of your business. Yi Lingyu's expression turned ugly. After being called out to his face, he couldn't save his pride. Fu Jiuling had awakened an SSS rank class, with potential far beyond his own. He didn't dare offend her. Yi Lingyu snorted. Since he's so clueless, this young master can't be bothered to kiss up to him. I'd like to see what a life class can accomplish. I was somewhat surprised. I hadn't expected Fu Jiuling to stand up for me at a time like this. Thank you, classmate Fu Jiuling. I offered her a word of thanks. Fu Jiuling said, Lu Yuan, do you want to team up with me? I froze. This campus beauty, who had never really crossed paths with me before, had actually taken the initiative to invite me to join her party? But then I immediately declined. No thanks. I already have a teammate. With that, I walked through the teleportation gate with Fei Xue. Yi Lingyu and Fu Jiuling both froze. They had only just arrived and hadn't noticed that Fei Xue and I had come together. Yi Lingyu in particular stared wide-eyed at Fei Xue. How can this guy, a life class, team up with such a gorgeous beauty? Fu Jiuling watched Fei Xue and me walk away, a complicated emotion showing in her beautiful eyes. She murmured, he already has a teammate? Unable to resist, Yi Lingyu sneered. Fu Jiuling, what good did it do to stand up for Lu Yuan? He rejected your invitation anyway. None of your business. Fu Jiuling ignored Yi Lingyu and followed us through the teleportation gate. Yi Lingyu had originally intended to ask Fu Jiuling to team up. After all, as the campus beauty, Fu Jiuling was unquestionably gorgeous. But after what had just happened, he couldn't bring himself to keep shamelessly sucking up to her. As he watched Fu Jiuling enter the teleportation gate, Fei Xue's breathtaking figure inevitably surfaced in his mind. Lu Yuan actually knows a woman that beautiful. What combat power could a life class possibly have? Yi Lingyu was consumed by envy and jealousy. He began scheming. If that guy can do it, then I definitely can team up with that beauty too. Inside the novice secret realm, Fei Xue and I appeared in a lush forest. Master, why didn't you let me teach that disrespectful man a lesson just now? Fei Xue asked, puzzled. If I hadn't stopped her, she would have already attacked Yi Lingyu. I was slightly stunned to see that Fei Xue was actually showing a hint of anger. So even an icy sword maiden could have such intense emotional swings? And all that anger was because of me. A ripple stirred in my heart, and I added, if you start beating people up over a verbal argument, then what happens if the whole world turns against me? Are you going to beat up everyone in the world? After hearing that, Feishua actually nodded without hesitation. To her, I was her creator, and she would not allow anyone to profane me. I was caught somewhere between laughter and tears, unsure what to say for a moment. This sword maiden was way too straightforward. Swish, swish. Right then, several snow-white rabbits darted out of the woods, their scarlet eyes fixed on the two of us with hostility. Killer rabbits. My expression turned serious. I had always scored perfectly in monster studies throughout my 3 years of high school, so I recognized these monsters at a glance, the killer rabbits. True to their name, killer rabbits were exceptionally dangerous monsters. Every year, large numbers of novice professionals died at their hands. Because killer rabbits looked so cute and harmless, they were nearly indistinguishable from ordinary little bunnies. But their explosive power was astonishing. They often waited until professionals let their guard down, then smashed straight through their bodies like bullets. Novice professionals were only slightly stronger than ordinary people to begin with. Many times, death came in the blink of an eye. I rubbed Feishua's head. Be careful. Focus on the battle first. We can talk about anything else afterward. Yes, master. Feishua's body trembled slightly. Though it was only a simple touch, an unprecedented sense of delight rose within her. Ding. The weapon spirit sword maiden is delighted by interacting with you. Affection increased by 10 points. I was slightly stunned. Not the slightest emotion could be seen on Feishua's ice-cold face. At the instant the killer rabbits appeared, Feishua had already prepared for battle. In the blink of an eye, she drew her sword. Bang, bang, bang. At that very moment, every killer rabbit launched an attack, its tiny body shooting forward like a cannonball. Feishua's expression remained calm. A freezing aura radiated from her body as she held her sword in one hand and casually swept out a blade of sword energy. Splat! All the killer rabbits were instantly cleaved in half by the sword energy. Bright red blood sprayed across the ground, and moments later, the bodies of the killer rabbits turned into specks of light and dissolved into the air. Before long, another group of killer rabbits emerged from the forest. But against level 10 Feishua, the level 1 killer rabbits clearly couldn't withstand even one blow. No matter how many appeared, she killed them all with a single strike. Your sword maiden killed a killer rabbit and gained 10 experience points. Your sword maiden killed a killer rabbit and gained 10 experience points. Your sword maiden killed a killer rabbit and gained 10 experience points. Experience full. Level +1. I'm level 2 already. A pillar of light rose around me, representing my successful advancement from level 1 to level 2. I couldn't help feeling a little giddy. Man, leveling up really is as easy as drinking water. But just because I was leveling so quickly didn't mean professionals in this world could level up as easily as characters grinding monsters in an online game. In this world, even a level 1 killer rabbit was a deadly monster to a novice professional who had just undergone class awakening. They usually needed teamwork, with several people combining their strength to kill a single killer rabbit. And a killer rabbit only gave 10 experience points. Once divided among the team, each person received practically nothing. Even then, an ordinary team could kill only a few of them at most in a single day. Even a talented S-rank professional like Yi Lingyu couldn't kill killer rabbits as effortlessly as I did immediately after undergoing class awakening. The reason I was leveling so quickly was that my sword maiden had started at level 10. A level 10 fighting a level 1 was an outright level advantage. This feeling of having a powerhouse carry me. It's awesome. A wave of satisfaction surged through me. At Feishua's rate of killing, reaching level 10 in a single day was practically guaranteed. But then I grew curious. All the experience from Feishua's kills is going to me. So how does she level up? If Feishua couldn't gain experience, wouldn't she be stuck at level 10 forever? As soon as I thought that, a stream of system information suddenly surged into my mind. It turned out that weapon spirits didn't need experience to level up. They could be strengthened directly with materials, and each strengthening increased their level by 10. That was far more convenient than leveling up as a professional. So that means from now on, I can freely claim all the experience from monsters killed by my weapon spirits? My eyes lit up, and my heart exploded with delight. Just one sword maiden could let me level up this quickly. If I forged 10 or 100 more weapons and had an entire weapon spirit army farm monsters for me, how absurd would my leveling speed become? Next, I turned my attention back to my stat panel. Name: Lu Yuan. Level: 2, 0%. Class: God tier weapon spirit master, hidden. Strength: 1020. Agility, 1020. Spirit, 2040. Constitution, 1020. My 4 core stats actually went up too. I was delighted all over again. Life classes had no combat power not only because they couldn't learn combat skills, but also, more importantly, because their stats couldn't increase with their level. They could only be improved through personal effort after class awakening. Yet now, all my stats had doubled. Strength, agility, and constitution were all genuine physical improvements. They corresponded to attack power, speed, defense, and stamina, respectively. It looks like these are extra benefits from the hidden class, God-tier weapon spirit master. My heart sword. That means even without a weapon spirit, I'll still have a certain amount of combat power. A forger with strength, agility, spirit, and constitution all at 99.99 plus. I can't use combat skills, but I can still show people what it means to solve every problem with overwhelming force. Next, I shifted my gaze to my equipment and skills. Equipment, none. Talent, God-tier forging. Skills, forging, weapon spirit synchronization. God-tier forging. Every weapon you forge can develop intelligence and gain a weapon spirit completely loyal to you, who will fight for you. Forging, smelt ores and forge or enhance various weapons, armor, and accessories. Weapon spirit synchronization. After using this skill, establish a mental connection with a weapon spirit, share all of the weapon spirit skills and stats, and gain a 10-fold stat boost. While the skill is active, the weapon spirit will return to its original form. Weapon spirits, 1 out of 1. Feishue. After reaching level 10, you can unlock a second weapon spirit. And reaching level 10 will unlock a second weapon spirit slot. My eyes lit up. As a life class that couldn't learn combat skills, combat-oriented weapon spirits were obviously indispensable to me. Unlocking more weapon spirits was absolutely the most important thing for me. Take the skill, Weapon Spirit Synchronization, for example. It let me gain a weapon spirit stats and skills. In other words, the more skills they possessed, the more skills I would possess too. And there was no guarantee I wouldn't eventually obtain skills even more outrageous than weapon spirit synchronization. But everything depended on obtaining more weapon spirits first. Nice work, Feishue. After hesitating briefly, I reached out and patted Feishue on the head again. It was my duty, master, Feishue replied coolly, her frosty expression remaining perfectly calm. Ding. The weapon spirit sword maiden is pleased by her interaction with you. Affection increased by 10 points. Current, 120 points. Though the sword maiden's face remained cold as ice, the system notification exposed her true desires. Looks like Feishue really does like interactions such as head pats. I thought to myself, if I couldn't see the system's affection notifications, I really would have been fooled by that icy expression of hers. I can interact with her more in the future. At that same moment, Fu Juling and Yi Lingyu also entered the novice secret realm. They were both stunned when they saw Feishue effortlessly kill 5 killer rabbits. Although they had guessed that Feishue might be a combat class player, neither of them had expected her to be this strong. And when Yi Lingyu saw all the experience from the killer rabbits gathering into me, his face practically spelled out envy, jealousy, and hatred. It was one thing for me to get teamed up with a beauty like Feishue. Feishue was actually giving all the experience to me too. In Yi Lingyu's eyes, what had I done to deserve Feishue giving me all the experience? Lu Yuan, as a grown man, aren't you embarrassed to let that young lady kill monsters for you while you sit back and reap the rewards? Yi Lingyu said through gritted teeth. I noticed the two of them arriving as well. I had originally been too lazy to bother with Yi Lingyu, but when I saw the envy, jealousy, and hatred written all over his face, the corner of my mouth lifted as I said, Yi Lingyu, that sounds nice, but aren't you really just jealous that I have a gorgeous beauty like Feishue carrying me while you don't? Yi Lingyu was insanely jealous, but there was no way he would admit it. He stubbornly said, what kind of bodyguard couldn't this young master get? I just can't be bothered to let anyone carry me. In truth, he had originally planned to bring a bodyguard. But when Yi Lingyu saw Fu Juling enter the novice secret realm alone, he wanted to show off in front of her, so he sent the bodyguard back. Yi Lingyu pulled out a huge sword glittering with golden light, aimed at a killer rabbit, and unleashed a powerful slash. Lu Yuan, watch closely. This young master isn't like a useless life class player like you. However, the killer rabbit was incredibly fast. It dodged Yi Lingyu's attack with a single leap, then slammed both feet into his face. That hurt. Yi Lingyu cried out in pain. Stars swirled before his eyes, and 2 bright red footprints appeared on his face. Ha! I stared at Yi Lingyu's ridiculous appearance and couldn't hold back my laughter. Did you come here to play the clown? Huffed. Even the aloof campus beauty, Fu Juling, couldn't stop herself from laughing. But the sound vanished in an instant, and she quickly returned to her cold expression. What right does a loser like you have to talk about me? Yi Lingyu's face flushed red as he gnashed his teeth and continued hacking at the killer rabbit. But the killer rabbit's mobility was simply too high. Yi Lingyu struggled for ages without managing to kill even one, until his face was covered in rabbit footprints. I couldn't be bothered to watch any longer, so I turned my gaze toward my own sword maiden. At the same moment, even more killer rabbits emerged from the forest. Their pairs of scarlet eyes stared at Fei Xue with hostility. Swish, swish, swish. Then nearly 20 killer rabbits attacked Fei Xue at the same time. Fei Xue immediately entered combat mode. The sword in her hand swept out like a nimble, venomous snake. In the space around her, her movements were elegant and flawless. Every sword strike landed with pinpoint accuracy, cleaving into a killer rabbit's body. One sword, one kill. Every move was fatal. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 killer rabbits were all converted into experience and absorbed by me. Afterward, Fei Xue flicked the blood from her blade and slid the long sword back into its sheath. The entire process was smooth and flawless, as though she were performing a swordsmanship demonstration. There wasn't the slightest hint that she had been battling deadly monsters. By contrast, Yi Lingyu had chased one killer rabbit around until it kicked him black and blue. His face was nearly swollen into a pig's head before he finally managed to kill it. Yi Lingyu immediately jumped up excitedly and bragged to me. Lu Yuan, did you see that? This young master killed a killer rabbit. But right after that, your sword maiden killed a killer rabbit and gained 10 experience points. Your sword maiden killed a killer rabbit and gained 10 experience points. Your sword maiden killed a killer rabbit and gained 10 experience points. Experience full. Level +1. Swish. A pillar of golden light rose from my body, and my level successfully increased from level 2 to level 3. How did you level up again? Yi Lingyu's eyes turned red with envy when he saw me gain another level. He had worked himself to death just to kill one killer rabbit, gaining only 10 experience points. And in the blink of an eye, I had already reached level 3. Yi Lingyu stared at me, his face twisted with jealousy. Why could a forger he regarded as useless get carried by Fei Xue while leveling? I felt incredibly comfortable and said sarcastically, Congratulations, congratulations, Yi Lingyu. You only need to kill 9 more, and you'll reach level 2. Keep working hard. A level 1 player gained 10% experience for each killer rabbit killed. Killing 10 killer rabbits was enough to reach level 2. What's the use of a forger leveling so quickly? You have no combat ability, and you're just wasting this big sister's leveling time. How are you not embarrassed? Yi Lingyu said through gritted teeth. Swish. Yet the instant Yi Lingyu finished speaking, a cold sword aura sliced past his neck and struck a large tree behind him. In an instant, it severed the tree cleanly in half. With a thunderous crash, the trunk toppled to the ground. A tiny wound appeared on the skin of Yi Lingyu's neck, oozing blood. Fei Xue stared coldly at Yi Lingyu. Her voice was calm, but it carried bone-chilling menace. If there's a next time, it won't be just a tree that gets cut down. Although her master had forbidden her from killing people recklessly, as a weapon spirit, she simply couldn't tolerate someone repeatedly disrespecting her master. If I hadn't told her not to kill Yi Lingyu, she would have already carved him into several decorative slices. Ah! Yi Lingyu screamed. His entire body stiffened, his legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the ground. He looked completely dazed, trembling non-stop, his eyes filled with terror. For that brief instant, he had felt as if he had walked straight through the gates of hell, as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. He had been only a hair's breadth away from losing his head. As a spoiled young master, when had he ever experienced such danger? He was scared completely witless. After Fei Xue finished, she put away her icy expression and turned her beautiful eyes toward me. Her cool, pretty face immediately filled with guilt as she lowered her head and said, I'm sorry, master. I acted impulsively. I smiled, stepped forward, pulled Fei Xue into my arms, and said gently, Who says you did anything wrong? I'm happy you did it. Are you kidding me? With a sword maiden like this, who could bear to blame her? I practically wanted to spoil her rotten. Thank you, master. Fei Xue's pretty face instantly flushed red. She hadn't expected me to make such an intimate move so suddenly, and the icy sword aura surrounding her vanished in an instant, as if it were afraid of hurting me. At that moment, The sword maiden who had been so cold and murderous just moments ago allowed me to hold her in my arms without resisting in the slightest. Your sword maiden feels delighted inside. Affection increased by 30 points. Current, 150 points. Holy crap, one hug increased her affection by 30 points. My heart leaped with joy, and I almost kissed the sword maiden's breathtakingly beautiful cheek. But I still restrained myself. After all, Feishua's affection had just increased. If I kissed her now, it probably wouldn't rise by much. I understood that, as a weapon spirit, Feishua wouldn't easily refuse my requests. Of course I knew Feishua wouldn't refuse my requests. But what mattered more to me was her genuine trust, not treating affection like a number I could exploit. And clearly, affection only skyrocketed the first time the sword maiden and I experienced something together. A first hug, a first kiss, important milestones like those should happen naturally. After all, the higher a weapon spirit's affection, the richer the system rewards would be. Let's go. I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Yi Lingyu sitting collapsed on the ground. I simply wrapped an arm around Feishua's slender waist and headed deeper into the secret realm. Yes, Feishua answered respectfully, allowing me to hold her. Yi Lingyu came back to his senses. When he saw this scene, he was insanely envious. Only later did I realize that Yi Lingyu had always been jealous of me back in school, my grades, my status, and my popularity. He had wanted to beat me in every way. After finally waiting for me to awaken a life class, he thought he had his chance to humiliate me, only to discover that Feishua was still carrying me through rapid levels. Why? Yi Lingyu's envious expression twisted nearly beyond recognition. He was about to climb to his feet when he suddenly noticed that his crotch was wet, and the ground beneath him had long since become soaked, reeking of urine. Only then did he realize that he had actually pissed himself from fear. Disgusting. When Fu Jiuling saw Yi Lingyu's wet pants, she couldn't stop a trace of disgust from appearing in her eyes. She had already hated spoiled young masters like Yi Lingyu who loved throwing their weight around. Now that she had seen his pathetic, terrified, piss-soaked state, her disgust had reached its absolute limit. Fu Jiuling didn't linger. She turned and headed deeper into the secret realm. She didn't follow my route, instead choosing another path. I had chosen to head straight into the secret realm's core, which was the most dangerous area in the entire realm. Although Fu Jiuling was a super genius with an SSS rank class, she was still only a level 1 beginner. She wasn't suited to entering high-level areas yet. Damn it! Yi Lingyu's face flushed as red as a monkey's ass, and he slunk toward the exit. This time, he hadn't managed to show off at all. Instead, Feishua had scared him into pissing his pants with a single sword strike. He had humiliated himself beyond belief. Meanwhile, I led Feishua deeper into the secret realm. My sword maiden is just too beautiful. From now on, there'll definitely be more idiots like Yi Lingyu chasing after her, not fewer, I said as we walked. Feishua glanced at my handsome profile and seriously blurted out, if Master finds them displeasing, Feishua will cut them all down. My sword maiden's way of doing things really was ruthless. In a cultivation world, she would be the perfect template for an emotionless female immortal venerable. Of course, Feishua was only heartless toward people other than me. I shook my head. The gentleman seeks the company of a beautiful lady, right? We're not bloodthirsty maniacs. Killing isn't the only solution. What does Master mean? Feishua stared at me with her beautiful eyes, a hint of confusion showing in her crystal blue gaze. I changed tack and said, when we're in front of outsiders, call me something else. From now on, call me by my name when we're outside, and call me Master only when we're alone. How does that sound? After all, the word Master coming from the lips of a breathtaking sword immortal like Feishua had way too much destructive power. Yes, Master. Feishua nodded obediently. As Feishua and I advanced deeper, more and more monsters began appearing around us. Rustle. Just then, the bushes beside us suddenly erupted with the sound of branches and leaves scraping together. We both turned our eyes toward it. HRRGH. A black wild boar with a back covered in stiff bristles and two thick, sharp tusks jutting from its mouth charged out of the bushes. A blackback boar. I recognized its scientific name at a glance. This was a low-level monster commonly found in beginner dungeons. Most were level 2 or 3, while a small number of blackback boars could reach level 4. Still, although blackback boars were higher level than killer rabbits, inside a beginner dungeon, the death rate for novice class holders facing blackback boars was far lower than when facing killer rabbits. That was because killer rabbits possessed extremely high mobility and could often catch novice class holders off guard, dealing them devastating blows. Blackback boars, on the other hand, were slow. Though their attack power was higher than a killer rabbit's, their charge had a long wind-up, making it easy to dodge. HRRGH. At that same moment, the blackback boar roared, its eyes turning blood red as it thundered toward me at the front. Its strength was enough to uproot a large tree. I remained calm. With Feishue here, I had no reason to worry about my safety. Feishue, attack its lower body. That's its weakness. The blackback boar's only skill was charge, so its head was the hardest part of its body. Its lower body, in other words, its 4 legs, was its weakness. All novice class holders learned the weaknesses of low-level monsters in advance and tailored their attacks to different monsters. It was basic knowledge. Swish. Feishue swiftly drew her sword and sent a silver-white sword aura slashing straight toward the blackback boar's head. The defense that was hardest for novice class holders to break was as fragile as mud beneath Feishue's sword. The blackback boar's massive body was split in two in an instant. Crack. After instantly killing the blackback boar, Feishue calmly returned her sword to its sheath, as casually as if she had crushed an ant. Your sword maiden killed a level 3 blackback boar. Experience plus 30. Huh. I froze, the corner of my mouth twitching. All right, I was overthinking it. At Feishue's level, she completely overwhelms everything in this dungeon. There's no need to target a monster's weaknesses at all. I immediately brought up Feishue's stats panel. Weapon Spirit, Feishue. Level, 10. Quality, Fine. Strength, 1000. Agility, 1500. Spirit, 1000. Constitution, 1000. Holy crap, it was one thing not to look, but seeing it gave me one hell of a shock. I couldn't stop myself from swearing. Her 4 core attributes averaged 1,125 points. That kind of boost was already comparable to an A-rank class. A normal class holder's 4 core attributes at level 10 totaled 500 points on average, while a sword maiden's attributes were twice that. In agility, she even had 3 times the attributes of an ordinary class holder. The higher a class holder's class quality, the greater the boost to their 4 core attributes. I wonder if weapon spirits work the same way as class holders. I muttered to myself. Class attributes differed depending on quality. An average of 500 points in the 4 core attributes at level 10 was the lowest tier. From lowest to highest, class qualities were F rank, E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, and SSS rank. The attribute boosts for classes from F rank through B rank were limited. Only an A rank class could reach a 2-fold attribute increase. Feishue's current attributes were already equivalent to those of an A rank class holder. As for a weapon spirit's quality, I could strengthen it myself. I had no idea whether Feishue's attributes would increase as her quality improved. Unfortunately, I didn't have any materials for strengthening my sword maiden right now. I'd only find out once I strengthened her later. Level 3, 10%. I glanced at my own level again. Feishue had just earned 30 experience from killing the level 3 blackback boar, and my experience progress had increased by 10% outright. In other words, if I killed 9 more level 3 blackback boars, I would reach level 4. HRRGH. Just then, blackback boars began bursting out of the bushes one after another. It was as if we had poked a boar's nest. Every blackback boar stared at the two of us with blood-red, aggressive eyes. Rumble, rumble. All the blackback boars launched their charges at once. They were like trucks racing at full speed, their iron hooves pounding the ground as the surrounding earth shook like an earthquake. The scene had the force of mountains collapsing and the earth splitting apart. Feishue, kill them. I spoke calmly. Yes, master. Whoosh. Feishue immediately drew her sword and stepped in front of me. An icy, bone-chilling aura spread out, covering the entire area. In the blink of an eye, Feishue swung her sword. Her body moved like a ghost, leaving behind only a flash of silver-white sword light rising through the air. Boom! The enormous bodies of the blackback boars crashed to the ground one after another like falling tarot cards. Dust filled the scene, while bright red blood sprayed wildly as if it were free. Your sword maiden killed a level 3 blackback boar. Experience plus 30. Your sword maiden killed a level 3 blackback boar. Experience plus 30. Your sword maiden killed a level 4 blackback boar. Experience plus 40. Experience full. Level plus 1. Name: Lu Yuan. Level 4, 7%. Class: God tier weapon spirit master hidden. Strength: 40. Agility: 40. Spirit: 80. Constitution: 40. This feels awesome. I could only feel the strength inside me surge once again. Every cell in my body became unusually brimming with power. I couldn't help clenching my fists. My knuckles popped sharply. With my current strength, I could probably punch a cow to death. There was no helping it. Although my God-tier Weapon Spirit Master class came with the cheat-like talent to forge Weapon Spirit Maidens, my own attributes were still at the most basic level. Still, I can't just look at the numbers on my stats panel. After all, I have Weapon Spirit Synchronization. My true attributes should be the ones I have after activating the skill. I muttered. Weapon Spirit Synchronization, Level 1. After using the skill, establish a mental connection with the Weapon Spirit, share all of the Weapon Spirit's skills and attributes, and gain a tenfold attribute boost. During the skill's duration, the Weapon Spirit will return to its original form. What did gaining 10 times a Weapon Spirit's attributes actually mean? Feishue's current attributes were already twice those of an ordinary combat class holder. After activating the skill, my attributes would reach 10 times Feishue's current values. At merely level 10, my 4 core attributes could exceed 10,000 points. That boost was even more outrageous than in SSS rank classes. Let's keep hunting. I didn't waste any more time. Feishue and I immediately left the Blackback Boar's territory and headed to another area to continue hunting monsters and leveling up. For level 10 Feishue, every monster in the beginner dungeon could be killed in a single sword strike without exception. As a result, my leveling speed was practically like riding a rocket. Before long, I had risen another 5 levels. The experience required after level 5 has increased. But before long, I still noticed that my leveling speed had slowed down. From level 1 to level 5, each level required only 100 experience, but advancing from level 5 to level 6 required a full 1,000. After all, even the level 5 and level 6 monsters still died in a single strike from her sword. The only difference was that I needed to kill more of them. Your Sword Maiden killed a level 5 Shadow Wolf. Experience plus 50. Your Sword Maiden killed a level 6 Burrowing Mouse. Experience plus 60. Experience full. Level plus 1. My level rose to level 6 again. The monsters in the surrounding area had nearly all been wiped out by Feishue, and I was just preparing to take her to the next area. Just then, a group of people came running frantically out of the depths of the forest. Everyone run. The Queen, the Spider Queen is here. Dungeon announcement. Dungeon boss Spider Queen has descended. What? The Spider Queen? Hasn't this beginner boss not spawned in forever? Why did it suddenly appear today? Some novice class holders who had been unaware of the situation also fled toward the dungeon's outskirts after seeing the announcement. Simply because the Spider Queen was a terrifying existence known as the Rookie Killer. Every year, she reaped the lives of countless novice class holders. As everyone knew, the monster level cap in a beginner dungeon was level 10, but the Spider Queen's combat power far exceeded level 10. In the eyes of most class holders, the Spider Queen was the Lord of the Yellow Springs, here to harvest lives. Some people were terrified by this, while others went wild with excitement. The Spider Queen was a randomly spawning boss in beginner dungeons, and her spawn rate was extremely low. Not everyone had the chance to encounter her. Although her combat power was formidable, killing the Spider Queen also yielded extraordinarily generous rewards. As a result, plenty of class holders charged against the flow of retreating people, rushing toward the direction where the Spider Queen had appeared. I later learned from Fu Jieling that after Yi Lingyu straightened out his disheveled clothes, he had returned to the dungeon and also received the announcement that the Spider Queen had spawned. At that moment, he had 2 bodyguards with him. Both were level 10 class holders, right at the dungeon's level cap. Originally, when he saw that Fu Jieling hadn't brought bodyguards, he had refused to bring any himself out of pride. But after what had just happened, he immediately summoned his own bodyguards, hoping to regain some face. After all, Yi Lingyu was extremely envious of my absurd leveling speed. It's the Spider Queen. That's great. A flicker of delight rose in Yi Lingyu's eyes. For other players, the Spider Queen might be a disaster. But for a young master from a major family like him, this was an opportunity. As long as he could kill the Spider Queen, he would gain a massive amount of experience. He might even get a beginner artifact out of it. With the protection of his 2 bodyguards, Yi Lingyu had just successfully reached level 3. That leveling speed was undeniably fast. He said confidently, "As long as I can get the Spider Queen's experience, my level will definitely surpass Lu Yuan's in one shot." Although he had been so frightened by Feishue's sword not long ago that he wet his pants, the beginner dungeon's level cap was level 10. In other words, Feishue could reach level 10 at most. while Yi Lingyu had 2 level 10 bodyguards. Naturally, he wasn't afraid. Young master, with the strength of the two of us as level 10 class holders, I'm afraid we still can't defeat the Spider Queen. At that moment, the 2 bodyguards beside him looked troubled. Although they could protect Yi Lingyu and let him level up quickly and smoothly inside the beginner dungeon, the Spider Queen, the dungeon boss known as the Rookie Killer, required at least a small raid party of 6 or more level 10 class holders of the same tier. The 2 of them alone were nowhere near enough. And that was assuming the party worked together with exceptional coordination. If they formed a temporary party, they would need at least 10 level 10 class holders to have a chance of killing the Spider Queen. Of course, I know you two aren't strong enough to beat the Spider Queen. A confident smile appeared on Yi Lingyu's face. Isn't the problem just that we're short on people? With one word from me, I can call in a whole crowd. Yi Lingyu immediately posted a recruitment message in the Beginner Dungeons chat channel, seeking 10 class holders to raid the Spider Queen. If the raid succeeded, he would provide a reward of 1 million, which would be divided equally among everyone. 1 million was a fortune to any level 10 class holder. Even split 10 ways, each person would receive 100,000, at least several months of income for them. In an instant, many class holders came rushing over after hearing Yi Lingyu's call. At the same time, I was also considering whether I should raid the Spider Queen. The Spider Queen was a dungeon boss every novice class holder had to study. With her powerful strength and all kinds of downright nasty skills, she was the nightmare of novice class holders, possessing combat power far beyond that of ordinary monsters of the same level. At the same time, the Spider Queen also offered generous experience rewards. After being killed, she even had a chance to drop a fine-quality beginner artifact, the Death Scythe. Ding! Special material capable of strengthening a weapon spirit detected near the host. System quest triggered. Slay the Spider Queen and obtain the Spider Queen's Soul Crystal. The Spider Queen's Soul Crystal could actually strengthen Fei Xue? In that case, the Spider Queen has to die. I muttered to myself. Sword Maidens couldn't absorb monster experience to level up. They needed to be strengthened with rare materials in order to advance. Therefore, I naturally couldn't let any material capable of strengthening a Sword Maiden slip away. SSS. Run. The Spider Queen is here. What are you standing around for? Right at that moment, a shrill voice came from nearby. The wind howled, the earth trembled, and massive trees collapsed with thunderous crashes. A fleeing class holder spotted Fei Xue and me and kindly called out a warning. In the distance, a gigantic spider, standing 6 meters tall, appeared before me. Each of its 8 legs ended in sharp claws that looked like razor-sharp blades. Its entire body was blood red. A crimson glow radiated from its back and claws, all coated in a deadly poisonous substance. Spider Queen, Dungeon Boss. Level 10. Strength 3000. Agility 3000. Defense 3000. Spirit 1000. Health 10,000. 10,000 health. My expression darkened as I looked at the panel. No wonder the Spider Queen was known as the nightmare of novice class holders. An ordinary level 10 class holder had only 500 points in each core attribute on average, yet the Spider Queen had 10,000 health. Her other attributes were also 3 times theirs. This wasn't a stat panel a level 10 monster should have at all. Whoosh! The Spider Queen launched an attack at me in an instant. She raised her razor-sharp claw and slammed one leg down. The blade tore through space as wild wind shrieked. Master, watch out! Seeing this, Fei Xue immediately stepped in front of me and swung her sword at the Spider Queen's claw. Boom! The blade and claw collided with a heavy impact, throwing off sparks. The ground around Fei Xue immediately caved in halfway. Fei Xue, are you confident you can kill it? I asked. This monster is very strong. Master, be careful. I'm afraid it might hurt you. For the first time, Fei Xue's expression turned solemn. She gripped her sword tightly with both hands and stood in front of me. In that case, we'll kill it together. I changed my tone and moved to Fei Xue's side, asking gently, Fei Xue, may I come in? Fei Xue's delicate body trembled. She gazed at my face, and a rare blush rose across her breathtaking features. Then she gave a light nod. She knew that I intended to use weapon spirit synchronization. Although she was a sword maiden and was completely, 100% loyal to me, she would never refuse anything I did to her. But as a weapon spirit who had only just been born, Fei Xue was essentially an inexperienced young girl. Naturally, this kind of fusion technique made Fei Xue feel shy. It was her first time after all. Immediately afterward, I activated the skill, Weapon Spirit Synchronization. Fei Xue's figure vanished from space in an instant, returning to her original form, the Fei Xue sword. I gripped the Fei Xue sword in one hand. The mental worlds of one person and one spirit became completely connected in that instant. From an outsider's perspective, all they could see was Fei Xue disappearing from where she stood. But at that moment, my stats panel underwent a world-shaking transformation. Name: Lu Yuan, synchronized state. Level: 6, 7%. Class: God tier weapon spirit master, hidden. Strength: 11,000. Agility: 16,000. Spirit: 12,000. Constitution: 11,000. Equipment: Fei Xue sword. Skills: Forging, weapon spirit synchronization. Weapon spirit skills: Sword, aura, frost extinction. Boom. Power as mighty as a raging flood poured into my body. An unprecedented aura of strength erupted around me, while cold, pale sword chi sliced through space like razor-sharp blades. So this is my master's mental world? It's both powerful and gentle. Fei Xue sensed my mental world. It was a wondrous feeling. She could clearly perceive my thoughts, and I could do the same. It was as if we had fused into one, with no distinction between us. The Sword Maiden's affinity toward you has increased by 30 points. Current total affinity, 180. Reach 200 affinity to unlock more skills. Keep it up. Reaching 200 affinity unlocks a new skill. My eyes lit up, and delight filled my heart. Take weapon spirit synchronization, for example. The benefits were insanely good. After activating the skill, my 4 basic attributes had directly broken past a terrifying 10,000 points. 11,000 constitution and strength, 12,000 spirit, and a full 16,000 agility. What did that even mean? Even a level 30 class holder couldn't reach 10,000 attribute points. Even a whale couldn't do better than this. Then I looked at the Spider Queen's stats. 10,000 HP? That was just enough to match my attack power. A single basic attack's worth of health. I used weapon spirit synchronization, and only a few seconds passed in the real world. It's the Spider Queen. Yi Lingyu arrived at the scene with a group of level 10 class holders. Someone got here before us and is already fighting the Spider Queen. A mage in beginner gear noticed me in front of the Spider Queen. Young Master Yi, what do we do now? In a secret realm, when a class holder was fighting a monster, other classes generally weren't allowed to suddenly interfere. Since unfamiliar players hadn't formed a party, they wouldn't share the experience gained from killing a monster. This was called stealing a kill. Stealing kills was something players especially frowned upon. Aside from a small number of sneaky, underhanded players who did it, most players wouldn't commit such an immoral act. Doing so would only make enemies for themselves. Lu Yuan? What's he doing here alone? Where's Miss Fei Xue? Yi Lingyu was briefly puzzled when he saw me, then explained to everyone. Don't worry, everyone. He's Lu Yuan. He awakened the life class forger and has no combat ability at all. So he's the hero's son? Everyone nodded. Some even used detection to confirm that I really was only a life class holder. Clearly, these people had also heard that I had awakened as a forger. Hiss. At that moment, the Spider Queen suddenly let out a sharp hiss. The aura that had abruptly burst from my body had made it sense unprecedented danger. Is the Spider Queen scared? One of the class holders was astonished by the sight. There were plenty of videos online of people raiding the Spider Queen, but in the vast majority of them, the Spider Queen appeared almost overwhelmingly dominant. Yet at this moment, the Spider Queen had clearly revealed fear. No one connected the Spider Queen's fear to me. After all, I was only a life class holder. Yi Lingyu threw his head back and laughed. Looks like the Spider Queen was intimidated by this young master's S-rank class. Everyone, let's take down the Spider Queen while we have the chance. Everyone at the scene felt something was off. Although Yi Lingyu's class was high quality, his current level absolutely couldn't produce any suppression aura. Still, no one spoke up to deny it. They simply treated it as the truth. An S-rank class holder who grew to maturity in the future could definitely become a major figure known throughout the land. Naturally, no one wanted to ruin Yi Lingyu's moment. Lu Yuan, I'm leading people to raid this boss. As a life class holder, stay out of it. If you know what's good for you, run as far away as you can. Yi Lingyu shouted at me. That fly again. Looks like that last sword still didn't teach him a lesson. Fei Xue spoke coldly within my mental world. Unfortunately, she had currently fused with her master and couldn't attack Yi Lingyu. Hiss. At the same moment, the Spider Queen suddenly raised its sharp claws and fangs. Blood-red light erupted as it launched a fierce attack at me. At the Spider Queen's level, it still had no intelligence. In the game, It was equivalent to a monster controlled by AI. Its underlying code was to kill every player. The Spider Queen's body was already extraordinarily huge, nearly the size of a small mountain. Combined with the terrifying might erupting from it, every class holder at the scene underwent a drastic change in expression and prepared to meet its attack seriously. I faced the Spider Queen's assault and slashed out with my sword. Everyone froze when they saw my movement. A life class holder actually dared to attack the Spider Queen first? It was no different from an ant trying to shake a tree. Lu Yuan, you're asking to die. Yi Lingyu shouted. One guy is taking on the Spider Queen alone? Is this guy insane? And he's only a life class holder, said a heavily armored warrior. Lu Yuan is the hero's son of our Linshui city, at least. We can't let him die here. A muscular man in armor immediately charged forward when he saw what was happening. That's right. Lu Yuan's parents showed kindness to everyone in Linshui city. We can't just stand by and watch him die at the Spider Queen's hands. Before long, several class holders answered the call and charged after the armored man. But before they could finish speaking, my sword had already collided with the Spider Queen's claws and fangs. Oh no! Everyone's expressions changed drastically. A life class holder colliding head-on with the Spider Queen could only end in death. In an instant, everyone felt certain that I was doomed today. Some couldn't bear to watch the gruesome scene and turned their heads away. But then, the scene they imagined, with me being torn to pieces by the Spider Queen, never happened. SHRK. Facing the Spider Queen's terrifying assault, I didn't lose out in the slightest at close range. Every attack from its claws and fangs was easily blocked by me, as if the monster before me weren't some terrifying abomination, but merely an ordinary trash mob. In fact, I even looked completely at ease. This Spider Queen is way too weak, I muttered. Every attack from the Spider Queen looked like slow motion to me. The instant it raised a claw, I had already calculated my evasion route. It isn't that the Spider Queen is too weak. It's that you're too strong, Master. Feishua spoke within my mental world. Even she would have found the Spider Queen extremely troublesome to fight. This is impossible. Isn't he a life class holder? Everyone stared at the scene, dumbfounded. What had they just witnessed? A life class holder was fighting the so-called newbie killer, the Spider Queen, and actually beating it down? In an instant, everyone was completely confused. Which one of them was supposed to be the life class holder here? Hiss! The Spider Queen let out another piercing roar. A large swarm of tiny red spiders suddenly burrowed out of the ground and surged toward me like a tidal wave. Not good. The Spider Queen summoned blood spiders. Lu Yuan, get out of the way. These little spiders will self-destruct. Their explosions produce highly toxic blood. Once you're infected, you're guaranteed to die, the heavily armored class holder shouted. This was another major reason the Spider Queen was known as the newbie killer. Every one of these little spiders carried deadly poison. Once summoned, they would frantically approach every class holder before self-destructing and creating area of effect poison damage. They were incredibly fast. Without preparation, the slightest mistake would get you poisoned to death. I naturally knew this, but my expression didn't change at all. I had only been warming up and familiarizing myself with the power I had suddenly gained. I took a breath and slowly raised my sword. Now, it's time to end this fight. Swish! As my voice fell, I swung out a streak of silver-white sword chi. Frigid energy ravaged the entire area. Everywhere the sword chi passed, the blood spiders were instantly cut in half and exploded. Then I leaped into the air and landed above the Spider Queen's head. The Spider Queen tried to attack when it saw this, but I was faster. Sword light flashed, slicing apart its enormous, mountain-sized body. Splurt! The Spider Queen's massive body was immediately split in two and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Scarlet blood gushed everywhere. After letting out one final roar, the Spider Queen fell completely silent. Secret Realm announcement. The Spider Queen has been slain. The scene fell utterly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Every class holder stared blankly at the sword-wielding youth, unable to recover for a long time. Hiss! Who knew how much time had passed? One after another, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths rang through the area. Everyone stared at me in disbelief, their eyes filled with shock. How is this possible? Lu Yuan is obviously only a life class holder. How could he possibly kill the Spider Queen? Yi Lingyu said instinctively. I was watching from beneath the platform when he awakened his class. I'm 100% certain that what he awakened was absolutely the life class forger. Hearing Yi Lingyu's words, everyone looked at one another. Each of them could see the same world-shattering disbelief on the other's faces. Huh, you one-shot the Spider Queen boss with a single sword strike, and you call that a life class? If I count as a life class holder, then what does that make all of us who awaken combat classes? Useless trash? I know. He must have used high-level equipment. At that moment, Yiling Yu seemed to notice some earth-shattering secret. He pointed at the sword in my hand and shouted, "The sword he's holding must be high-level equipment left to him by his parents. Otherwise, how could a newly class-awakened life class holder like him kill the Spider Queen?" After he said this, everyone turned their gazes toward the Feishua sword in my hand. They could all tell that it was a high-quality sword, and immediately decided that it was probably equipment my parents had left me. When they were alive, my parents had been two of Linshui City's few fourth advancement powerhouses. What did a fourth advancement powerhouse represent? A fourth advancement class holder had to be at least level 90, and my parents' levels had certainly been no lower. They were absolutely top-tier big shots. Even across the entire country, they were major figures of renown. How could people of that caliber not leave a few high-level items for their descendants? Otherwise, there really was no way to explain how I, a life class holder, had killed the Spider Queen within a day of my class awakening. Even a super genius with an SSS rank class couldn't have done it. At that exact moment, Yiling Yu acted as if he had exposed my shame, adopting the posture of someone standing on the moral high ground. "Lu Yuan, you're a forger, and you already make Miss Feishua waste her time giving you all the experience and power leveling you. Now you're even relying on the high-level equipment your parents left behind to steal our kill? You've got some nerve." Many class holders nearby looked unhappy when they heard that. What Yiling Yu said wasn't wrong, but he was using morality to strong-arm people way too hard. Equipment was also part of a class holder's combat power. Were they supposed to take off their gear before fighting monsters? Besides, did Yiling Yu even have the right to say any of this? He should take off the equipment the Yi family had prepared for him before he started talking. As for stealing the kill, there was even less to investigate. I had been here first. If anything, Yiling Yu was the one stealing the kill. However, because of Yiling Yu's identity as the young master of the Yi family, no one at the scene dared offend him, so they all stayed silent. The two bodyguards beside him, on the other hand, frantically stood up for their young master. I couldn't be bothered to deal with Yiling Yu. That guy probably had his intestines wired directly to his brain, with his ass doing the thinking while his left and right hemispheres fought each other. Instead, I looked at the reward panel that had appeared after killing the Spider Queen. The Spider Queen's rewards are pretty generous. Spider Queen slain. Experience plus 5,000. Current level's experience is full. Your level has increased to level 8. Swish. A beam of light rose around me. My level broke through 2 levels in a row, reaching level 8. Name: Lu Yuan, synchronized state. Level: 8, 1.25%. Class: God tier weapon spirit master, hidden. Strength: 13,000. Agility: 18,000. Spirit: 16,000. Constitution: 13,000. Hell yeah. I shouted from the bottom of my heart, then glanced at my level again. Too bad I didn't make it all the way to level 10. The experience requirement clearly increases after level 5. Each level requires 1,000 more experience than the last. Going from level 6 to level 7 takes 2,000 experience, and level 7 to level 8 takes 3,000. It continues like that. Right now, I need over 9,000 more experience to go from level 8 to level 10. An ordinary level 10 wild monster only gives a little over 100 experience. A single Spider Queen gives more than 50 times that amount, but the Spider Queen only spawns by chance. You can encounter one, but you can't seek one out. To reach level 10, I'll have to kill nearly 100 level 10 wild monsters at minimum. Just as I was thinking about this, a wave of dizziness suddenly struck my mind. The host's spirit is about to be depleted. Once the host's spirit is exhausted, the host will fall unconscious. The system has automatically ended weapon spirit synchronization. Immediately afterward, Feishua's figure appeared beside me. I forgot that using the skill consumes spirit too. I ended the synchronization state and felt as if a huge weight had been lifted from me. But since it was my first time using it, the stronger sensation was that my spirit had been drained dry. The world spun around me, my body went limp, and I fell face first toward the ground. "Master, are you all right?" Feishua hurriedly reached out and caught me, letting my face rest against her chest. I felt a softness against my face. When I opened my eyes, I saw a deep, snowy white valley. A faint, alluring fragrance slipped into my nose. Ahem, Feishua. I'm just a little dizzy. I know. Feeling the warmth of my body, Feishua's cheeks blossomed with 2 red clouds, and her heart pounded. "Lu Yuan, get some good rest. Your sword maiden feels shy inside. Affinity plus 10. Current affinity, 190. Holy crap, even this could increase our affinity. I blinked, then instinctively nuzzled against her. Everyone nearby stared blankly at the scene. Where had this stunning beauty suddenly come from? Especially the men at the scene. They were all openly envious of the treatment I was receiving. What kind of heavenly privilege was this? They were all level 10 class holders, so they could sense that this fairy-like beauty was also a level 10 powerhouse. Looking at the state of the two of us, they immediately understood. This beauty had clearly come to protect me. The moment my spirit ran dry, she had appeared and caught me in her arms. Clearly, our relationship was anything but ordinary. Lu Yuan, what the hell are you doing? Get out of Miss Fei Xue's arms right now. When Yi Lingyu saw this scene, he looked ready to yank me straight out of Fei Xue's embrace. But then Fei Xue's cold gaze swept over him, and bone-chilling cold radiated outward. She hadn't even drawn her sword, yet Yi Lingyu sensed an unprecedentedly terrifying sword intent, as if his head might be separated from his body at any moment. Yi Lingyu immediately shrank his neck and shuddered. Remembering Fei Xue's earlier sword strike, fear spread through his heart, and he could only swallow his anger and shut his mouth. He had a feeling that even his two bodyguards together might not be able to beat Fei Xue. Miss Fei Xue, please calm down. The two bodyguards were suffering in silence as well. They sensed Fei Xue's powerful aura, but could only brace themselves and stand in front of Yi Lingyu. Fei Xue, ignore them. I'm feeling a little weak. I couldn't be bothered with Yi Lingyu. My head hurt like hell, so I could only continue lying in my own sword maiden's soft, fragrant embrace while staring at the rewards I had received for killing the secret realm boss. Yes, master. Fei Xue adjusted her position to make my pillow more comfortable. Congratulations, host, on completing the system mission. Slay the secret realm boss, the Spider Queen. Rewards obtained: Spider Queen's soul crystal, Spider Queen's claws and fangs, and Spider Queen's treasure chest. Fine. There's a treasure chest too? My eyes lit up. I loved opening treasure chests, so I immediately started tapping away and opened it. Master, Fei Xue called softly in a voice only the two of us could hear, her face turning even redder. I didn't know whether I was doing it deliberately or not, but my fingers were tapping on her body in front of all these people. It was seriously embarrassing. But when she thought of me as her master, Fei Xue suppressed her shyness and let me lean against her. Wow, golden legend. Congratulations on opening the fine Spider Queen treasure chest. You obtained Death Scythe. A dazzling burst of multicolored light flared up, and a blood-red scythe immediately burst out of the treasure chest. Holy shit, it's the Death Scythe. You got it on the first pull? I remember the Death Scythe's drop rate is less than 1 in 1,000. That's insanely lucky. That's a newbie god-tier weapon. Even at fine quality, you can use it all the way to the second advancement. Everyone stared at me with extraordinary envy and let out shrill cries. My luck is seriously this good? I got a beginner artifact on my very first draw. I stared at the blood-red scythe in my hand, astonished. The drop rate for the Death Scythe was incredibly low. It was exceptionally rare. For a class holder still in the beginner phase to obtain one was practically an instant ticket to the top. Even if I didn't need the Death Scythe, I could still list it on the weapon market and sell it for a fortune. If I remembered correctly, this Death Scythe could fetch nearly $1 million in the market. The Death Scythe's attributes and effects were absurdly powerful. It possessed the noble life-steal effect. While dealing damage to enemy units, it could also restore the wielder's HP. Death Scythe. Quality, fine. Strength, plus 100. Effect, Blood Cry. Upon equipping, gain a life-steal effect equal to 25% of your maximum attack. Description, a weapon that combines offense with recovery. For the vast majority of class holders, the thing they lacked most was sustained recovery, and the Death Scythe's Blood Cry effect was exceptionally rare. Normally, only priests and certain healing classes possessed HP recovery skills. An effect like the Death Scythe's Blood Cry was practically unique among fine-quality weapons. What a shame. I'm a forger, after all. I felt a little regretful. I wasn't a combat class holder. No matter how precious the Death Scythe's Blood Cry effect was, it had very limited direct value to me. And there was even less point mentioning Sword Maiden. She was a weapon spirit and couldn't use any weapon besides her own body. Lu Yuan, you actually got the Death Scythe? Yi Lingyu stared at the scene beside me, so envious that his eyes looked ready to pop out of their sockets. It was practically priceless on the weapon market. Because the Death Scythe was a beginner artifact and far too rare, it was nearly a must-have for the young masters of the major families. Those families had monopolized it for years, so even having money wasn't enough to buy one. Now that he'd watched me personally draw the death scythe right in front of him, how could Yi Lingyu not be envious? Lu Yuan, give it to me, quick. Yi Lingyu immediately lost control. If Fei Xue hadn't been standing beside me, he would have charged over already. He pleaded urgently, "You're just a forger. The death scythe won't do much for you. Why not sell it to me? Since we're classmates, this young master will give you a price even higher than the market rate. You really want it?" I held the death scythe and stared at Yi Lingyu with interest. Obviously, who wouldn't want the beginner artifact death scythe? Sell it to me already. I'll transfer 1.5 million to you right now, 500,000 above market price. How about it? Yi Lingyu's eyes were practically glued to the death scythe. Not selling. I let out a cold laugh. I wasn't an idiot. The death scythe might have been listed at a little over $1 million, but it was effectively priceless on the weapon market. If I sold it, the price could only go higher. Yi Lingyu thought 1.5 million could buy it. He was dreaming. Then how much do you want? 2 million. Yi Lingyu panicked. Lu Yuan, you're just a life class holder, a blacksmith. What do you need a beginner artifact for? Give it to me instead. I'm an S-rank, class genius. You want the death scythe? Then go kill the Spider Queen and open a chest yourself. The corners of my mouth lifted slightly. My mental strength had recovered considerably by then. After getting up from Fei Xue's arms, I stored the death scythe away, picked up my sword maiden, and headed toward the exit of the secret realm. Fei Xue, let's go. All right. Fei Xue's cheeks flushed faintly as she let me put my arm around her and lead her toward the exit. Everyone who saw the scene hurriedly stepped aside, making a path for us. As they watched us leave, the class holders at the scene couldn't help discussing us in hushed voices. Who exactly is that young lady named Fei Xue? I've never heard of her in Linshui City before. Lu Yuan's parents were fourth advancement powerhouses when they were alive. He must know plenty of important people. She might even be Lu Yuan's betrothed from childhood. My God, he got a beginner artifact on his first trip into the beginner secret realm. That's insanely lucky. Yi Lingyu stared at our backs as we left, his fists clenched tight and his teeth grinding loudly. I could tell what was going on. He had deliberately been stringing me along just now. No matter how much I offered, I definitely wouldn't sell. Meanwhile, Fei Xue and I left the beginner secret realm and returned directly to the villa. There, I dismantled the death scythe. Successfully dismantled the death scythe and obtained the fine quality material blood-crying stone. If anyone else had seen this, they probably would have cursed me for squandering a priceless treasure. But I had chosen to dismantle the death scythe because I wanted to use it to forge a new weapon spirit. I had to remember that, thanks to my talent, every weapon I forged could give birth to a weapon spirit. I wasn't afraid of failing, either. My god-tier forging talent wasn't just for show. But I'm only level 8 right now. I still need 2 more levels to reach level 10 and unlock my second weapon spirit slot. I muttered to myself, still, I've also obtained materials that can strengthen Fei Xue. I'll strengthen her first and raise her to level 20, then enter the secret realm again and unlock my second weapon spirit slot. Fei Xue, give me your true form. Of course, master. As soon as Fei Xue heard me, she immediately summoned her true sword body. An exquisite, entirely silver-white long sword appeared out of thin air. This was one of Fei Xue's abilities. She could store her true body in a weapon space and summon it whenever she needed to use it. I took Fei Xue's true body, pulled out a soft towel, and carefully wiped it down first. Although Fei Xue's sword body was practically free of grime, a good sword still needed regular care and maintenance. Before long, I finished polishing it. The blade shone with a silver-white radiance, exquisite beyond compare. I picked up Fei Xue's sword and examined it closely. Under the lights, Fei Xue's silver-white blade was crystal clear, gleaming with a faint icy blue sheen. Born from the extreme cold or a frozen moon-cold river, it radiated a bone-chilling cold, yet it never harmed me in the slightest. A hint of affection unconsciously appeared in my eyes, and even my movements became gentler. People instinctively drew close to beautiful things. I hadn't even realized that my actions had already grown much softer. Beside me, Fei Xue saw the affection in my eyes, and a blush immediately spread across her delicate ears. After all, the sword body was Fei Xue's true form. If I liked her true form this much, wasn't that the same as liking her? Your sword maiden is pleasantly surprised. Affinity plus 10. Current, 200 points. Congratulations. Your affinity with the weapon spirit has reached the maximum of 200 points. Skill unlocked. Weapon Spirit Rider. Weapon Spirit Rider. Consume a small amount of mental strength to control a weapon spirit. With minds linked, command the weapon spirit in battle. The weapon spirit's full attributes are increased by 3 times, while the rider's overall battlefield awareness is greatly enhanced. Number of weapon spirits that can be ridden, 1, can be increased. Note: using this skill requires an affinity of 150 points. I was completely dumbfounded. I looked at Feishue, whose ears were bright red, and became even more confused. What had I just done? Why was my sword maiden suddenly blushing so shyly? And why had her affinity shot straight up to the maximum of 200 points? Had her affinity really reached max level right after she was forged? This was ridiculous. Holy crap, I even unlocked a new skill, Weapon Spirit Rider. My eyes fell on the description of the new skill, and my heart immediately leaped with joy. This is exactly what I need to make up for the huge mental strength consumption of Weapon Spirit Synchronization. Weapon Spirit Synchronization could provide me with a massive boost, but it also consumed a huge amount of mental strength. It was like Huey's explosive spell. She could only fire one shot at a time, but the power was tremendous. Weapon Spirit Rider, on the other hand, only consumed a small amount of mental strength while directly increasing all of a weapon spirit's attributes by 3 times. It wasn't as outrageous as directly gaining 10 times the attributes through weapon spirit synchronization, but it was more than enough. You could say that weapon spirit synchronization was now my trump card, something I wouldn't use lightly. The number of weapon spirits I can ride is listed as 1, but it can be increased. Looks like this is laying the groundwork for me to obtain more weapon spirits in the future. I muttered to myself. Immediately afterward, I closed the system panel. My top priority now was strengthening Feishue and raising her to level 20. With that thought, I immediately took the Spider Queen's soul crystal from my inventory. A moment later, a completely blood-red crystal appeared in my hand. It was about the size of a goose egg, radiating a faint spiritual aura. Crystal clear, it looked like a crimson gemstone. Ding! Materials detected that can strengthen Sword Maiden Feishue. Spider Queen's soul crystal, fine quality. Feishue, I'm going to strengthen your sword body now. It might hurt a little, so bear with it. A tiny flame sprang up on my fingertip like a mischievous fire sprite and hopped onto the Spider Queen's soul crystal. The flame transformed into a raging blaze and engulfed the crystal in an instant. The originally unbelievably hard crystal melted rapidly the moment it touched my forge fire, as if it were merely a chunk of ice. There's no need to worry about me, Master. This is something I must endure to become stronger, Feishue said seriously. It didn't take long for the blood-red crystal to melt completely. I controlled the forge fire, wrapped it around the crimson liquid, and slowly infused it into the sword body. The two materials merged together, like ice and fire weaving around each other. The originally crystal-clear snow-white blade gained a splash of vivid crimson at that moment, like the finishing stroke that brought a dragon to life. It was exquisite beyond compare. Feishue sensed her true body being wrapped in my flames. Not only did she feel no discomfort, she actually felt comfortable and couldn't help letting out a soft, seductive moan. Master's aura is so gentle. I was right beside her and heard it loud and clear. I felt hot blood rush straight to my head, and my entire body went numb. What man could withstand a stunning beauty softly moaning like that right beside his ear? Anyone who didn't know better would think I was bullying my sword maiden. I'm sorry, Master, I didn't mean to. Feishue also realized what she had done. Her cheeks immediately bloomed red, and she was so embarrassed that she wished she could bury her face in her chest. That soft moan just now had sounded exactly like she was seducing her master. Focus. We're almost done. I took a breath and suppressed the restlessness stirring inside me. Yes, Master. Feishue already possessed a pure and flawless nature. After hearing me, she quickly cast aside her distracting thoughts and calmed down. At that same moment, the blood-red crystal gradually fused completely with Feishue's sword body, and a system notification window appeared in front of me. Ding! Successfully used Spider Queen's soul crystal to strengthen Sword Maiden Feishue. Sword Maiden Feishue's quality has increased to fine. Level plus 10. Weapon Spirit Feishue. Level 20. Quality fine. Strength 6,000. Agility 8,000. Spirit 6,000. Constitution 6,000. Skills: Sword Aura, Frost Extinction. Your Sword Maiden has reached level 20. Talent unlocked: Flawless Sword Heart. Skill automatically comprehended: Charged Sword Slash. Flawless Sword Heart. A sword heart pure and flawless. Ignores the enemy target's defense and deals true damage directly. Also ignores the enemy target's level and the wielder is unaffected by any negative effects. Charge sword slash. Charge sword aura strikes. For every layer of sword aura accumulated, damage increases by 1 time. Up to 10 layers of sword aura can be accumulated. Your sword maiden's swordsmanship has become even more refined. Holy crap, that's a massive upgrade. When I saw Feishue's attribute panel, I couldn't stop myself from swearing. I was speechless, only because this upgrade to my sword maiden was simply too outrageous. Never mind the explosive growth in her 4 core attributes. A normal level 20 combat class holder had, at most, 2,000 points in an attribute. After Feishue reached level 20, her strength, spirit, and constitution each tripled outright, while her agility reached 4 times its previous value. What did that even mean? Even the basic attribute boost of an S-rank class was only 3 times. I muttered. I remember Feishue's attribute boost was only 2 times before. After her quality increased to fine, her basic attribute boost directly became 3 times. Looks like improving quality really can grant weapon spirits attribute bonuses just like it does for normal class holders. Add the boost from activating weapon spirit rider, and that makes a full 6 times. That was terrifyingly powerful. Even more absurdly, if I used weapon spirit synchronization and fused with Feishue's 4 core attributes, I could still gain an additional 10 times attribute boost. Unfortunately, weapon spirit rider and weapon spirit synchronization couldn't be stacked at the same time. But even so, my 4 core attributes could reach 13 times those of a normal combat class holder. An SSS rank class would be nothing but a little brother in front of me. An SSS rank class only gets a 10 times attribute boost, while I, a life class holder, have reached 13 times. That's completely ridiculous. Once I thought of that, there was no way to hold back the grin on my face. It nearly stretched from ear to ear. And that wasn't all. While the Sword Maiden's 4 core attributes had received a massive boost, the talent and skill she had just unlocked were equally outrageous. First was the talent Flawless Sword Heart. It ignored the enemy's defense and dealt true damage directly. An absolutely premium true damage buff. Among the countless classes, true damage was unquestionably a concept-level talent. Not to mention that, on top of possessing the noble true damage talent, Feishue also had a buff that granted immunity to negative effects. It was insanely powerful. The charged sword slash skill might not be as outrageous as the true damage talent Flawless Sword Heart, but it was still simple and brutally effective. Charge up 10 layers of sword aura, and damage increased by 10 times. This is only the boost from enhancing her from fine quality to excellent quality. If she's enhanced to even higher quality in the future, I can't even imagine how insane the Sword Maiden's stats will become. My heart jolted, and I felt a flicker of anticipation. At that same moment, Feishue also grasped Flawless Sword Heart and charged Sword Slash in an instant. I couldn't tell whether it was just psychological, but Feishue seemed to have become even more aloof and otherworldly. Her jet black hair spilled down like a waterfall. Her features were beautiful enough to belong in a landscape painting, while her white robes outlined a graceful figure and revealed a pair of long, shapely legs beneath the skirt. She was the picture-perfect, cool, refined, big sister type, sort of mortal. And she had a seriously impressive bust. How does it feel? I asked with concern. Showing concern for a weapon spirit was also an essential part of increasing intimacy. Thanks to you, Master, Feishue has grown much stronger again. Feishue smiled brightly. As a sword spirit, she naturally loved the way of the sword, so she was delighted to comprehend new sword techniques as well. All right, it's still early. Let's get ready and continue leveling in the dungeon. I returned Feishue's true form to her. Yes, Master. Feishue took the sword and put it directly into her weapon space. I had undergone class awakening in the morning. Although the beginner dungeon had taken quite a while, it had only been a little over 3 hours. I had left the beginner dungeon and enhanced Feishue, and it was only a little after 3 in the afternoon. The sun had begun to tilt westward, its blazing midday heat fading. I drove Feishue straight to the teleportation plaza. This time, I chose a normal dungeon. The beginner dungeon ranged from level 1 to level 10. Normal dungeons ranged from level 10 to level 30. One man and one spirit stepped through the teleportation portal and were immediately transported to a plane. Not far away, a 5-person party was working together to subdue a giant slime. That's right, a water-type slime, completely transparent, like a huge blob of water. Yet despite looking like such a dumb, adorable blob, it was giving the 5 combat class users a tremendous amount of trouble. Healer, top me off. I'm almost out of HP. The burly man at the very front shouted, bracing a massive shield. Healing incoming. The priest hurriedly used a healing skill, and green magic immediately took effect on the burly man. PSSSHK. The slime spat out a column of water, the raging torrent pounding furiously against the burly man's shield. His face flushed red, both feet sinking deep into the mud as he shouted to his teammates behind him. Archer, mage, swordsman, use this chance and pile on the damage. I can't hold out much longer. Got it. The three answered in unison and activated their skills. Arrows, spells, sword techniques. The three combined attacks intertwined and blasted into the slime's body. Splash. Then, the slime's body suddenly burst apart and turned into a puddle, leaving behind only a blue crystal. The shield-bearing Hulk was the first to run out of strength. He dropped onto the ground and panted heavily. Healer, quick, top me off. Got it. The priest hurriedly used a recovery skill, and a green halo encircled the shield-bearer. Yes, we killed the slime, the mage girl said happily, hugging her staff. That one skill just cost me half my mana bar. Why is the slime's defense so high? Aren't slimes supposed to be the weakest monsters? The swordsman took out a potion that restored spirit and drank it. What? You think this is a video game? Monsters are all extremely dangerous. Slimes are no exception. The archer spoke calmly. Damn, they're hard enough to fight, and one slime only gives 110 experience, and we have to split it 5 ways, the swordsman complained. Huh? Newbies just came in. At that moment, the 5 noticed Feishua and me entering. That big sister is gorgeous. She's carrying a sword. Is she some kind of sword cultivator? The mage girl's gaze was immediately drawn to Feishua's stunning figure. Nothing else mattered. Feishua was simply too beautiful, both in appearance and bearing. The swordsman and archer in the party couldn't help stealing glances at her, either. That kid looks like he's only a high school senior, right? I remember every high school in Linshui City is holding class awakening today. If he just awakened, why didn't he go level in the beginner dungeon? What's he doing in a normal dungeon? They found it strange. Most newly awakened adventurers would choose to enter a beginner-level dungeon. After all, beginner dungeons had level caps for their monsters and various protective measures, making them the safest way to level during the newbie phase. Normal dungeons were different. Most of the monsters here were around level 10, with some even reaching the level 20 range. Normal dungeons also lacked the beginner dungeon's protective measures, making them dangerous for newcomers. The 5 of them, meanwhile, had long since left the newbie phase and formed a veteran party with extensive combat experience. Yet even they only dared to hunt slimes around the dungeon's outskirts. They clearly couldn't figure out why a newly awakened newbie like me would come to such a dangerous normal dungeon. Uft, uft. Just then, several giant slimes suddenly sprang from the grass and wriggled toward me, launching an attack. Watch out, kid. All 5 of them changed expressions and hurriedly shouted at me. The burly man with the massive shield instinctively charged toward me, preparing to rescue me. Seeing their captain make a move, the other 4 behind him didn't even have time to rest. They grabbed their weapons and rushed forward as well. Captain, we'll help you. But before they could say another word, several slimes had already reached me. I saw several slimes charging toward me, yet I felt no sense of danger at all. My expression remained calm. Wild monsters came to donate experience as soon as I walked in. Water-type slime. Level 11. Strength, 600. Agility, 500. Defense, 500. Spirit, 10. HP, 600. Skill, water column. Description. As you can see, this is a weak and adorable giant blob of water. Feishua immediately swung her sword at the sight. Whoosh! A cold flash of sword light erupted. The several slimes in front of me were cleaved into pieces in an instant, all of them melting into puddles and leaving behind 6 blue crystals. Holy shit! She one-shot them? At that same moment, the 5 people who had hurried over to save me stood frozen in place, staring blankly at Feishua and me. It had taken all 5 of them working their asses off just to barely kill a single slime. Yet Feishua had instantly one-shot all 6 with one sword strike. The 5 of them were completely dumbfounded. But what dumbfounded them even more was that all the slime's experience actually converged on me. Your sword maiden killed a level 11 slime. Experience plus 110. Your sword maiden killed a level 12 slime. Experience plus 120. Your sword maiden killed a level 11 slime. Experience plus 110. Current level, 8, 18.75%. Going from level 8 to level 9 required 4,000 experience. This wave had given me nearly 700 experience, increasing my progress by 17.5%. You really do get more experience from killing higher-level monsters. My eyes lit up. At this leveling speed, I'd break through level 10 before long. The 5 didn't have my perspective, so they couldn't see the system panels that appeared in front of me after Feishua killed the slimes. From their perspective, all they saw was Feishua possessing terrifying combat power, directly giving all the slimes experience to me. It was extremely rare for someone to give their experience away. After all, every adventurer needed experience to level up. Who would willingly hand it to someone else? That sword cultivator big sister is so strong. She killed so many slimes with a single sword strike, the mage girl said in amazement, her mouth hanging open. One-shotting a group of water-type slimes with one strike. With that kind of strength, she has to be a big shot who's at least level 15, the swordsman said in shock. As a fellow sword-based combat class user, he couldn't even penetrate a single slime's defense, while Feishua could one-shot 6 with one sword strike. The gap between their abilities was nothing short of astronomical. No, with strength like that, she's more than level 15. That strike was so clean and fast I couldn't even see her move. Only a high-level player above level 20 could pull that off. The party captain placed his shield on the ground and spoke in a deep voice. The archer nodded in agreement without saying anything. Lu Yuan, these are the slime's materials. At that moment, Feishua gathered the slime crystals from the ground and handed them all to me. I nodded. I wasn't short on money, but even the scraps counted. I immediately pocketed all 6 slime crystals. Let's go. After tidying up, I led Feishua toward a higher level area. That big shot gave all the loot to that kid. The 5 were dumbfounded all over again. In their eyes, Feishua was already a big shot level figure. Yet this big shot had not only given me all the experience and materials, but from their conversation, I seemed to be the one calling the shots between the two of us. And the key point was that Feishua was also a top-tier beauty. If a video of this spread online, it would go viral in minutes. A beauty who combined overwhelming combat power with breathtaking looks was actually this loyal to some teenage boy? The 5 immediately turned green with envy. Who wouldn't want a gorgeous, badass immortal big sister like that? Along the way, there were plenty of small teams like the 5-person party, working together to hunt the low-tier monsters roaming the plains, such as water-type slimes, shadow wolves, and green vine snakes. Why are there so many parties around the outskirts? I frowned slightly. There were far too many adventurer parties hunting monsters across the plain. So much so that Feishua and I still hadn't encountered a single wild monster. Normally, everyone in a dungeon had clearly defined roles. High-level parties hunted high-level monsters in the core area, while low-level parties hunted low-level monsters on the outskirts. That way, everyone had monsters to farm and could safely gain experience and level up. But now, looking around, I found that quite a few of the parties active in the outskirts had average levels above 15. Their presence was nothing short of dimensional bullying for the monsters on the outskirts. Even though dungeon monsters automatically respawned, they couldn't possibly keep up with these parties' hunting speed. What the hell? Why have all the parties from the core area come out here? We can't compete with them at all, a heavily armored knight complained. Normally, their party could hunt at least 10 monsters a day. But now, with all the core area parties flooding the outskirts and practically slaughtering every monster there, they had only managed to kill 2 or 3. Keep your voice down. Those are all high-level parties. If they hear you, we'll be in trouble. We can't beat them. I heard the Star Guild came today and sealed off the dungeon's core area. They're not letting any parties in. The Star Guild is the #1 guild in Linshui City. Who'd dare offend them? So those parties had no choice but to come out here and strip the outskirts bare. Discussion drifted over from the surrounding parties. Hearing this, I furrowed my brow even more deeply. They sealed off the core area and won't let any other parties enter? A dungeon wasn't anyone's private property. Everyone had an equal right to enter and farm monsters for experience. Yet the Star Guild had directly sealed off the core area and barred other adventurers from entering. There was no question that this was an outrageously selfish move. Of course, there was no explicit law forbidding someone from sealing off a monster hunting area for their own use. And with the Star Guild being the largest guild in Linshui City, boasting countless adventurers, everyone else was powerless to do anything about it. In plain English, they were throwing their weight around. Aunt Luo has only been gone from Linshui City for a year, and the people under the Star Guild have already become this arrogant and overbearing. I muttered to myself, that's right, I had ties to the Star Guild, too. My parents were 4th advancement powerhouses with countless connections in Linshui City. The president of Linshui City's #1 guild, Luo Yuan, was my mother's best friend and had watched me grow up. After my parents died, Luo Yuan had even moved in for a while to take care of me. She truly doted on me as her nephew. However, a year ago, Luo Yuan seemed to have run into some trouble and suddenly left Linshui City. The Star Guild was then left in the hands of her subordinates. Before Luo Yuan left, the Star Guild had always been the #1 guild in Linshui City. It upheld the principle of never bullying the weak with superior strength, and nothing like this had ever happened. Who would have expected that only a year after Luo Yuan's departure, someone under the Star Guild would pull a stunt like this? As far as I was concerned, the Star Guild was Aunt Luo's guild. I couldn't just stand by and let people like this ruin its reputation. Fei Shuel, let's go. I want to see who's so brazen that they dare throw their weight around under the Star Guild's banner. My voice was cold. Yes. Fei Shue's expression changed as well. She had actually seen a trace of anger on her master's face, and a flicker of displeasure rose in her heart. Sharp sword intent radiated from her entire body. Sensing her master's displeasure, the sword maiden became frighteningly fierce as well. It didn't take long for one man and one spirit to reach the edge of the core area. Not far away, two groups were facing off. The group closer to the core area wore matching uniforms resembling military attire. Every one of them was superbly equipped, and they had swordsmen, mages, archers, priests, and every other class imaginable. Some even held flags emblazoned with the words Star Guild. They were official members of the Star Guild. The group in the outer area, meanwhile, consisted of ordinary parties being blocked outside by the Star Guild. The Star Guild is going way too far. What gives you the right to keep ordinary players out of the core area? Exactly. This dungeon doesn't belong to the Star Guild. The secret realm belongs to everyone. Let us in so we can level up. The professionals blocked outside shouted indignantly one after another. Just then, a high-level swordsman from the Astral Guild stepped forward, swept his gaze over the crowd, and said coldly, "My name is Lin Jun. Today Wang Ba, the young master, son of our Astral Guild vice president, is leveling up inside. Once young master Wang is done, we'll naturally let you in. Before then, if you insist on entering, go ahead and try." The moment Lin Jun finished speaking, boom, a powerful force erupted, sword chi spreading wildly in every direction. Several nearby professionals failed to react in time and were sent stumbling backward by his overwhelming aura. What an incredible presence. Lin Jun. He's that great swordsman who awakened an A-rank class and was recruited by the Astral Guild for a fortune. I heard Lin Jun reached level 20 some time ago. His level can only be higher now, and everyone from the Astral Guild around him is level 20 or above. Forget it. We'd better not pick a fight with a major guild like the Astral Guild. We can't beat them. When everyone heard Lin Jun's words, their hearts immediately shuddered. Lin Jun was fairly well known in Linshui City. A year ago, he awakened an A-rank class and was recruited by the Astral Guild for a huge sum of money. The vice president of the Astral Guild was a professional who had been a second advancement for years. He was over level 50 and considered one of the top powerhouses in all of Linshui City. Some people couldn't help feeling timid and fell silent. But there were still professionals in the crowd who refused to accept it. One of them shouted loudly, "You're blocking all of us outside just because your vice president's son wants to level up? He can't kill every monster by himself, so what gives him the right to keep us all out? You're just a low-tier battle shield class. You think you're qualified to lecture me?" Lin Jun sneered. He turned toward the speaker and suddenly swung his sword. What? The battle shield professional's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly activated a defensive skill, a burst of light flaring as he raised his great shield in front of him. Bang! But Lin Jun's strength was far beyond what he could withstand alone. The battle shield professional was immediately sent flying and slammed hard into the dirt of the grassland. Tui. The battle shield professional vomited a mouthful of blood, lost consciousness, and was completely incapacitated. Lin Jun, have you lost your mind? How dare you kill someone? The professionals' expressions changed drastically as they stared at Lin Jun in terror. The reason they had dared to argue with Lin Jun here was that they believed the law still applied inside the secret realm. But no one had expected Lin Jun to be so utterly lawless as to attack and kill someone in front of everyone. Kill someone? When did I kill anyone? Lin Jun shrugged. He's not dead yet, but his condition is critical. Are there any priests? Shouted a priest who was treating the battle shield professional. I'm a priest. Several priests hurried forward when they saw what had happened and began treating him. The surrounding professionals grew even more furious. So the Astral Guild privately seals off the core monster area and won't let us in. and now you're injuring people too. You're being way too damn overbearing. But after seeing what happened to the battle shield professional, no one dared act recklessly. Lin Jun said coolly, "That was just a friendly spar. He was weaker than me, so I defeated him. Isn't it normal for him to get a little hurt?" Whoosh. But immediately after Lin Jun finished speaking, a streak of sword chi slashed toward his face in an instant. "Who's there?" Lin Jun's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly raised his sword to block, but the tremendous force sent him staggering backward. After barely blocking the attack, Lin Jun felt both his hands trembling uncontrollably, and a wave of lingering fear washed over him. If he had reacted even a little slower just now, the consequences would have been unthinkable. At that thought, Lin Jun's expression turned cold. He looked toward the direction from which the sword chi had come. A young man and a woman in white slowly approached. "Who are you people?" Lin Jun had never seen Fei Xue or me before, so he invoked his backer and said coldly, "Wang Ba, son of our Astral Guild vice president, is leveling up inside. Are you planning to force your way in?" At the same moment, the Astral Guild members also went on full alert. That's some serious power. The sword strike just now came from this young lady, right? Gasp. That strike nearly overwhelmed Lin Jun. She must be a level 20 plus big shot too. Nice hit. Someone needed to put these bullies in their place. Seeing Fei Xue's domineering sword strike, the surrounding professionals couldn't help cheering for her. "I don't know who your vice president is, and I know even less about his son. But this is a public area, not your private territory," I said coldly. After hearing that, Lin Jun instinctively used detection and glanced at my information. The moment he saw my class, he froze. "What is a blacksmith life class doing in a secret realm? Are you looking to get yourself killed?" Lin Jun mocked. Ever since awakening in A-rank class, he had looked down on low-level classes, let alone a life class forger like me. A life class? Haha. He sounded so righteous that I thought he was some badass. Turns out he's just a useless life class nobody. A blacksmith should stay home and hammer metal. Did you come to the secret realm because you're tired of living? The Astral Guild members standing ready behind Lin Jun burst into laughter at once. In their eyes, a life class without combat ability was no different from trash. The other professionals were also stunned when they heard this. A life class professional entering a secret realm was undoubtedly a rare sight. Fei Xue, don't hold back against them. Cut loose and fight. Seeing how overbearing the Astral Guild people were, I couldn't be bothered to waste any more words on them. I directly ordered my sword maiden to prepare for battle. Although all these Astral Guild members were level 20, there was a world of difference between one level 20 professional and another. Besides, Fei Xue had recently obtained the talent Flawless Sword Heart and the skill Charged Slash, massively increasing her combat power. Most importantly, the new skill Weapon Spirit Wielder, unlocked at maximum intimacy, could triple all of a sword maiden's attributes after activation. Naturally, I really wanted to see how powerful my sword maiden had become. Previously, Fei Xue had only hunted low-level monsters, killing every single one of them instantly without exception. This was her first time truly facing professionals. Yes. Fei Xue's gaze turned cold as she looked toward Lin Jun. Powerful sword chi radiated from her body, icy enough to pierce bone. Everyone form ranks. When Lin Jun saw this, he felt the temperature of the surrounding space drop to freezing. He immediately ordered the Astral Guild members into formation. Fei Xue's sword strike earlier had simply been too powerful. He still felt shaken by it and didn't dare underestimate her in the slightest. However, seeing that Fei Xue was alone, he still breathed a sigh of relief. He might not be her match, but he had more than just himself. Besides, the Astral Guild itself was like a well-trained army. There was no way Fei Xue alone could deal with them. "You think you can take on my Astral Guild all by yourself? Talk about arrogant," Lin Jun said coldly. Whoosh. But immediately afterward, Fei Xue vanished from where she stood and appeared before Lin Jun in an instant, bringing her sword down. So fast. Lin Jun's expression changed drastically. He never would have expected that, despite the Astral Guild members behind him, Fei Xue would show no fear and charge forward alone with her sword. In that brief instant, he hadn't even clearly seen Fei Xue move. At this moment, even though he commanded a well-trained army, he had no time to issue orders. Bang! Lin Jun hurriedly raised his sword to block, but Fei Xue's strike sent him flying backwards several yards in an instant. "Captain!" At the same moment, the surrounding Astral Guild members finally reacted. Several warriors rushed to protect Lin Jun. Seeing this, Fei Xue didn't pursue the fight. She leaped away and opened up some distance from the Astral Guild members. What terrifying strength! Lin Jin felt his numbed arm and stared at Fei Xue with a complicated expression. How come I've never heard of a powerhouse like this in Linshui City? Who exactly is she? Fireball. Flaming arrows. Behind them, the Astral Guild mages and archers hurriedly launched their skills as well. Sizzle. A large number of flaming arrows mixed with fireballs appeared in the air. Scorching heat swept across the entire battlefield as they rained down on Fei Xue from all directions. Watch out. Get out of the way. Crap. That beautiful sword cultivator is in danger. A formation like the Astral Guilds is something no first advancement professional can withstand. Seeing this, all the ordinary professionals nearby couldn't help sweating for Fei Xue. So many level 20 mages and archers attacking at once amounted to a devastating bombardment. Although Fei Xue had displayed strength far beyond that of a level 20 professional, one person's power was ultimately limited. Every Astral Guild member present was level 20. Even sheer numbers were enough to kill a level 30 professional. Too bad she has courage without a plan. How can one person stand against an army? Lin Jin said coolly. Even a level 30 professional would have to lose a layer of skin under this carpet bombing. However, immediately afterward, to everyone's surprise, the dense barrage of fireballs and flaming arrows fell, yet not one hair on Fei Xue's body was harmed. It was as if she had no physical form. The instant each attack touched her, she dodged it at a speed even the naked eye could barely follow. How is this possible? Lin Jin's pupils shook violently as he stared at Fei Xue, completely unharmed. Their carpet bombing just now hadn't injured the enemy in the slightest? Whoa! The crowd behind them erupted even more wildly. I was here first. My God, she's way too fast. I couldn't even see her movements. Holy shit. How the hell did she dodge that? Who exactly is this young lady? How come no one's ever heard of her before? Every professional stared at Fei Xue in shock. Her speed was simply absurd. So this is what 8,000 agility looks like. Seeing this, I couldn't stop the corners of my mouth from lifting. Most professionals had only 2,000 points in their base attributes. At this moment, Fei Xue was completely overwhelming them on another dimension. Although I wasn't the one fighting, Fei Xue was the sword maiden I had personally created. Watching the sword maiden I had personally forged display such magnificent power, how could I not feel the pride of a father watching his daughter shine? That speed is ridiculous. Just how high is her agility? Lin Jin sucked in a sharp breath. As an A-rank professional, his base attributes were twice those of an ordinary basic professional. Yet he couldn't even make out Fei Xue's movements. That was terrifying beyond words. Before long, however, Lin Jin calmed down. He knew that the only advantage his side had was numbers. Lin Jin immediately ordered the Astral Guild members. Mage Core, use your area slow spell. All warriors, attack with me. Enclose her from both sides. Archers and priests, provide cover and healing. Yes, the Astral Guild members responded one after another. All the mages immediately used their area slow skills, and a huge halo enveloped the surroundings. Go! Immediately afterward, Lin Jin charged at the front, leading a group of warrior professionals into the attack. The archers followed at once, firing flaming arrows to seal off Fei Xue's movements. The Astral Guild was, after all, Linshui City's #1 guild. Its members coordinated with remarkable precision, like a well-trained army. This is trouble. Fei Xue's expression shifted slightly. Although she possessed many powerful skills and talents, she was ultimately only level 20. If she were 10 levels higher, these Astral Guild members would never be able to threaten her. But reality didn't care about ifs. The large-scale slowing formation created by all the Astral Guild mages instantly suppressed Fei Xue's speed. Immediately afterward, Lin Jin led a group of Astral Guild warriors in a murderous charge, accompanied by the threat of the archers' flaming arrows. For a moment, Fei Xue was locked in a stalemate. There are too many Astral Guild people. She can't beat them alone. Get up there and help her. Everyone together. Screw the Astral Guild. Let's do this. Worst case, we move to another city. Nearby, some professionals saw Fei Xue and the Astral Guild locked in a stalemate and immediately charged over to help. But even their arrival failed to turn the tide. After all, very few of them were above level 20. The battlefield changed in the blink of an eye. Every development happened in an instant. Seeing this, I immediately activated my newly acquired skill, Weapon Spirit Wielder. Weapon Spirit Wielder. Consume a small amount of mental power to control a weapon spirit. With minds connected, command the weapon spirit in battle. The weapon spirit's all attributes increase threefold, while the wielder's overall battlefield awareness is greatly enhanced. My consciousness sank, and in an instant I entered Feishua's mental world. Through Feishua's perspective, I could clearly see the Astral Guild members' attacks. I could even directly sense her condition at that moment. Although this was my first time using the wielder's state, it felt exceptionally familiar, as if I had experienced it countless times before. Everything came naturally. Without a doubt, this was one of the benefits brought by 200 intimacy. At the same time, from the wielder's perspective, my overall battlefield awareness was enhanced beyond anything I had ever experienced. Everyone's movements looked as though they had been slowed down. Feishua's all attributes also skyrocketed by a full threefold. Weapon Spirit, Feishua, Wielder State. Level, 20. Quality, Fine. Strength, 18,000. Agility, 24,000. Spirit, 18,000. Vitality, 18,000. Feishua, I'll direct you from here on out. Focus on fighting. It didn't take long for me to adapt to the wielder state before I spoke to Feishua mentally. Yes, master. The trace of anxiety in Feishua's heart vanished instantly. She trusted her master unconditionally and devoted herself completely to the battle. At the same moment, Lin Jun had no idea what had happened. Seeing that his tactics were working against Feishua, his confidence surged. She's trapped. Everyone, attack together. Yes. At that moment, all the Astral Guild warriors activated their skills at once, unleashing dazzling bursts of light. Open up some distance. Take out the backline mages first, I said immediately upon seeing this. Feishua's greatest advantage was her speed, so the top priority was naturally eliminating the mages restricting her movement. The two of us were connected by thought at that moment. Any idea I had, Feishua could sense immediately. Yes. Feishua flashed away, effortlessly dodging every attack. How is this possible? She's inside the slowing formation, isn't she? How did she suddenly get faster again? Lin Jun couldn't rack his brain hard enough to understand why Feishua, who had been locked in a stalemate moments ago, had suddenly sped up again. What Lin Jun didn't know was that Feishua's entire attribute set had been enhanced. Even while restricted by the slowing formation, her current stats overwhelmingly surpassed everyone present, making the formation's slowing effect negligible. Immediately afterward, Feishua leaped into the air and, moving at incredible speed, slashed straight toward the backline mages. Not good. Activate the defensive formation. Archers, cover the mages. Lin Jun's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly directed the archers while leading a group of warriors toward their own mages at top speed. Flame arrows. Every archer in the Star Guild immediately activated their skill, sending burning arrows streaking toward Feishua. With every attribute surpassing 10,000 points, Feishua was simply too fast for any of the Star Guild professionals present to match. Feishua blurred, effortlessly dodging every arrow before arriving in front of several Star Guild mages in the blink of an eye. Form the array now, but the Star Guild mages weren't rookies. They all had extensive combat experience, and when they saw this, they didn't panic. They immediately unleashed a combined formation, Earth Formation. Rumble. In an instant, the earth began to shake. Centered around the Star Guild mages, earthen walls suddenly surged up all around them, shielding them inside. That's the combined skill, Earth Formation. I heard its defense can rival some mid-tier skills. That's the Star Guild's trump card defensive technique. With multiple level 20 mages activating it together, even a level 30 powerhouse would have a hard time breaking through. Hiss. This is bad. If Miss Feishua can't quickly deal with the Star Guild's mages, she'll definitely get bogged down again. The professionals surrounding us immediately looked worried when they saw the scene. Their concern wasn't unfounded. Skills activated jointly by multiple professionals were also called combined skills, and the power they produced often had an effect greater than 1 + 1 = 2. I saw everything clearly, and naturally, I knew how powerful combined skills could be. But in the face of a true numbers monster, what use was a powerful skill effect? Feishua, break it with charged sword slash, I said calmly. Yes. Feishua obeyed. Sword energy began gathering in the blade in her hand, and after only a few breaths, the aura around her surged another tenfold. 12,000 strength multiplied by a tenfold increase meant a full 120,000 points of damage. As for the enemy's defense, it was completely useless before Feishua's true damage talent, Flawless Sword Heart. Crack. The instant the sword energy struck the earthen wall, it shattered like glass. Several Star Guild mages screamed as the terrifying force sent them flying. Their skin was torn open and blood poured everywhere. One mage even had an entire arm blown away. The sight was gruesome. Earth formation broke in one hit. Everyone stared blankly at Feishua, utterly stunned. What the hell kind of damage could a level 20 deal? How dare you kill members of my star guild? Lin Jun angrily turned his gaze toward me. He had witnessed my commands just now and immediately realized that this life class boy was the mastermind behind Feishua. Relax. I left them alive. Whether they'll ever be able to stand again, though, I can't guarantee, I said indifferently. The main reason I had spared those mages was that the Star Guild belonged to my Aunt Luo. Even if I had actually killed them, Luo Yuan wouldn't have blamed me. Feishua's control over her swordsmanship was absurdly precise. That strike had spared their lives, but it was enough to ruin the rest of them. Lin Jun was practically furious enough to die when he heard that. The mages behind him were the Star Guild's backbone. Several had been crippled all at once, and as the team captain, he would inevitably face severe punishment. And yet I had still left them alive. Even with the Star Guild's influence, he couldn't have the authorities punish me. After all, from the very beginning, they had been in the wrong. At the same time, Lin Jun understood that Feishua was far too strong. They had no chance of defeating her. So Lin Jun decisively shouted, "Fall back. All priests, treat the injured mages immediately. The battle's already started. You think you can end it just because you say so?" I stared coldly at Lin Jun. Although I had no intention of killing him, I wasn't going to let things end that easily. If I hadn't had Feishua, Lin Jun would never have let this go. I would probably have ended up no better than that battle shield professional. Are you planning to kill me and become the Star Guild's sworn enemy? Don't push your luck, Lin Jun roared. In his eyes, the fact that he had voluntarily withdrawn was already giving me more than enough face. You don't speak for the Star Guild. I calmly ordered Feishua. Feishua crippled both his hands. I was here to help Aunt Luo clean house. How could I possibly stop at a slap on the wrist? Yes. Feishua swung her sword again, cutting straight toward Lin Jun. Form ranks. Form ranks. Protect me. At that moment, the previously arrogant Lin Jun was suddenly overwhelmed by immense fear. Feishua had shattered earth formation with one sword. That terrifying strength was enough to kill 10 men like him instantly. But at this moment, which member of the Star Guild around them couldn't feel how terrifying Feishua was? They were all afraid of being crippled by one of her swords, just like those mages. In the blink of an eye, everyone heard Lin Jun's command, but not one person dared move. Young Master Wang, save me. When Lin Jun saw that no one dared move, his expression changed drastically. He turned and fled toward the Secret Realm's core region. But that pitiful agility of his was nothing before Feishua. In the blink of an eye, Feishua caught up to him, and she was about to cut off both his hands. Multiple explosive fireballs. A mage's incantation suddenly rang out from deep within the Secret Realm. Dozens of scorching fireballs, wrapped in terrifying heat, shot out from the depths. Dodge! I had been watching our surroundings the entire time and reacted instantly. The blazing fireballs flew past Feishua so closely that they nearly grazed her body, then crashed into the plane behind her. Boom! A massive blaze erupted. A miniature mushroom cloud actually rose from the plane, and the entire ground shuddered violently beneath the terrifying energy. That's the mid-tier spell Multiple Explosive Fireballs, something only a level 30 professional can comprehend. One professional exclaimed. Skills had strict level requirements. Professionals could only learn skills of the corresponding tier after reaching the required level. Mid-tier spells required at least level 30 to learn. At that moment, two middle-aged men and a tall young man approached from the distance. One of the middle-aged men, dressed in a mage's robe, frowned at me and said, "Injuring members of my Star Guild would be one thing. But you even want to cripple our captain? You've gone too far. Young Master Wang, executive, save me." Lin Jun crawled and staggered toward the three men. "Who are you? How dare you hurt one of my men?" Wang Ba stared down at me arrogantly through his nostrils. I had never shown my face at the Star Guild, so not many people there knew me. They're level 30 professionals. Two of them. This is bad. The surrounding professionals felt their hearts sink. Although Feishua had just displayed terrifying combat power, in everyone's eyes, she was still only a level 20 professional. How could one person possibly defeat two level 30 professionals? Of course, the others could only see Feishua's level. They couldn't see her attributes. A level 30 professional had only around 3,000 points in each attribute. How could that compare with a numbers monster? Even if these two weren't ordinary level 30 professionals, Becoming Star Guild executives meant they were both A-rank professionals. But even with the doubled attributes granted by their A-rank combat classes, they would only have around 6,000 points in each attribute. Fei Xue, meanwhile, had 12,000 strength, spirit, and constitution, and a terrifying 18,000 agility. I couldn't be bothered to argue with them, so I ordered her again. Fei Xue move. Whoosh. The next moment, Fei Xue swung her sword, severing Lin Jun's hands with terrifying precision. Blood gushed out like fountains. Ah, my hands. My hands. Lin Jun immediately let out a pig-like shriek. Both hands flew away, and he rolled his eyes back and fainted. How dare you? Anger surfaced in the eyes of the two-star guild executives. I had crippled Lin Jun's hands right in front of them. This wasn't merely a slap in the face. It was me grinding both executives' faces into the dirt. I'm only treating others the way they treated me, I said calmly. The two-star guild executives were practically ready to explode with rage. As level 30 professionals, they possessed powerful mental strength. They knew perfectly well what Lin Jun had done. But Lin Jun had only crippled a low-level battle shield professional. At least that man still had both hands and some hope of recovery. I, on the other hand, had ordered Fei Xue to cut off both of Lin Jun's hands, virtually eliminating every possibility of recovery. That wasn't to say this world lacked items capable of healing severed limbs. It was simply that Lin Jun couldn't afford one. As an A-rank professional and a candidate executive of the Star Guild, Lin Jun had received considerable investment from the guild. Naturally, they couldn't possibly let me cripple him and walk away. Seeing Lin Jun barely clinging to life, the middle-aged man in the mage's robe immediately ordered the Star Guild members behind him. What are the priests waiting for? Treat Lin Jun now. Yes, executive. Only then did several priests react. They hurried over and cast healing spells to stop Lin Jun's bleeding. Golden healing light rose one beam after another, quickly sealing the blood pouring from Lin Jun's severed arms. Only then did some color return to Lin Jun's pale face. His severed hands, however, were impossible to restore. Executive Lin, Executive Liu, kill him. Wang Ba suddenly spoke with murderous intent. Then he turned his gaze toward Fei Xue, greed flickering in his eyes. Capture that murderous woman and bring her back. As the saying went, when you beat a dog, you still had to consider its master. Lin Jun was Wang Ba's man. Having Fei Xue cripple Lin Jun right in front of Wang Ba was unquestionably a slap in his face. As the son of Wang Shanha, the Star Guild's vice president and a peak second advancement powerhouse, Wang Ba had never encountered anyone who dared act so brazenly in front of him. At the same time, though, Wang Ba was secretly delighted. Hadn't this just given him the perfect excuse to capture Fei Xue? Yes. At Wang Ba's command, the two-star guild executives immediately split up. Executive Lin cast a spell and attacked me, while Executive Wang launched an assault on Fei Xue. Watch out! Someone in the crowd shouted a warning at me. But even more people felt that I was doomed. Fei Xue was at least a combat class professional and had just displayed terrifying combat power. I, however, was only a life class professional. How could I withstand a level 30 professional? Although killing people was illegal under the rules were written by the strong. No one present dared step in to save me. They were all only professionals in their teens. How could they rescue me from a level 30 professional? Yet I stood where I was without the slightest trace of panic and said calmly, Fei Xue, kill them. Since Wang Ba had developed murderous intent toward me, I naturally couldn't afford to hold back any longer. I ordered Fei Xue into battle. If you want to kill someone, you'd better be prepared to be killed yourself. Yes. Killing intent rose in Fei Xue's eyes. Without the suppressive slowing formation, her speed became even more outrageous. Her figure turned into a blur as she thrust her sword at Executive Wang. Impossible. Executive Wang's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, Fei Xue's sword had already reached his face. Fortunately, his level 30 wasn't fake. He hurriedly raised his sword to block. Bang! A thunderous boom erupted. Terrifying force poured into Executive Wang's body, instantly blasting him away like a kite with its strings cut. He crashed into the distant grass. After dealing with him, Fei Xue turned her blade and attacked Executive Lin with one sword strike. The turn of events had happened too suddenly. Executive Lin hadn't considered me a normal person, worth noticing, and hadn't even activated a skill yet. What? Multiple explosive? Seeing this, Executive Lin hurriedly pulled out his spellbook, trying to activate a skill and use an attack to block Fei Xue's strike. But Executive Wang had already looked so helpless before Fei Xue. How could Executive Lin, a fragile mage with no close combat ability, fare any better. Executive Lin hadn't even finished chanting his fireball spell before Fei Xue cut off his head with one sword. It flew away like a soccer ball and rolled for several miles, spraying blood across the ground. Over there, Executive Wang had just staggered to his feet in the grass when he saw the scene. His heart nearly burst from terror. How is this possible? How can a level 20 possess such terrifying combat power? Could it be she's an SSS rank professional? Everyone knew that fighting above one's level was a privilege reserved for geniuses. And the only people he had ever heard of possessing such terrifying strength across levels were SSS rank professionals. Moreover, aside from Fu Jiuling of the Fu family, Linshui City hadn't produced a second SSS rank combat class professional this year. Even if there were one, the senior students in Linshui City had only completed their class awakening this morning. How could anyone have reached level 20 in a single morning? Charged sword slash. Fei Xue flicked the blood from her blade and activated her skill again. Sword energy condensed as the aura around her surged higher and higher at a visible rate. Without wasting a word, she swung her sword at Executive Wang. Run! Sensing the terrifying might behind Fei Xue's strike, the only thought left in Executive Wang's mind was to flee. But Fei Xue was simply too fast. The moment he moved, her blade was already right in front of him. Iron body. Executive Wang could only grit his teeth and roar. His skin immediately took on a metallic sheen, transforming him into a man of iron. This was the signature skill of Executive Wang's combat class, Martial Warrior. It was a mid-tier skill that greatly increased defense, making it difficult even for a level 40 monster to kill him in one hit. This is impossible. But in the next instant, unprecedented terror appeared on Executive Wang's face. Because Fei Xue's sword had completely ignored his iron skin defense, cutting through it as easily as mud and instantly chopping off his head. Executive Wang would never know that Fei Xue possessed a true damage talent. His defense was utterly meaningless against her. Showing off defense in front of true damage. What was the difference between that and showing off a broadsword in front of Guan Yu? Elsewhere, Wang Ba saw that the two executives weren't even Fei Xue's match for a single exchange. He was so terrified that he spun around and ran. But Wang Ba was a rookie who had only just completed his class awakening. He hadn't even run 2 miles before a flash of sword light appeared, sending his head flying. His face still wore a baffled expression, as if asking, "Why can I see my own body?" Click. After finishing everything, Fei Xue shook the blood from the surface of the sword in her hand, flourished it once, and returned it to its sheath. The entire process perfectly embodied the phrase, violent aesthetics. She was like a valkyrie, beautiful and powerful. The Star Guild members were all dumbstruck. Their vice president's son and 2 executives had just been killed like that. The entire process had been no different from slaughtering chickens. They hadn't been able to put up the slightest resistance. Every professional around us was likewise frozen stiff, and the area fell completely silent. Fei Xue even picked up the equipment dropped by the 3 men and handed every piece to me in front of everyone. Lu Yuan, this is the equipment they dropped. I glanced at it and noticed that everything was fine-grade equipment. Each item started at 100,000, and some of the weapons were worth several hundred thousand. Fei Xue had already picked up more than a dozen dropped items. That was several million right there. I waved my hand and stuffed all the equipment into my inventory, but verbally said, "Next time you pick up equipment, remember to ask if anyone else wants it. If word gets out, people will think we're bad guys who kill people for their loot." What kind of impression would that make? Everyone. Although, is it possible that the owners of this equipment had already been killed by you? Still, no one present thought I had killed them for their loot. After all, Wang Ba of the Star Guild had been the one to strike first. Even so, my attempt to cover up the obvious inevitably left everyone at a loss for words. Brother, you went way too far. The Star Guild is the #1 guild in Linshui City, and Wang Ba's father is its vice president. Killing the Star Guild's executives would already be bad enough, but you even killed Wang Ba. The Star Guild's vice president definitely won't let you off. You'd better run. At that moment, a young man spoke to me earnestly. I shrugged, completely unconcerned. They tried to kill us first. I was only acting in self-defense. The young man grew even more anxious for me. That's true, but Wang Ba's father is Wang Shanha, a level 59 peak second advancement powerhouse. He definitely won't let you off easily. He might even send someone to assassinate you. I have my own way of dealing with it. Fei Xue, let's go. Without offering any further explanation, I led Fei Xue toward the depths of the secret realm. Wang Ba's father was the Star Guild's vice president, but my aunt Luo was its president. Luo Yuan's true strength had always been a mystery in Linshui City. She wasn't a native of Linshui City. Everyone only knew that she had suddenly appeared there many years ago and founded the Star Guild. Even I didn't know Luo Yuan's true strength. I only knew that she was incredibly powerful. Rumor had it that, like my parents, Luo Yuan was also a fourth advancement superpowerhouse. Back when the Abyssal Demon King invaded Linshui City, Luo Yuan happened to be away. That was what led to the tragedy that followed. Besides, my actions had been self-defense. Even if Wang Shanhe investigated me, he wouldn't dare do anything to me in the short term, and that was all I needed. As a transmigrator, I had the system and a powerful aunt like Luo Yuan backing me. If I was afraid of some Wang Shanhe, then what the hell was the point of being a transmigrator? 4 pieces of fine-quality mage gear, 5 pieces of fine-quality warrior gear. Huh? There's also a set of fine-quality defensive gear among Wang Ba's drops. Deep in the secret realm, I lay on the flat, soft grass, inspecting the drops from Wang Ba and the 2 executives of the Stars Guild. After roughly estimating the value of all the equipment, I figured it was worth at least 5 million. No wonder protagonists in novels are always robbing people after killing them. This makes money way faster than grinding monsters. Too bad I didn't kill any high-level monsters. Otherwise, 2 level, 30 monsters would have let me gain quite a few levels. Your sword maiden has slain a level 15 Storm Wolf. EXP plus 150. Experience full. Level plus 1. Current level 90%. At that moment, a series of system notifications popped up in front of me. Not far away, dozens of storm wolves lay fallen beneath Feishue's sword. Their massive bodies transformed into streams of experience light that converged into me, while a scattered pile of materials dropped onto the ground. Feishue skillfully gathered the dropped materials before returning to my side. Master, all the monsters here have been cleared. Let's go somewhere else. Obtain Storm Wolf Crystals X13, Storm Wolf Pelts X9, Storm Wolf Bones X10. Every part of a monster's body was worth a fortune. Storm Wolf Crystals, for example, could be made into mana conversion tools for mages. Their pelts could be turned into battle suits and mage robes, while their bones could be fashioned into staffs and other equipment. You worked hard, Feishue. After hearing that, I stood up from the grass and lazily stretched. Feishue shook her head and handed me the collected materials. It was no trouble. Sorry to keep Master waiting. These are the materials dropped by the Storm Wolves. I accepted the materials, inexplicably overcome by a twinge of guilt. I had come to the core area of the secret realm without doing a thing. I relied entirely on my sword maiden to fight, letting all the experience go toward leveling me up. After killing the monsters, she even obediently handed over every reward without a single complaint. All I had to do was lie on the soft grass and bask in the sun. Life seriously couldn't get any easier. The thought only made my guilt worse. Feishue, is there anything you need me to do? I asked. Feishue tilted her head, seemingly unable to understand what I meant. It is only right for Feishue to do anything for Master. I'm gonna cry. In fact, in Feishue's eyes, she had been born because of me. In her worldview, doing anything for me was simply what she was supposed to do. Why does my own sword maiden have such a strong machine slave vibe? I laughed helplessly. That's not what I meant. Human emotions are complicated. Basically, you can think of it as getting a reward after working hard. What kind of reward do you want? A reward? Feishue hesitated for a moment. Then, as if she had thought of something, a hint of anticipation appeared in her eyes. She turned her gaze toward me. Could you pat Feishue on the head? You don't want some other reward? I asked, stunned. A head pat. Could that really be called a reward? It was like how some humans were born with an obsession for petting cats. A head pat felt more like a reward for me, in reverse. Is that not allowed? Feishue looked a little disappointed. She had asked for a head pat because being patted by me earlier had made her genuinely happy. To her, that was already a reward. I met Feishue's expectant gaze. I could practically see the light spilling from her eyes. Who could resist when a stunning, mature beauty with an icy aura stared at you like that? All right, I'd lost to my own machine slave sword maiden. Of course. I hurriedly patted Feishue on the head. I had to admit, my sword maiden's hair really was silky smooth. It felt soft beneath my hand, and a faint, pleasant fragrance drifted from her body. Thank you, Master. A satisfied flush rose across Feishue's cool, beautiful face, making her even more breathtaking, like a flawless painting. My heart skipped 2 beats. I stood 6 feet tall, Yet I was only half a head taller than Feishua. From my angle, I had a perfect view of her flawless features. Her face was like a painting, without the slightest imperfection. Her skin was fair as jade, and her bearing was cool and otherworldly. Her snow-white clothes wrapped around her full figure. Her long legs were straight and slender, her willow waist narrow enough to fit in one hand, and her snowy peaks stood proudly erect. From a distance, she looked exactly like a heroic, icy sword immortal. Your sword maiden is in a joyful mood. Affinity increased. Current affinity has reached the maximum value. Friendly reminder. Caring for your weapon spirit is the host's responsibility. Only by keeping your sword maiden happy can she fight better for you. Damn, that made perfect sense. I was going all in on the pampering. All right. I sighed inwardly after seeing the system notifications. Master, what's wrong? Feishua tilted her head. Nothing. I came back to my senses. Naturally, I wasn't about to admit I'd been staring at her. I changed the subject. The Secret Realm's boss territory is just ahead. Be careful and don't get hurt. I'd worry about you. Even I felt a little guilty saying it. It really did sound like an excuse for playing favorites. Even I thought my explanation was a bit of a stretch. But Feishua was a newly born weapon spirit, as pure as a blank sheet of paper. From her perspective, I was simply showing concern for her, and she immediately became delighted. Master is worried about me. Master is so gentle. I love Master so much. Of course, as an aloof sword immortal, the sword maiden persona made it impossible for her to say any of that out loud. Feishua still answered in her usual cool tone. Thank you for your concern, Master. Feishua will be careful. At that moment, the Storm Wolf King inside the boss territory suddenly felt a chill run down its back. It jolted awake from a beautiful dream and warily checked its surroundings. After noticing there were no intruders, its tiny face filled with enormous confusion. Why had it suddenly felt so afraid? There clearly weren't any damn human invaders around. Before long, the Storm Wolf King calmed down, and a brief memory surfaced in its mind. The Storm Wolf King, the boss of the Storm Plains. That's right, I'm a boss. A very powerful boss. Ever since I was born, my wolf pack and I have lived across this boundless plain. And as the king of the Storm Wolf clan, I am powerful, absurdly powerful. While every other monster on the plain is only in the teens or 20s, I am a mighty wolf nearly level 30. As king of the Storm Wolf clan, the most powerful monster on the grassland, my duty is to drive away those damn human invaders. To this day, I have killed countless human invaders who didn't know their place, making me the undisputed, absolute Wolf King. Whoa! Standing atop a massive boulder, the Storm Wolf King let out a roar. Its bloody maw slowly spread into a confident grin. It was the Storm Wolf King, after all. There was absolutely no way anyone could kill it. It was the ultimate powerhouse. Whoa! All around it. The Storm Wolves had no idea what had suddenly gotten into their king. They had been sleeping peacefully when it suddenly ran onto a rock and started howling. But the powerful aura radiating from the Storm Wolf King made them instinctively prostrate themselves before him and howl along. Then, charged sword slash. A crescent moon sword aura tore through the sky, wrapped in terrifying energy, as if it intended to slice space itself apart. The sword aura was bone-chillingly cold and overwhelmingly powerful. Boom! The ground along its path split open, and in the blink of an eye, the powerful sword aura pulverized every storm wolf at the scene. Why did all these storm wolves suddenly gather together and start howling like they were being murdered? I stared strangely at the storm wolves hacked into pieces across the scene. Still, this works out. Feishua wiped them all out in one strike, so we didn't waste any time. Then I turned my gaze back to the notification windows floating in front of me. Your sword maiden has slain a level 16 storm wolf. EXP plus 160. Your sword maiden has slain a level 18 storm wolf. EXP plus 180. Your sword maiden has slain the secret realm boss, the Storm Wolf King. EXP plus 30,000. Current level experience full. Your level has increased to 14. Obtain beginner skill scroll Storm Art. Obtain materials. Storm Wolf King Crystal X1. Storm Wolf King Pelt X1. Storm Wolf King Bone X1. Storm Wolf Crystal X8. Storm Wolf Pelt X9. Storm Wolf Bone X6. Storm Art. Cast the skill to summon a powerful storm and attack enemy targets. Level 10 reached. Second weapon spirit slot automatically unlocked. Another huge pile of notification windows popped up in front of me. Feishua's sweep had earned me nearly 35,000 experience points, sending me straight from level 9 to level 14. That was awesome. If anyone had been here, my terrifying leveling speed probably would have left them speechless. For an ordinary combat class user, reaching level 2 or 3 on the first day after class awakening was already considered blindingly fast. Even an SSS rank class user couldn't level as outrageously fast as I did. Still, it wasn't hard to understand why. I had a powerful sword maiden weapon spirit like Feishua, so I could steamroll ordinary secret realms. More importantly, even with a high-level class user carrying them, other class users couldn't obtain 100% of the experience as effortlessly as I could. When class users killed monsters for experience, there were generally two situations. The first was soloing a secret realm without forming a party. The killer received 100% of the experience. The second was running a secret realm as a team. The team members shared the monster's experience. I didn't need to lift a finger. I received 100% of the experience from every monster my sword maiden killed. Next, I shifted my gaze to my attribute panel. Name: Lu Yuan. Level: 14, 0%. Class: God tier weapon spirit master, hidden. Strength: 900. Agility: 900. Spirit: 1,800. Constitution: 900. Equipment: none. Talent: God tier forging. Skills: forging, weapon spirit synchronization, weapon spirit mastery. Weapon spirits: 1/2. Feishua. After reaching level 30, the third weapon spirit can be unlocked. A forger with 900 strength, agility, and constitution. If anyone else saw my attribute panel, wouldn't their jaw hit the floor? I stared at my stats, unable to stop the corners of my mouth from curling upward. To put it simply, ordinary life classes had average strength, agility, and constitution values of around 10. They couldn't strengthen their stats by leveling up, and only a small number of people could break through 100 through acquired effort. My God-tier weapon spirit class could strengthen my stats as my level increased. It was practically a bug among life classes. The only downside was that I still couldn't learn combat class skills, so I counted as half a combat class user. Even some low-level combat class users probably wouldn't be a match for me. My gaze sharpened. As the saying went, when you've got enough force, everything else is just decoration. As long as your strength is high enough, even a god would go down in one punch. The Storm Wolf King also dropped a skill scroll. It's only a beginner skill, but it could still fetch nearly 10,000 yuan at a skill trading house. I counted my gains. If I remember correctly, Storm Art is a fairly rare skill too. It's a drop from the Storm Wolf King, and its market price is as high as 30,000. And the Storm Wolf King's crystal, fur, and bones are all valuable goods. Each one can sell for nearly 10,000 yuan. All these materials together are worth nearly 100,000. This is the upside of being a combat class user. Making money is as easy as drinking water. In truth, combat class users did make more money than life class users, but that was only relative. Most ordinary combat class users lived with their lives on the line. The reason I could obtain such expensive materials, and even skill scrolls, so effortlessly was because Feishua had my back. How could ordinary people possibly have a sword maiden as powerful as Feishua? Sometimes, the money they earned from killing monsters wasn't even enough to cover their everyday equipment maintenance. Of course I understood that. As I watched Feishua gather all the Storm Wolf loot and bring it over to me, I patted her head again. You worked hard, Feishua. As long as Master is happy. Feishua wore a satisfied expression. I was practically moved to tears. Where else could you find such a beautiful sword maiden? One who worked tirelessly and only needed a head pat as a reward. Still, I'd have a second one before long. After my level broke past 10, my second weapon spirit slot had automatically unlocked. In other words, I could forge a second weapon and obtain a second weapon spirit. The thought filled me with delight. I put an arm around my sword maiden's slender waist. Let's go home. The sword maiden looked icy cold, but she was soft and fragrant in my arms. Her skin was silky, fair, and cool to the touch. Master, a shy expression appeared on Feishua's stunning face. Being held by me didn't make her uncomfortable in the slightest. Her heart was filled with nothing but a little flutter of excitement. Without paying any attention to the shy sword maiden in my arms, I spent the entire trip home thinking about one thing. What kind of weapon should I forge for my second weapon spirit? I already had a sword maiden, so I definitely couldn't forge another sword. Different weapon spirits specialized in different areas. Now that I had damage output, should I consider improving my defense? I pondered it. Feishua's combat power is definitely comparable to that of an SSS rank class user. If I forge a shield maiden as well, I'll have both offense and defense. But right after that, I rejected the idea. Although forging a shield maiden now would improve my safety, wouldn't failing to increase my combat power during the newbie phase waste all this precious leveling time? The newbie phase was the fastest and safest period for every class user to level. New class users had access to many safe secret realms for grinding, so it was also known as the newbie benefit period. A shield maiden could improve my safety, but she would also mean sacrificing some combat power. That didn't mean defense was unnecessary. It simply meant that right now, I clearly needed an offensive weapon spirit who could fight for me and hunt monsters. Besides, the blood-crying stone I'd obtained by dismantling the death god's scythe couldn't be forged into a shield. The blood-crying stone was a fine-grade material with the noble life-steal effect. Naturally, I couldn't waste it. I had dismantled the death god's scythe in the first place because I wanted to forge a weapon. With an offensive weapon decided, I could now consider its form. An idea soon appeared in my mind. Since I want to increase my combat power, I'll go all in on offense. I'll forge a blade maiden for my second weapon. Half an hour later, Linshui City, Villa District. Fei Xue and I returned home, but I didn't rush to start forging the weapon. Today, I had killed 2 executives of the Stars Guild, along with the vice president's son. Given Wang Shanha's connections, it probably wouldn't take long for him to trace it back to me. I had to deal with the threat of Wang Shanha first, before things could spiral out of control. So I decided to contact my auntie Luo Yuan. BZZ. I pulled out my phone, but before I could dial, a call came in. The caller ID read, Auntie Luo. I froze. I had just been about to call her, yet she had called me first. But I quickly realized why. As the president of the Stars Guild, how could Luo Yuan not have informants in Linshui City? Auntie Luo had probably already learned what happened today. Without hesitation, I answered the call. Auntie Luo. On the other end of the line. On a dark and terrifying battlefield, countless powerful monsters let out deafening roars as they surged forward like a tidal wave. In the air, an incomparably beautiful woman held a phone to her ear. Her voice was soft and sultry, alluring as a succubus's. Xiao Yuan, it's been a few months. Have you missed me? As she spoke, the seductive woman raised a hand and cast a skill. The high-level monsters beneath her feet vaporized in an instant. If it were any other man, that seductive voice would have him bewitched in seconds, his soul completely lost. But after spending so many years with Luo Yuan, I'd long since become immune. I got straight to the point. Auntie Luo, I was just about to contact you. First tell me whether you missed me. Luo Yuan spoke coquettishly. I simply ignored that. Auntie Luo, did you get the news about the Astral Guild? Luo Yuan, while we haven't seen each other for only a few months, and you've already stopped caring about me. When you were little, you swore you'd protect me for the rest of your life. Don't tell me you found some other aunties out there. Her voice carried a sobbing note, as though she might burst into tears at any moment. She sounded utterly pitiful, so pitiful that anyone would feel sorry for her. Combined with that utterly bewitching voice, any man who heard it probably couldn't resist holding her in his hands and cherishing her. But if the people around her heard this, they'd be more likely to react with shock. When had this ruthless female tyrant ever shown a side comparable to an alluring demoness? I felt somewhat helpless. My Auntie Luo was wonderful in every way. She just loved acting spoiled in front of me. And there was a reason for that. Both my parents had been handsome and beautiful when they were young, and I'd inherited their looks. I'd been a good-looking kid from the start. On top of that, I was a transmigrator who acted obediently, never cried or threw tantrums, and even took the initiative to please Luo Yuan. Seriously, what woman could resist an adorable human baby? Even though Luo Yuan was a mature woman, she still couldn't withstand my fierce offensive. Her favorability had shot up at an outrageous rate. Do you know how agonizing it was for a tiny little me to be held and kissed by a grown succubus while pretending to look completely innocent? This wasn't the first time Luo Yuan had acted spoiled, so I could only coax her as I had before. Hashtag #V #. On the other end of the phone, Luo Yuan hummed in satisfaction before turning serious. I know everything. After tomorrow, Wang Shanha will disappear completely. You don't need to worry. I froze. Had my Auntie Luo just taken care of Wang Shanha directly? I'd originally planned to deal with Wang Shanha myself once I became stronger. I hadn't expected Luo Yuan to handle him for me. It wasn't as though I cared about Wang Shanha's life or death. As the saying went, a crooked upper beam makes the lower beams crooked. Wang Ba could act so recklessly in Linshui City because Wang Shanha had spoiled him rotten. And judging by Wang Ba's attitude, he definitely hadn't killed only once. He couldn't possibly be unrelated to Wang Shanhe. Luo Yuan taking care of Wang Shanhe was simply getting rid of a menace to society. Still, Wang Shanhe was at least a peak second advancement class holder above level 50. For my own Auntie Luo to say she'd kill him and then kill him meant her methods were terrifying beyond words. Luo Yuan changed the subject. Oh right, I've already had people take over the Astral Guild. From now on, you're Astral's Vice Guild Master. How about it? Happy. I instinctively wanted to refuse. I wasn't familiar with the Astral Guild, and more importantly, I didn't have the free time to manage a guild right now. Xiao Yuan, don't rush to refuse. I know you just awakened your class and are busy leveling. I'll arrange for someone else to manage the guild for you, so you won't need to worry about it. You've only just become a class holder, and having the identity of Astral's Vice Guild Master will save you plenty of trouble, Luo Yuan said. As soon as she finished speaking, I was immediately tempted. As the #1 guild in Linshui City, the Astral Guild naturally possessed many privileges, especially special dungeons with limited entry quotas. Only major powers like the Astral Guild could obtain access to them. At that moment, Luo Yuan added, "You've met the person I arranged a few times before. Just discuss anything you need with her directly. She'll contact you tomorrow." The figure of a beautiful woman surfaced in my mind. The Yi family's eldest daughter, Yi Hongyu? Yes, I know you had a conflict with the Yi family's young master, Yi Lingyu, but you can trust Hongyu. Luo Yuan's words clearly showed that she knew everything happening in Linshui City. Yi Hongyu was the eldest daughter of the Yi family in Linshui City, as well as Yi Lingyu's biological older sister. I remembered my previous conflict with Yi Lingyu. Now his older sister had suddenly become my subordinate, which left my expression rather strange. That's not all. With the identity of Astral's Vice Guild Master, you'll also be able to conceal the secrets surrounding you. Otherwise, with a powerful female sword cultivator constantly at your side, someone will eventually notice something's off. Luo Yuan continued. I felt helpless. Apparently, Auntie Luo already knew about Fei Xue. I had lived with Luo Yuan for a while when I was young, so she knew me inside and out. Now that a sword maiden had suddenly appeared at my side, of course she would ask questions. But I hadn't planned to hide her anyway. Fei Xue would have to show her face sooner or later. Auntie Luo, my class really isn't that of an ordinary forger. I considered how to explain it. I had long regarded Luo Yuan as family, but the existence of the system was too absurd. For now, I wasn't planning to tell anyone. The key issue was that this world had no records of the Weapon Spirit Master class. Luo Yuan cut me off. Xiao Yuan, you don't need to explain anything to me. Everyone has their own secrets. As long as she poses no danger to you, that's enough. From now on, you can simply tell outsiders that she's from the Astral Guild. Hongyu will handle all the loose ends for you. She didn't press any further. There were countless strange and unusual classes in this world, and large numbers of new classes emerged every year. Besides, this world also had summoners, spirit callers, and other special classes capable of summoning creatures from other worlds. Thanks, Auntie Luo. I still have things to take care of here, so I'll let you go for now. With that, Luo Yuan hung up. I put away my phone and stretched. With Wang Shanhe no longer hanging over my head, I felt unbelievably relaxed. Click. Just then, the bathroom door was suddenly pushed open. A vast cloud of white steam hurried out first, carrying a refreshing fragrance. Then Fei Xue slowly stepped out, one long leg at a time. Her glossy black hair was still damp, and crystalline droplets of water could be seen on her fair skin. Fei Xue was wearing my white shirt, which displayed the perfect curves of her figure to their fullest. Her proud breasts seemed ready to break free, while the shirt outlined her impossibly slender waist. Her full, shapely hips and long, straight legs completed the picture, and her jade-white feet lightly stepped onto the pure white ceramic tiles. In an instant, I had no idea where to look. All I could do was appreciate the view carefully, and I immediately sucked in a sharp breath. I had to admit, my sword maiden's stats were absolutely insane. Master, I'm done bathing. Fei Xue blinked and quietly waited for my next instruction. I froze. When we'd gotten home, I told Fei Xue to take a bath and relax first. It seemed my sword maiden had treated bathing as a mission. Although Fei Xue was a sword spirit, aside from not needing to eat, her physical body was no different from a human's. But I had just unlocked my second weapon spirit slot. My top priority was forging a blade maiden. I'd have plenty of time to teach Fei Xue how to relax later. Get some rest. Do whatever you want. I'm going to the basement to forge a weapon, I said. Yes, master. Fei Xue nodded and watched as I hurried down to the basement. The basement was bright and spacious. I took out the blood-soaked stone and held it in my hand. A faint warmth radiated from its body, and translucent red light shone through it. Ding. Suitable weapon forging material detected. Blood-soaked stone. Ding. Additional bonus activated. Because this is your second time forging a weapon, your forging ability has received a massive boost. This forging session will receive double the material attributes. Holy crap, there's an additional double bonus. My eyes lit up. Materials of different qualities produced weapons with different levels of attributes. The system's bonus was undoubtedly an unexpected delight. I drew a breath. A mass of blazing forge fire suddenly appeared in the empty space before me, rapidly melting the blood-soaked stone into a pool of blood. If a high-tier forger had been here, they would have been so shocked by the sight that their jaws would have hit the floor. Not to mention how a novice class holder like me could manipulate forge fire as freely as I pleased. The sheer speed at which the blood-soaked stone dissolved alone would have stunned every forger present. Forgers' forge fire also came in different grades. The stronger the forger, the faster their forge fire could smelt materials. But dissolving a material in a split second like I had was absolutely unheard of. Even a master forger couldn't possibly achieve such an absurd, instant melting speed. There was only one word for it: ridiculous. My attention wasn't on the melting speed. As the blood-soaked stone transformed into a pool of blood, I devoted myself completely to forging the rough shape of a blade. There was no scene of hammering it 1,000 times over like in anime. A powerful forger could forge a weapon with forge fire alone. Before long, the rough shape of a crimson greatsword took form, and a beautiful crimson silhouette appeared in the space at the same time. Red hair, crimson eyes. She was tall and shapely. Her stunning face looked like a blossoming flame, and her eyes were as beautiful as rubies. This is my second weapon spirit. Staring at the Blade Maiden's face, I couldn't help comparing her with Fei Xue in my mind. Fei Xue was an icy female sword immortal, while the Blade Maiden was more like a brave, battle-hardened female warrior. They were about the same height, and each had her own distinctive beauty. Neither was superior to the other. Blood-drinking demon blade, crimson blood. Quality, fine. Starting level, 20. Starting intimacy, 30. Weapon spirit type, Blade Maiden. The Blade Maiden's starting intimacy is only 30? I felt puzzled as soon as I saw that entry on her status panel. When the Sword Maiden had first been born, her starting intimacy had been 100 points. But Crimson Blood's starting intimacy was only 30. My Weapon Spirit Synchronization skill required 100 intimacy points to activate, and Weapon Spirit Wielder required 150 intimacy points. Ding! Due to differences in material texture and structure, weapon spirits also have different starting intimacy levels. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. I see. I understood. The ice crystal used to forge Fei Xue had been naturally nurtured by the frozen moon river. It was flawless, which was why her starting intimacy was so high. Correspondingly, Fei Xue's talent was Flawless Sword Heart, granting her an absurd talent for true damage. Of course, the outrageous effect of the true damage attribute came from my class's enhancement. If another forger used the same materials, they might not obtain a talent as outrageous as the Sword Maidens. The blood-soaked stone, on the other hand, possessed a lifesteal effect and carried a hint of wickedness, which was why its starting intimacy was lower. And intimacy shouldn't be the same as a weapon spirit's favorability. Or rather, their favorability was probably already maxed out from the moment they were born. I pondered. After all, the weapon spirit master talent description had explained right from the beginning that every weapon spirit I forged was completely loyal to me. Since they were all 100% loyal, their favorability would naturally be maxed out as well. Intimacy, meanwhile, required me to communicate with the weapon spirit maidens in depth before it could slowly increase. With that thought, everything clicked into place. I turned my attention to the Blade Maiden's 4-dimensional attribute panel. Weapon Spirit, Crimson Blood. Level, 20. Quality, fine. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 4,000. Spirit, 4,000. Constitution, 8,000. Talent, Lifesteal Blood Feast. Each time damage is dealt, steal HP equal to 50% of the damage dealt, ignoring the enemy's level. Skills, Slash, Drawn Blade Strike, Berserk. Lifesteal Blood Feast. My pupils constricted the instant I saw the Blade Maiden's talent. I'd expected her talent to involve lifesteal. I'd even expected it to be ridiculous. But no matter how I imagined it, I never expected it to be this outrageous. Although lifesteal and lifesteal could both restore one's HP, there was a fundamental difference between them. and the gap between the two was like heaven and earth. One directly stole the enemy's life and converted it into my HP. The other merely restored HP. Naturally, the effects couldn't be treated as the same. Put simply, lifesteal restored HP based on a percentage of the damage dealt. Lifesteal, however, meant that while you healed yourself, you could also inflict additional damage on the enemy, and it was causal damage that the enemy had no way to evade. Those two attributes were fundamentally different, but the Blade Maiden's 4 attributes are a little lopsided. I turned my attention back to her numbers. Compared with Feishua's attributes, the Blade Maidens were clearly a little too specialized. Feishua's strength, agility, spirit, and constitution were 6,000, 8,000, 6,000, and 6,000, respectively. But when it came to the Blade Maiden, her strength had directly broken past the outrageous mark of 10,000, while her constitution had reached 8,000 as well. At the same time, however, the Blade Maiden had only 4,000 points in agility and spirit. Even so, her attributes still far exceeded those of ordinary class holders. After all, an ordinary level 20 class holder had a maximum base attribute of only 2,000. The great sword in the space finally took shape, revealing a crimson blade of exquisite beauty. I withdrew the forge fire and saw the red-haired girl before me slowly open those beautiful crimson eyes. Her flame-red lips parted gently. Crimson blood greets master. Even her startup sequence was the same as the Sword Maiden's. The only difference was that the Sword Maiden had called me daddy. As soon as she finished speaking, Crimson Blood prepared to kneel on one knee, like a valiant female warrior. I hurriedly reached out to stop her. You don't need to salute like that from now on. Yes, master. Crimson Blood earnestly committed that to memory, then asked, what kind of salute ceremony do you prefer? As a warrior, showing proper respect to the master she loyally served was only natural. I said, you don't need to salute me. This is the modern era. Everyone is equal, got it? Master, I am a weapon spirit created by you, not a human. Crimson Blood said bluntly. I froze. She did have a point. Weapon spirits merely had human forms. They weren't actually human. You don't need to worry about that. The point is, you don't need to salute me. Crimson Blood smiled. Since Master forbids me from saluting, Crimson Blood will obey your command. Blade Maiden Intimacy plus 10, current intimacy, 40 points. In Crimson Blood's eyes, telling her she didn't need to salute was undoubtedly a special favor. That can increase intimacy too? My heart leaped with delight. Then I added, when we're alone from now on, you can call me Master. When we're outside, call me Lu Yuan. Yes, Master. Blade Maiden Intimacy plus 10, current intimacy, 50 points. A prompt window popped up, and the Blade Maiden's intimacy increased by another 10 points. At this rate, I'll be able to raise the Blade Maiden's intimacy to 100 in no time. I stared at the prompt window and muttered to myself. At that moment, Chishue asked, Master, what orders do you have for me next? Next, I stretched lazily as I headed upstairs and said, Next, it's time to sleep. Feishue and I had left the plane's secret realm, then I'd made a phone call to Luo Yuan. By the time I finished forging the blood-crying demon blade, it was already the dead of night. I was exhausted, so naturally, I needed to sleep and recover my energy. However, those words sounded completely different to Chishue. So my next mission is to sleep with Master? She murmured under her breath, a captivating blush spreading across her pretty face as her crimson eyes watched me go upstairs. A moment later, Chishue followed, striding upstairs on a pair of long, shapely legs. The Master's orders were absolute. Even if my mission was for her to sleep with me, she would never disobey. Of course, I hadn't meant for her to sleep with me. I'd simply forged 2 weapons in one day, draining too much of my mental strength. I was weak and exhausted, so naturally, I needed to sleep and recover. How was I supposed to know the Blade Maiden had misunderstood me? I walked straight into the bedroom on the 3rd floor. As soon as I opened the door, I noticed Feishu standing prettily by the entrance. Have you been standing here waiting for me? I asked. Feishu shook her head and answered honestly. Master, I used your computer earlier to learn about this world online. I sensed your aura approaching, so I came to wait for you by the door. You learned how to use a computer and go online that quickly? I froze. Feishu nodded. Yes, Master. I was a little confused at first, but after trying a few more times, I understood. Wait, does that mean my browsing history? I went pale. Feishu's ears reddened as she averted her eyes. Please rest assured, Master. Feishu would never snoop on your privacy. That was obviously exactly what she'd done. Sword Maidens simply couldn't lie. The moment they did, Their ears turned red, and her beautiful face practically had "I'm lying" written all over it. "I'm sorry, master. I was just a little curious about you and wanted to know what you usually like. I couldn't control myself. Please punish me." Feishue's ears grew even redder, and she nearly buried her face in her chest. At that moment, Chishue also came up to the third floor. "Forget it. We'll talk about that later." I changed the subject, pointed at Chishue, and introduced her. "Let me introduce you. She's your younger sister. She was just born, and her name is Chishue. Get to know each other. From now on, you're family, so get along." In an instant, the Blade Maiden and Sword Maiden locked eyes. I had the strange feeling that the air had frozen solid. No way. Could weapon spirits get jealous of each other, too? Feishue was the first to break the silence. "I understand, master. I'll get along well with Sister Chishue from now on." That was what she said, but I detected a trace of coldness from her. It wasn't directed at me, but Feishue had obviously gone into fight or flight mode. This was the first time I'd ever seen a Sword Maiden react like that. "I'm not Master's first weapon spirit." Chishue stared at the Sword Maiden, immediately beginning to doubt herself. It was probably the feeling of thinking you were the Empress, only to realize you were actually the third wheel, and then having to obediently call the other woman Big Sis. Of course, they were both weapon spirits, so there was no actual distinction between them. But Chishue was still seriously pissed off. "Sister Chishue, Master is going to rest now. If you have nothing else to do, don't disturb him." After Feishue finished speaking, she turned her gaze toward me. With the coldest expression, she said the most alluring words. "Master, I've already warmed your bed." Me? What the hell did she mean by warming my bed? Before I went down to the basement, I definitely hadn't ordered Feishue to warm my bed. Seeing my reaction, Feishue's ears flushed with a rosy hue as she explained. "Master, while you were forging Sister Chishue earlier, I studied the daily duties a weapon spirit should perform online. I discovered that warming your bed is also one of the responsibilities a weapon spirit must fulfill, so I made the decision on my own." Me? What kind of bizarre nonsense had my Sword Maiden been reading online? Nearby, Chishue was stunned when she heard the Sword Maiden. So weapon spirits have this responsibility too? No wonder Master's previous order had been for her to sleep with him. In that case, wouldn't failing to warm Master's bed before he went to sleep be a serious dereliction of duty? Thinking this, Chishue felt terribly guilty and secretly made up her mind. From now on, before Master rested each day, she would dutifully tidy up the bedroom. Seeing me standing there with a dumbfounded look on my face, Feishue grew uneasy. She remembered how she'd previously confused the concept of a father with that of a creator and wondered if she had misunderstood again. Feishue immediately asked anxiously, "Master, did Feishue misunderstand?" "Ahem. I mean, it's not a bad idea. Anyway, if it makes you happy, go ahead." My old face flushed red. Still, who wouldn't want a gentle Sword Maiden by his side? Feishue is very happy to warm Master's bed. A breathtaking smile blossomed across Feishue's usually cool face, beautiful enough to make a nation fall. "All right, then let's sleep together." I couldn't be bothered to overthink it. I wrapped an arm around Feishue's slender waist and walked straight toward the soft bed. "Sister Chishue, if you have nothing else to do, don't disturb Master. Master is tired from killing monsters today. You've just been born and don't know much about this world, so you can go online and learn more about it." Feishue spoke. "Master told me to warm his bed, too. I'm sleeping with Master." Chishue entered the bedroom with a flushed face, brimming with pride and utterly unwilling to bow her head to the Sword Maiden. Feishue froze. Although she was absolutely loyal to me, she was still an ordinary girl at heart and wanted to monopolize my affection. That was why she had secretly been competing with Chishue for my attention. But if this was my command, she wouldn't disobey. Me? I was completely numb. When had I ever told Chishue to warm my bed? What the hell was the Blade Maiden imagining now? But with two stunning mature beauties, the Blade Maiden and Sword Maiden, blushing as they nestled into my arms on either side, I simply laid down on the bed. Things had come this far. Time to sleep. Blade Maiden Intimacy plus 10. Blade Maiden Intimacy plus 10. Blade Maiden Intimacy plus 10. Current Intimacy, 80 points. Sword Maiden Intimacy plus 10. Current intimacy has reached the maximum value. The next day, the sun was already high in the sky. I woke up in the Blade Maiden's and Sword Maiden's ample embrace. I opened my eyes. On my left was the Blade Maiden, her long hair blazing red, her features breathtakingly beautiful, and her bearing heroic. Even now, I still felt a little weak. A newly awakened forger had forged 2 top-tier weapons in a single day. The energy cost was enormous. Any other forger would have collapsed dead in bed by now. "Good morning, master," the two women said in unison. "Yeah, good morning." I sat up and stretched in bed. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, shining through the glass polished to a brilliant gleam. The three of us had just gotten out of bed, and our clothes were all somewhat disheveled. For a moment, the scene in the room was unavoidably dazzlingly pale, with springtime beauty spilling everywhere. I had just woken up. If I kept looking, I was afraid I'd lose control, so I hurriedly shifted my gaze away from the mesmerizing view. Holy crap, it's almost noon. After checking the time, I immediately jumped out of bed. "Feishua, Chishua, get up and get ready to head out." "Yes, master. Yes, master." After hearing me, the Blade Maiden and Sword Maiden quickly straightened their clothes and climbed out of bed. At some point, Feishua had already changed back into her own white robes. "Can I finally fight for master?" A hint of anticipation rose in Chishua's beautiful eyes. As a female warrior, battle was in her nature. Ding! A new day has begun. Daily challenge quest issued. Kill 1,000 monsters above level 10. Time-limited quest. Kill 1 level 30 boss. Reward. Enhanced Weapon Spirit Commander, allowing the host to command 2 weapon spirits in battle simultaneously. Time remaining to complete the quest, 24 hours. Once Weapon Spirit Commander is enhanced, I'll be able to command 2 weapon spirits at once. I absolutely have to claim the reward for this special quest. I was overjoyed. Once enhanced, the Weapon Spirit Commander skill would become a group-wide buff. When activated, it would directly grant Feishua and Chishua a triple stat buff. Its strength was obvious. Although Chishua's starting intimacy was relatively low, a low starting level didn't mean her intimacy would increase slowly. All she'd done was sleep one night, and Chishua's intimacy had already risen by 30 points. Adding the 20 points she'd gained before bed, she was already at 80. Looks like I can focus on raising the Blade Maiden's intimacy today and try to reach the maximum as soon as possible, I said to myself. After all, Weapon Spirit Commander required maximum intimacy before it could be activated. Half an hour later, the three of us arrived at Linshui City's teleportation plaza. The system's daily challenge quest required killing 1,000 level 10 monsters within 24 hours. It looked difficult, and in reality, it really was. An ordinary class user would be hard-pressed to kill even 20 monsters in a day, let alone 1,000 within 24 hours, and one of them had to be a level 30 boss on top of that. It was practically hell mode. This damn system says the time limit is 24 hours, but the daily quest itself has to be completed today. 12 hours have already passed. I stared at the system quest panel and couldn't resist complaining. I seriously suspected my system was a complete scam. Anyone who didn't know better would see the 24-hour time limit and assume they only needed to complete the requirements within 24 hours. But this was a daily quest, which meant it had to be completed on the same day. It was already noon, leaving me only 12 hours. The clock's ticking, and the workload is brutal. With that in mind, my gaze fell on the names of the many secret realms in the teleportation plaza. Holy crap, how does that guy have 2 stunning mature beauties with him? He's Lu Yuan. I saw that beauty with the sword yesterday. I think her name was Miss Feishua, right? But I didn't see that red-haired beauty with the blade yesterday. He's the hero's son? I heard he awakened the Forger Life class yesterday. What a shame. TSK. The weapons those 2 beauties are holding are both master grade. Looks like they're here to power level Lu Yuan. Many nearby class users noticed me and the 2 weapon spirits beside me, and their eyes were immediately drawn to Feishua and Chishua. There was no other reason. Yesterday, having a single stunning beauty like Feishua beside me had already attracted enormous attention in the teleportation plaza. Now I had Feishua and Chishua, 2 top-tier beauties, following me. The 3 of us were instantly surrounded so tightly that not even air could pass through. Ladies, want to join our party? We're all level 20 or higher. You only need to follow behind us and soak up the experience. Miss Feishua, our team just happens to be short 1 sword cultivator. Red-haired miss, I'm a blade user too. Want to party up? Some class users who hadn't come to the teleportation plaza yesterday and didn't know me or Feishua saw the 2 beauties beside me and immediately began inviting them. This is going to be good. Some of the class users Feishua had rejected yesterday watched these people and immediately took pleasure in the spectacle. Yesterday, when they'd invited Feishua to join their parties, she hadn't even spared them a glance. Her eyes had been focused solely on me. Today there was another red-haired beauty wielding a blade. Could she be just like Feishua, with eyes only for me? Sure enough, As countless class users issued invitations, Fei Xue acted exactly as she had yesterday. Her expression was icy, and she couldn't be bothered to acknowledge any of them. Her eyes held only me. Idiots. Qi Xue wasn't as cold as Fei Xue, but she was extremely proud and didn't bother wasting even an expression on them. Her eyes were filled with disdain. In her eyes, these level 20 class users weren't even worthy of being her opponents, much less her teammates. Ha! Look at these clowns. Miss Fei Xue and the new red-haired beauty can't even be bothered to acknowledge them. Lu Yuan is way too lucky, getting two beauties to carry him through secret realms. Damn, that red-haired beauty's contemptuous look is incredible. I felt a little helpless. Yesterday, Fei Xue and I alone had been eye-catching enough. Today, adding Qi Xue, the Blade Maiden, had jammed up the entire teleportation plaza. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought a major celebrity was passing through. What would happen if I eventually formed an entire Weapon Spirit Maiden troupe? Still, with so many people openly trying to steal my women and inviting my Weapon Spirit Maidens to join their parties, I couldn't just stand there and do nothing. I slipped an arm around each Weapon Spirit and walked straight toward the Secret Realm teleportation gate under everyone's watchful eyes. Both Fei Xue and Qi Xue blushed slightly. Being held by me in front of so many people made them shy, but they were even happier, instinctively nestling into my embrace. Blade Maiden Intimacy plus 10. Current, 90 points. Holy shit. A chorus of holy shit erupted across the teleportation plaza. Everyone stared blankly at the backs of me and the two Weapon Spirit Maidens as we left. How did Lu Yuan get another red-haired mature beauty? The moment the three of us entered the teleportation gate, Yi Lingyu appeared in the teleportation plaza with two bodyguards. Yi Lingyu couldn't wrap his head around it. He was the genius who had awakened the S-rank class, Paladin of Light. He even suspected that I had fed the two weapon spirits some kind of love potion. That bastard actually dares to enter the Goblin's secret realm? Yi Lingyu stared at the secret realm I had entered, then walked in with his two bodyguards. Today, young Master Yi has brought two level 30 experts. I'm definitely going to surpass this brat. Inside the Goblin's secret realm, the three of us appeared in a dark, damp underground city. Not far away, someone else was fighting goblins. As its name suggested, this was an underground secret realm filled entirely with goblins. Goblins. They were greedy, cunning monsters with pointed ears, green skin, and short bodies. However, they were extremely agile, and compared with ordinary monsters, they possessed greater intelligence. They could use traps against class users and even exploit their compassion before launching sneak attacks. As a result, among the many common rank secret realms, the Goblin Secret Realm was considered one of the most difficult. Yet the experience gained from hunting them didn't increase accordingly. So few class users chose to tackle the Goblin Secret Realm. I chose the Goblin Secret Realm precisely because it was sparsely populated. After all, my quest required killing 1,000 monsters. If too many people competed with me for kills, there wouldn't be enough monsters to go around. Just then, the teleportation gate behind the three of us lit up again. Yi Lingyu walked in with his two bodyguards. Lu Yuan, you actually brought Miss Fei Xue into such a dangerous secret realm just to level up. How selfish. Yi Lingyu spoke with an expression of righteous indignation. Class users above level 10 were forbidden from entering beginner secret realms. He had seen Fei Xue in a beginner secret realm yesterday, so he naturally assumed she was only level 10. The strongest monsters in a common rank secret realm could reach level 30. Among the secret realms for first advancement class users, the Goblin Secret Realm was considered one of the difficult ones. And only one day had passed. Fei Xue had given all her experience to me yesterday, so how could she possibly have reached level 30? Yi Lingyu, looks like you've forgotten the pain as soon as the wound healed. Starting to think you're hot stuff again, huh? The moment I finished speaking, Fei Xue and Qi Xue drew their sword and blade at the same time. It was as if, with a single word from me, they would immediately charge at Yi Lingyu. Miss Fei Xue, all my bodyguards are level 30 powerhouses. You're no match for them, so don't end up getting yourselves hurt. Yi Lingyu jumped in fright and hurriedly hid behind his two bodyguards. Yesterday, Fei Xue's sword had nearly taken his life. If a Blade Maiden joined in today, he'd probably be off to meet his great-grandma. Ladies, please don't do anything rash. Our young master is only worried about your safety. The two bodyguards were helpless. It was obvious their young master was pursuing my weapon spirits, but Fei Xue clearly wasn't interested in him and was even about to draw her sword on him. At that moment, strange cries echoed from the shadows of the dungeon. A large group of goblins carrying clubs and shields emerged from the darkness. Without making a sound, they had already surrounded us. Not only that, farther away, a large number of goblin archers and goblin shamans could be seen aiming at us from a distance with bows, arrows, and staves. The two bodyguards' expressions changed drastically. Frowning, one said, "How did so many goblins show up? And goblin archers and shamans are here too. With this many goblins, even the two of them being level 30 adventurers, it would be extremely troublesome." Right then, I suddenly said, "Feishua, Chishua, whoever kills more goblins today gets to sit next to me tonight." Holy crap. As soon as I said it, quite a few adventurers turned toward me in shock, wondering if they had somehow misheard. Yiling never expected me to have Feishua and Chishua decide who got to sit beside me based on their kill counts. Listen to that. Just listen to that. Is that even something a human being would say? Lu Yuan, you lunatic. Miss Feishua is only level 10, and you're actually sending her to fight dangerous goblins? You're making her kill goblins for you. Yiling shouted angrily. He looked righteously indignant, but in reality, he was twisted with jealousy toward me. In Yiling eyes, it was already bad enough that I was close with two peerlessly beautiful weapon spirits. Now I was even making them compete at killing monsters. The more he thought about it, the more jealous he became, and the uglier his expression grew. But what really made every man there writhe with envy was that I dared to say it, and these two stunning mature women, Feishua and Chishua, actually looked eager to try. Neither of them was willing to lose. "I'll kill the most goblins." Feishua's expression was cool, and her tone was confident. "Is that so? Then you'd better ask whether the blade in my hand agrees," Chishua said arrogantly. The blood-weeping demon blade in her hand seemed to come alive, radiating a sinister, blood-red aura. Boom. Powerful auras erupted from Feishua and Chishua at the same time. Silver-white and blood-red light illuminated the pitch-black dungeon. Their figures turned into afterimages and vanished from the spot. Frigid sword chi spread across the entire battlefield, and the dungeon's temperature plunged to the freezing point in an instant. None of the adventurers could stop themselves from sneezing. In surprise, one exclaimed, "What kind of skill is that? It can actually lower the temperature of the entire dungeon." Immediately afterward, splat, a cold sword flash suddenly lit up, flickering through the air and vanishing in an instant. Dozens of goblin heads flew off together, crimson blood spraying everywhere. The goblins didn't even have time to react before they all lost their lives in the blink of an eye. Feishua shook the blood from her sword. Her red lips parted as she murmured, almost to herself, 13. My God, she one-shot 13 goblins with a single sword strike. That strength is terrifying. The surrounding adventurers cried out in shock. Raging blade. Chishua refused to be outdone. The blood-weeping demon blade in her hand blazed with red light, and her figure appeared above a group of goblins before she brought the blade down in a vicious slash. The goblins felt a terrifying energy erupt overhead. Instinctively, they tried to scatter, but their little legs hadn't even taken half a step before the red blade light descended upon them. In an instant, every goblin was swallowed by the red blade light. They died on the spot without even getting the chance to scream. 15 goblins. A scarlet glint rose in Chishua's eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled upward. The battle had sent her into a state of exhilaration. Fight! More! More! This Miss Chishua is incredibly strong too. She's not losing to Miss Feishua at all. The crowd erupted in astonishment once again. At the same moment, just as Chishua was preparing to hunt down the next group of goblins, Feishua harvested more than a dozen with another sword strike. Their kill counts chased each other neck and neck. In no time, the scene had split into two completely different tableaus. On one side was the aloof sword goddess Feishua. Every sword strike and every move was flawless, beautiful enough to look like a painting. On the other was the bloodthirsty, battle-hungry warrior Chishua, every slash embodying the very definition of violent beauty. The two women's battle was a visual feast. Every adventurer around them was staring in a daze. Who knew fighting monsters could be this beautiful? Some adventurers couldn't resist pulling out their phones and recording the two women in combat. What none of them could see was the flood of notification panels popping up in front of me. Your sword maiden killed a level 13 goblin. Experience plus 130. Your sword maiden killed a level 15 goblin. Experience plus 150. Your blade maiden killed a level 14 goblin. Experience plus 140. I was level 14 now. Every time my blade maiden or sword maiden killed a level 13 goblin, my total experience increased by 1.4%. In other words, to reach level 15, I needed to kill at least 69 level 13 goblins. There were also plenty of goblins above level 13 among the monsters here, and they gave slightly more experience. At this rate, we'll kill 1,000 monsters in no time. I stared at the experience notifications popping up one after another, feeling damn comfortable. Because of what I had just said, Feishue and Chishue's fighting spirit had reached an unprecedented peak. Neither weapon spirit maiden was willing to lose to the other. It was worth noting that Feishue was still in the lead when it came to goblin kills. Against low-level monsters, Feishue's true damage talent has a slight edge. I stared at the two women and muttered to myself. Feishue's lead didn't mean Chishue's lifesteal talent was inferior. The main reason was that against low-level monsters, true damage ignored their defenses, making it more efficient at killing them. Chishue's talent was better suited to sustained recovery when facing high-level monsters. Low-tier monsters were nothing but one-shot fodder in front of her. She had no need for recovery at all. Simply put, Feishue and Chishue's talents each had their own comfort zones. Feishue's comfort zone was just broader. One specialized in efficient combat, the other specialized in prolonged combat. Their talents each had their own strengths. It wasn't a matter of one being stronger or the other being weaker. Your Blade Maiden killed a level 15 goblin. Experience plus 150. Level experience has reached its maximum. Level plus 1. Current level, 15, 0%. At that moment, a beam of light rose from my body as I advanced from level 14 to level 15. Damn, that feels good. I exhaled a breath of stale air, my eyes gleaming as I felt my strength increase considerably. Feishue and Chishue have killed 65 goblins between them. Only 935 remain before we hit 1,000. Quick look, all the experience from Miss Feishue and Miss Chishue killing goblins is going to him. At that very moment, one professional after another at the scene noticed. Feishue and Chishue had killed so many goblins, yet neither of them had gained even a single level. Instead, my level was skyrocketing from the rear. All the experience was converging on me alone. Could it be that Miss Feishue and Miss Chishue are giving all the experience from their goblin kills to this young man? In an instant, looks of disbelief surfaced in everyone's eyes. I had challenged Feishue and Chishue to see who could kill more, with the winner getting to sit beside me tonight. It was one thing that neither of those two stunning older sisters was willing to yield. But now, all the experience they gained from killing goblins was actually being given to me alone, and I was merely a life class forger. They felt like the world had to be freaking crazy. Some even figured I must have leverage over these two stunning older sisters, which was why they were willing to go this far. Their levels are definitely higher than 10. Who exactly are they? The two bodyguards turned their solemn gazes toward Chishue and Feishue. Among the goblins the two women had killed, there were quite a few close to level 20. And without exception, they had all been one shot. Combined with what Yiling Yu had said earlier, Feishue had even appeared in the beginner's secret realm. In other words, Feishue had only been level 10 before yesterday, yet today she could already one-shot monsters in the teens, or even at level 20. They had simply never heard of such a terrifying rate of growth. These two young ladies weren't someone their young master could pursue. What are you two still standing around for? Hurry up and go kill goblins for this young master. At this rate, they'll all be dead before you do anything. Yiling Yu had no idea about any of that. I stared at the massive stream of experience pouring toward me, practically dying of impatience. After leaving the beginner's secret realm yesterday, I had only reached level 5. Yiling Yu's Light Knight was an S-rank combat class. But now, this forger of mine had already reached level 15. Yiling Yu was so frustrated he could hardly stand it. The life class he looked down on had left him far behind in level. Yes, young master. After hearing that, the two bodyguards couldn't worry about much else. Inside a secret realm, as long as you didn't steal a monster someone else had nearly killed, whoever killed it first got it. Nothing unfair about that. The two bodyguards were level 30 professionals, after all. Once they took action, they successfully killed 7 level 15 goblins. Killed a level 15 goblin. Received a share of team experience. Experience plus 50. Killed a level 15 goblin. Received a share of team experience. Experience plus 50. Killed a level 15 goblin. Received a share of team experience. Experience plus 50. Current level 5, 40%. Haraha. The experience bar is rising so fast. Yiling Yu looked overjoyed. Going from level 5 to level 6 required 500 base experience points. Yiling Yu had an S-rank combat class, so the experience he needed was twice that of an ordinary player, 1,000 points. His bodyguards killed 7 goblins, and he received 1/3 of the team experience, sending his experience bar straight to 40%. That leveling speed could already be considered blindingly fast. Just wait, Liu Yuan. I'll surpass your level very soon. Yiling Yu stared at his steadily rising experience bar and taunted me. Oh, I remained perfectly calm, even casually digging earwax out of my ear without giving a damn. Seeing my indifferent reaction, Yiling Yu felt irritated. If you're jealous that this young master has 2 level 30 bodyguards, just say so. There's no need to pretend you don't care. I don't have 2 level 30 bodyguards. I only have 2 beautiful older sisters helping me kill goblins. I'm so insanely jealous. I shrugged. After saying that, I turned my gaze to my system panel. Your sword maiden killed 37 goblins. Experience plus 5,100. Your blade maiden killed 36 goblins. Experience plus 5,400. Experience full. Level plus 1. Current level, 16, 2.6%. Oh wow. I leveled up again without even meaning to. A golden pillar of light rose from my body, and I gave Yiling Yu a teasing sidelong glance. You want to compare leveling speed with me? You're still 10,086 streets behind. Yiling Yu obviously saw me level up again, and his eyes went perfectly round. Yiling Yu had 2 level 30 bodyguards power leveling him, yet he was still only level 5. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out why I could level faster. What really drove him crazy was that teasing look in my eyes. In his view, he was clearly a combat class professional, and his bodyguards were even higher level than my weapon spirits, yet he still couldn't beat me at anything. The more Yiling Yu thought about it, the more unwilling he became. The words practically burst out of his mouth. Are you fucking cheating? But the moment he finished speaking, he regretted it. Because even an idiot like him knew that what he'd said sounded completely brainless. How could you cheat at leveling? The rules of this world were as ironclad as laws. The experience required for leveling was predetermined, so there was absolutely no way anyone could cheat. What Yiling Yu didn't know was that when he said those words, a trace of surprise rose in my eyes, and I thought to myself, holy crap, this native has gone crazy. He actually guessed that I'm a cheater. With a system, wasn't I a certified cheater? What's going on? Why isn't my experience bar moving? At that moment, Yiling Yu noticed that his experience bar had stopped moving, stuck at 99%. He was only 1% away from reaching level 6. He turned his gaze toward his bodyguards and saw them standing motionless. He couldn't help demanding, "What are you two doing just standing there? This young master is only 1% experience away from level 6. Don't tell me 2 mighty level 30 professionals can't even beat goblins." The 2 bodyguards could only reply with bitter expressions. "Young master, it's not that we can't beat the goblins. We just can't keep up with Miss Feishue and Miss Chishue's kill speed." That was right. Just moments ago, they had been shocked to discover that their kill speed as mighty level 30 professionals was actually inferior to Feishue and Chishue's. When they first started, there had been plenty of goblins in the dungeon. Even Feishue and Chishue couldn't possibly kill them all, but as everyone hunted, the goblin population rapidly dwindled, leaving them with no choice but to wait for respawns. Yet the instant a goblin respawned, Feishue and Chishue would one-shot it, leaving them no time even to cast their skills. How the hell were they supposed to play like this? You 2 useless pieces of trash. You're driving this young master insane. Yiling Yu's face reddened with rage, looking just like a monkey's ass. Yiling Yu had assumed that bringing 2 level 30 bodyguards into the secret realm with me would let him swagger around in front of me. Instead, he couldn't even beat them to the monsters. Whoosh. Your sword maiden killed 39 goblins. Experience plus 7,100. Your blade maiden killed 38 goblins. Experience plus 5,900. Experience full. Level plus 1. Current level, 17, 0%. Current total kills, 215. Sword maiden 107. Blade maiden 108. Golden radiance once again rose around me as my level climbed from 16 to 17. By now, the 2 weapon spirits' combined goblin kill count had reached 215. That left them 4/5 of the way from the daily challenge's goal of 1,000 kills. The Sword Maiden was narrowly in the lead. Although Crimson Blood's strength was as high as 10,000, 4,000 more than Feishue's. Feishue had a true damage talent, specialized in speed, and had a higher spirit stat than Crimson Blood. Her control over the battlefield was therefore superior, and she had maintained a 1-kill lead the entire time. Having another source of firepower makes leveling speed shoot straight up, I said, the corners of my mouth lifting slightly. The difficulty of leveling before and after level 10 was worlds apart. Both the difficulty and the experience required were much higher after level 10, and the requirements kept rising in a straight line. Yet my leveling speed hadn't slowed down in the slightest after breaking through to level 10. If anything, it had reached an even more ridiculous level. For other people, watching their experience bars fill was an agonizingly long process. For me, though, my experience bar was basically a countdown to the next level. I could gain a level in just a few minutes, at a speed comparable to riding a rocket. At the same time, my stats had improved considerably. Name: Lu Yuan. Level: 17, 0%. Class: God Tier Weapon Spirit Master, Hidden. Strength: 1,200. Agility: 1,200. Spirit: 2,400. Constitution: 1,200. After going from level 14 to level 18, my strength, agility, and constitution all rose to 1,200, while my spirit skyrocketed to 2,400. A sharp glint appeared in my eyes. Even without using combat skills, I now had considerable combat power. How did Lu Yuan level up again? His leveling speed is way too absurd. He just gained a level a moment ago. How did he level up again already? If you had two beautiful and powerful big sisters killing monsters for you, you could level this fast too. Holy crap, why do I feel like I awakened a fake combat class? Even a life class levels faster than Lu Yuan. The professionals around us turned their eyes toward me, envy practically spilling out of them. Every professional who could enter the Goblin Secret Realm was exceptionally talented, but even they needed at least half a month, and sometimes several months, to gain a single level. After all, a level 15 goblin only gave 150 experience, while every level after level 15 required at least 10,000 experience. One goblin could fill only 1.5% of their experience bars, and they had to split even that tiny amount of experience with their teammates. If their experience bars increased by 5% a day, that already counted as fast. In the short time just now, I had shot up 3 levels. There was only one way to describe that speed. It was freaking ridiculous. People had seen teams speedrun secret realms, but they had never seen anyone camp a monster spawn point and slaughter everything that appeared. If Lu Yuan wants to level up, why doesn't he go try a trial dungeon? The monsters inside belong to him alone. He's camping the spawn points in the secret realm, leaving nothing for us to kill. We can't get any experience. One of the professionals finally couldn't hold back and muttered a complaint. Everyone had come to the secret realm to farm monsters, but my weapon spirits were camping the spawn points and killing everything. Naturally, they were at least a little annoyed about getting no experience. Still, they only complained in low voices. Being able to hold the spawn points was ultimately a demonstration of my own ability. Many professionals silently left the Goblin Secret Realm after seeing the scene. I also noticed the movement around me. I didn't want my weapon spirits to keep camping the monster spawn points, either. The system was simply too damn inhuman. The daily challenge lasted 24 hours, yet it gave me only 12 hours to complete it. In those 12 short hours, I had to kill 1,000 monsters, plus a level 30 boss. A trial secret realm? I murmured. Although the professionals around us were deliberately keeping their voices down, my spirit stat was a whopping 2,400. I could hear every discussion at the scene perfectly clearly. But they're right. Killing monsters in a secret realm is still too inefficient. I turned my gaze toward Fei Xue and Crimson Blood. The two of them were currently arguing nonstop over who got to sit beside me tonight. Whenever a goblin spawned, they rushed over and killed it in a single move. However, the monster spawn points were far apart, so the two women could only keep darting back and forth through the dungeon. More importantly, perhaps because their killing efficiency was simply too brutal, fewer and fewer goblins spawned each time. They're only spawning a few at a time now. At this rate, they'll wear themselves out before they even reach 1,000 kills. With that thought, I immediately said, Fei Xue, Crimson Blood, come back. The first round is over. Fei Xue is temporarily ahead by 1 kill. Current total kills, 261, Sword Maiden 131, Blade Maiden 130. The kill information in the system quest before me was perfectly clear. During that time, Fei Xue and Crimson Blood had killed another 46 goblins combined, bringing the total to 261. Yes, Fei Xue sheathed her sword cleanly, casually flourishing it once before returning to my side. I was starting to get a little bored anyway. Crimson Blood sheathed her blade as well. She was certainly warlike, but mindlessly slaughtering goblins was boring. She turned toward Feishue and said proudly, "I'll let you stay ahead by one goblin for this round. Next round, I'll definitely overtake you." "Is that so? I'm looking forward to it, little sister." Feishue's gaze was disdainful. "I didn't do anything, but gaining these 3 levels really wasn't easy." I lazily yawned. Everyone stared at me, dumbfounded. Was that even something a human could say? "You freeloading bastard didn't do a damn thing. You just stood there and somehow gained 3 levels." Then, as their master, I had to keep the 2 weapon spirits on good terms, so I added, "You both did very well. Stop arguing. You can both rest in my room tonight." "Got it, Lu Yuan." Feishue's ears turned red. Her master had announced in front of so many people that they had slept together last night, and she felt intensely bashful. "Since it's Lu Yuan's request, I'll do as you say." Crimson Blood crossed her arms and stared proudly at Feishue. "But I'm not going to lose to this woman from here on out." Having 1 weapon spirit accompany him wasn't enough? This guy actually wants both of them to stay? What did he mean by like yesterday? Does that mean Lu Yuan really slept with these 2 stunning big sisters last night? Ha, I must be hearing things. Wah, to hell with this crappy combat class. Whoever the hell wants it can have it. Mom, I want to switch classes and become a forger. Everyone felt like they were about to vomit blood. Was there any justice in this world? Was there any law? What had a forger done to deserve the affection of 2 stunning big sisters at once? And yet those 2 stunning big sisters were acting like naive little sweethearts, doing whatever I said. At that moment, every professional present shared the same thought. What the hell was the point of having this crappy combat class? They might as well become forgers. How did a forger manage to win both Miss Feishue's and Miss Crimson Blood's affection at the same time? Yiling Yu felt as if the sky itself had collapsed after hearing what I said. He couldn't wrap his head around how a forger like me could possibly win the affection of 2 stunning big sisters at once. In Yiling Yu's eyes, my intimacy with the 2 weapon spirits left no opening for anyone else. If things continued like this, he would have even less chance of catching up. He could only abandon the idea completely. I was already used to the ghostly wails all around me, so I ignored them completely. I began sorting through the goblins' drops. Their bones, ears, and teeth could all be used to craft various items. The 2 weapon spirits gathered every drop and handed them all over to me. "My drop rate is higher than yours." Crimson Blood compared her drop rate with Feishue's and noticed that she had received slightly more loot, including quite a few weapons and pieces of equipment. She immediately beamed. "And," Feishue said coldly, "it proves my luck is better than yours." Crimson Blood planted her hands on her hips, puffing out her ample chest proudly. "So what?" Feishue said disdainfully. "Since my luck is better, I can get Lu Yuan more good stuff. With your lousy luck, all you can do is help Lu Yuan kill monsters." Crimson Blood smirked. Feishue froze. She didn't care in the slightest when Crimson Blood called her unlucky, but the moment I was brought into it, she became intensely invested. "A little temporary good luck doesn't mean you'll always be lucky. Next time, I'll get Lu Yuan even better items." The people around them. Watching the 2 stunning big sisters hand every reward over to me while arguing over who could get me better loot had left everyone around them completely numb. I paid no attention to the weapon spirits bickering and turned my gaze toward this hall. I wonder if there's any unexpected surprise. You obtained materials, Goblin Bones X199. You obtained equipment, Rusty Iron Swords X10, Goblin Bows and Arrows X7, Damaged Shield X1. Congratulations. You obtained the title, Goblin Slayer. Rusty Iron Sword. Quality, Common. Effect, Strength plus 10. Description, as you can see, this is a rusty iron sword. There's nothing special about it, but if it hits you, there's a chance you'll get tetanus. Goblin Bow and Arrows. Quality, Common. Effect, Strength plus 10. Description, this is a crude bow and arrow. Damaged Shield. Quality, Fine. Effect, Defense plus 20. Description, this is a well-crafted shield, though its surface is badly damaged. Perhaps it can be repaired. Looks like there's no unexpected surprise after all. I murmured, they're all just ordinary drops. What did he mean? Just ordinary drops. The surrounding professionals' eyes nearly popped out of their heads when they heard me. My haul absolutely could not be called ordinary. Every goblin bone could sell for nearly 10,000 yuan. 199 goblin bones meant a full 1.99 million yuan. That was enough money to keep them working themselves to death for an entire year. And that wasn't even counting the fine quality shield. If it could be repaired, It could be resold for several 100,000 yuan. But to me, these gains really were nothing special. In the Novice Secret Realm, I had already obtained the Novice Divine Artifact, Death Scythe, worth 1,000,000 yuan, and it was the kind of item money couldn't even buy. Besides, the Feishua sword and blood-weeping demon blade I had forged were both superior quality items. These damaged weapons and rusty iron swords were in an entirely different league. I wonder what effect the Goblin Slayer title has. I looked at the title I had just obtained, somewhat curious. In this world, a person could earn a title only by completing a specific achievement, and titles often came with powerful attributes. I couldn't help feeling a little expectant. Goblin Slayer. Intimidation plus 10. Effect. You can randomly scare one weak goblin to death. Me 6. The effect of this Goblin Slayer title could only be described as completely useless. In other words, I just wasted my breath. Next, I stored all the materials and equipment in my inventory and strode toward the secret realm exit. Feishua, Crimson Blood, we're going to a trial dungeon next. Yes. Leave the monster killing to me. The two women answered in unison. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the three of us left the goblin's secret realm. Yi Lingyu's two bodyguards saw this and excitedly said, "Young master, those three went to a dungeon. We can kill goblins now and help you level up. The goblins are practically all dead. What the hell are we supposed to kill?" Yi Lingyu snapped angrily. I had followed him into the goblin's secret realm in the first place because I wanted to show off in front of the girls. Now I was so pissed I was full, and I had no mood left for grinding monsters and leveling. Yi Lingyu. Bodyguards, we're leaving too. The two bodyguards immediately looked troubled. Young master, the dungeon is extremely dangerous, and you can't teleport out whenever you want. Even the two of us can't guarantee your safety. When did I say I was going in with you? Then what do you mean, young master? Yi Lingyu snorted. I want to see exactly what gives Lu Yuan, that carried freeloader, the right to enter a trial dungeon. Some professionals in the Goblin Secret Realm heard that a forger like me was going into a dungeon and immediately became interested. They followed me out of the Goblin Secret Realm one after another. It was already rare to see a life-class professional enter a secret realm. They had never heard of a life-class professional daring to enter a dungeon. Linshui City Teleportation Plaza, dungeon entrance. A life-class professional actually dares to enter a dungeon. Has he lost his mind? How does a helpless life-class professional have the guts? Even if Miss Feishua and Miss Crimson Blood are incredibly strong, how could two people possibly clear a dungeon? The plaza erupted in commotion as everyone stared at me and discussed among themselves. In this world, trial dungeons were even more dangerous than secret realms. As the name implied, a trial dungeon was a sealed-off alternate world. Challengers could return to the real world through a portal only after reaching a specific checkpoint inside the dungeon. Otherwise, they had to clear the trial dungeon before the portal would open, and trial dungeons were far more difficult than ordinary secret realms. Normally, only teams of professional combat class users would choose to clear a trial dungeon. Solo clearing a trial dungeon was already exceedingly rare, let alone doing it as a life-class professional. It was important to know that only one team could enter a trial dungeon at a time. Once challengers entered, the dungeon's portal would close. It would not reopen until the challengers left the dungeon. Unlike a secret realm, a dungeon wasn't a chaotic free-for-all that could hold large numbers of professionals farming monsters simultaneously. This meant that a team entering a dungeon had virtually no room for error. One mistake, and the outcome was being torn apart by the monsters inside. Even with Feishua and Crimson Blood, two powerhouses, at my side, no matter how strong they were individually, entering a dungeon rashly without backup or supplies would be like taking a lantern into a public restroom, asking to die. And they still had to carry me, the deadweight. That was why practically everyone present believed I had no chance of clearing the trial dungeon. At my current level, I can only enter first advancement dungeons. I ignored the discussions around me and turned my gaze toward the dungeon portals. All the known trial dungeons in Linshui City numbered only a dozen or so in total. Excluding the high advancement dungeons, there were only 3 first advancement trial dungeons I could enter: Corpse Ghost Iron City, Weeping Forest, and Valley of Sighs. The portals to Corpse Ghost Iron City and Weeping Forest were currently closed, clearly because teams were already attempting to clear them. Then let's go with the Valley of Sighs. My gaze settled on the last portal, the Valley of Sighs dungeon. He actually wants to enter the hell-level trial dungeon, the Valley of Sighs? 3 people think they can clear the Valley of Sighs? Is this guy insane? Only 29 teams have ever cleared the Valley of Sighs according to its historical rankings. Nobody normally dares go in. Does he not know that? The crowd erupted the moment they saw my choice. Trial dungeon slots were limited, and anyone who wanted to enter had to wait in line. Teams occupied Corpse Ghost, Iron City, and Weeping Forest, while the Valley of Sighs was the only unoccupied one. That wasn't without reason. The Valley of Sighs was simply the most difficult of all the first advancement trial dungeons in Linshui City. It was known as a hell-level dungeon. To date, only 29 teams had successfully passed the Valley of Sighs trial dungeon according to its historical rankings. Every team that attempted the Valley of Sighs either gave up halfway or was killed inside by the undead. The historical rankings for the other dungeons were packed with names, so the danger of the Valley of Sighs was impossible to overstate. Young man, I advise you not to enter the Valley of Sighs. It's known as a first advancement hell-level dungeon, and it's a paradise for the undead. Once you enter, you'll have almost no chance of coming back alive. A middle-aged professional finally couldn't resist warning me. Then today, we'll be the 30th team. I smiled calmly and, without hesitation, put an arm around the Sword Maiden and Blade Maiden before walking into the Valley of Sighs portal. Inside the trial dungeon, the Valley of Sighs, two weapon spirits and I appeared in a pitch-black, deathly silent valley, while the teleportation portal behind us turned gray. The sky was dim and lightless. Only a crimson crescent moon hung upside down in the heavens, and the air was thick with a bloody stench. Darkness so deep I couldn't see my hand in front of my face surrounded us. Before me and the two weapon spirits was only one road leading into the depths of the valley. No wonder this is called the hardest hell-tier dungeon among first-tier dungeons. The atmosphere really is terrifying. Feeling the Valley of Sighs' horrifying atmosphere, I couldn't help commenting. Putting everything else aside, judging by the atmosphere I was experiencing now, it was unquestionably the most intense dungeon atmosphere I'd encountered. Sometimes, the atmosphere within a dungeon could also become a crucial factor affecting a classer's performance. Some novice classers might be scared out of their fighting spirit the instant they entered this dungeon. How were they supposed to fight the monsters inside? In plain English, your mindset during battle is incredibly important. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Just then, all around the land centered on the two weapon spirits and me, the sound of something breaking through the soil suddenly erupted. Something was frantically crawling out from underground. The monsters are spawning? Feishua, Chishua, get ready for battle. My expression tightened as I spoke in a deep voice. Even though I had two powerful weapon spirits, I didn't underestimate the trial dungeon. I remained vigilant of my surroundings at all times. Yes, master. The moment monsters began spawning all around us, Feishua and Chishua had already drawn their weapons and taken up positions on either side of me, ready to fight at any moment. Clack, 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 clack. Before long, one white skeleton warrior after another burst out of the ground, making sharp clacking sounds. They wielded long swords and shields. Ghostly green flames burned in the hollow sockets of their skulls, like undead creatures straight from hell. Skeleton warriors appeared throughout the space like a tide, completely surrounding Feishua, Chishua, and me. They resembled a mighty undead army, their presence imposing. Skeleton warrior, common monster. Level, 15. Strength, 1000. Agility, 1000. Defense, 300. Spirit, 1000. HP, 3000. Skills, /block. So many skeleton warriors spawned right at the start. At a glance, the skeleton warriors stretched out in a dense black mass, their numbers already exceeding 3 digits. One attribute panel after another hovered above their heads, while the ghostly green flames in their eye sockets fixed themselves on me. At this moment, I seemed to understand even better why the Valley of Sighs was called a hell-tier dungeon. You had barely entered the dungeon before more than 100 skeleton warriors surrounded you, and more skeleton warriors were continuously spawning all around you. With no way out behind you, only an unusable teleportation portal remained. It was easy to imagine how utterly despairing that was. Although these skeleton warriors were only level 15, their sheer numbers made up for it. Even if they won through numbers alone, they were enough to drown a large number of parties. These skeleton warriors simply weren't very intelligent, but their stats were basically no different from those of ordinary classers. Every one of their strikes carried a plain and unadorned 1,000 points of strength. Even if some level 30 big shot showed up after being hacked by this many skeleton warriors for several rounds, they'd end up looking like a flute. However, as I stared at the dense mass of skeleton warriors, the corner of my mouth involuntarily curled into a smile. This many skeleton warriors are exactly what I wanted. Looks like I chose the right dungeon. I'd just been complaining that there weren't enough monsters to farm in the dungeon, and now this group of skeleton warriors had arrived at the perfect time. Immediately afterward, grr, the skeleton warriors growled low, and the ghostly green flames in their eye sockets flared violently. They raised their long swords and surged toward the three of us. The collision of bones produced a harsh clacking sound. Frost annihilation. A flash of white light appeared in Feishua's eyes. The temperature around us instantly dropped to freezing, icy air spreading madly as a snowflake suddenly drifted down from the void. Swish! She abruptly drew her sword. A cold white sword light burst forth as though it would drown everything. In terrifying sword, chi instantly ground a section of skeleton warriors into dust. Your sword maiden killed a level 15 skeleton warrior. EXP plus 150. Your sword maiden killed a level 15 skeleton warrior. EXP plus 150. Your sword maiden killed a level 15 skeleton warrior. EXP plus 150. Swish, swish, swish. A series of notification panels instantly refreshed before my eyes. That feels amazing. And that was only the beginning. Every last one of you. Become Master's Experience. Chishue's lips curved into a vicious grin. The demonic blade in her hand emitted a blood-red glow in the night as she unleashed a slash wrapped in overwhelming, unstoppable energy. Chishue's strength was 4,000 points higher than Feishue's. If Feishue's sword was known for its speed, then Chishue's blade was known for its absolute power. Boom! With a single slash, red energy shook the entire battlefield. Within a radius of more than a dozen meters centered on Chishue's blade, all the skeleton warriors' bodies shattered like building blocks. Your blade killed a level 15 skeleton warrior. EXP plus 150. Your blade maiden killed a level 15 skeleton warrior. EXP plus 150. Your blade maiden killed a level 15 skeleton warrior. EXP plus 150. EXP full. Level plus 1. EXP full. Level plus 1. Current level, 19, 0%. Current total kills, 448. Swish, swish, swish. Another series of utterly unremarkable EXP notification panels popped up before me. Even a cracked game wouldn't let you play like this. My eyes were starting to blur from looking at them, so I simply blocked the notification panels. At this rate, we'll reach 1,000 kills soon. Skeleton warriors continued crawling out of the soil one after another. Like moths yearning for the light, they threw themselves fearlessly into the flame, charging at the two weapon spirits with swords and shields raised. But before overwhelming strength, these skeletons couldn't even touch Feishue or Chishue. Grr! Just then, one skeleton warrior suddenly turned its gaze toward me. Raising its sword, it charged at me with a low growl. Did this skeleton warrior gain intelligence? I stared at it with interest. Monsters with low intelligence generally prioritized attacking the nearest living creature. This skeleton warrior had bypassed Feishue and Chishue to attack me, which was rather interesting. Master, Feishue and Chishue noticed the skeleton warrior, and their murderous gazes immediately converged on it. Gore! The skeleton warrior felt as though some immense terror had locked onto it. It instinctively sensed fear, and its previously fearless momentum lost more than half its force. Its entire body stiffened in midair, and in an instant, it stopped moving altogether. You two don't need to worry about me. One skeleton warrior can't hurt me. I spoke to the two girls. Okay, master. Only then did the two girls continue hunting the skeleton warriors. Grr! Once the weapon spirits looked away, the skeleton warrior immediately let out another growl and charged at me with extraordinary ferocity. Sizzle! Flames suddenly rose around me, transforming into a fire dragon that swallowed the skeleton warrior in an instant, leaving not even a scrap behind. Killed skeleton warrior. EXP plus 150. My forge fire one-shotted it. My pupils contracted in shock. That's right. This was the forge fire from my forger class. Normally, a forger's forge fire was limited by their low stats and was no different from ordinary flames. But I was an exception. My stats were the same as those of a combat class, meaning they increased with my level. Even so, I hadn't expected my forge fire to be this ridiculous. My level 19 strength was only 1,400 points, while a skeleton warrior had 3,000 HP. Could it be because my forge fire's level is so high and my stats can increase, so the forge fire's damage has also increased several times over? I said, surprised. As I'd mentioned before, every forger's forge fire was different, and my god-tier weapon spirit master was a hidden class, so naturally, my forge fire was a god-tier flame as well. God-tier flames plus an improvable stat panel plus powerful combat weapon spirits. How was this a life class? This was practically a divine class. Anyone who didn't know better would think I was a fire mage. These stats are absurd. The corner of my mouth lifted as I muttered. Looks like I can't casually use my forge fire to attack people next time. My forge fire was honestly a little too ridiculous. I was afraid I might accidentally burn someone until not even scraps remained. Suddenly, I noticed that among the drops from the skeleton warrior I had just killed, a golden ring was lying conspicuously. Is this an absorption ring? The absorption ring, just as its name implied, could collect drops within a certain range into the ring. It was a spatial item capable of storing things. Item obtained. Absorption ring. It really is an absorption ring. I picked up the golden ring dropped by the skeleton warrior, and a notification panel immediately appeared before me. The absorption ring is an incredibly rare item. Did I really get one from an ordinary skeleton warrior? Although this was a world where games and reality had fused together, classers here didn't have inventory space like they did in games. They couldn't simply store items in an inventory. Spatial items were also extremely rare in this world. Only a small number of high-level players possessed absorption rings. Most professional classer teams recruited a logistics worker responsible for collecting drops, who had to lug a huge backpack around everywhere. To put it simply, even the smallest absorption ring could easily sell for tens of millions. And that was a case of having money but no seller. That showed just how rare spatial items were in this world. But the real surprise came afterward. Absorption ring. Quality, excellent. Effect, absorption, directly absorbs all items belonging to you within a 50-meter radius into the ring's space. Space, 10 meters times 10 meters times 10 meters. Description, an absorption ring containing a small pocket of space. After its owner died, he became a skeleton warrior. Wearing it directly unlocks the storage space. Holy crap, it's an excellent quality absorption ring. I couldn't help blurting out a curse as I stared at the golden absorption ring in my hand, a fiery gleam appearing in my eyes. Its storage space measured 10 meters in length, width, and height, 1,000 cubic meters in volume, roughly equivalent to the cargo capacity of a train car. That space was seriously huge, and the quality of spatial items was incomparable to that of other item types of the same rank. This haul was enormous, and judging from the description, that skeleton warrior must have been something like a classer when he was alive. After reading the absorption ring's description, I immediately put it on. I sank my consciousness into the ring's space. I wonder if any of his belongings are inside. But the absorption ring's storage space was completely empty, without a single thing left behind. I didn't feel disappointed. Getting this absorption ring was already more than enough to satisfy me. Let's see how it works. I raised my hand and activated the absorption ring with a thought. It radiated a burst of light. Swish, swish, swish. All the drops from the skeleton warriors within a 50-meter radius of me were immediately sucked into the ring's space. Material obtained. Bone fragments times 136. Equipment obtained. Rusty iron swords times 29. Damaged shields times 18. Picking everything up automatically with the absorption ring really is satisfying. I stared at the items and materials piled up inside the ring's space, the corners of my mouth lifting slightly. It also saves Feishue and the others from having to manually collect the drops after fighting. At that same moment, the skeleton warriors around us finally stopped spawning. After Chishua dealt with the last skeleton warrior, the two girls put away their weapons and prepared to pick up the skeleton warrior's drops from the ground. Swish, swish, swish. But with a broad wave of my hand, every skeleton warrior drop on the ground was sucked into the ring. Master is wearing an absorption ring. Feishue turned in surprise toward the golden ring on my hand. She immediately connected it to the skeleton warrior that had circled around us. Could it have been dropped by that skeleton warrior? Although they were weapon spirits, they still knew how precious spatial items were. I hadn't possessed any spatial item before, yet I had suddenly acquired an absorption ring. Clearly, it could only have been dropped by that skeleton warrior. Yeah, that skeleton warrior seemed to be more than an ordinary monster. After I killed it, it dropped this ring. I nodded. This world was already much like a massive online game, so it wasn't strange for some monsters to drop special items when killed. In fact, the educational materials of this world specifically recorded that certain special monsters could blend in among ordinary monsters. They were nearly indistinguishable from regular monsters, but killing them could yield hidden items. Master's luck is way too good. You killed one random skeleton warrior, and it dropped a spatial item. Chishue stared at me in shock. her eyes full of worship. Her emotional support was off the charts. She had killed at least 100 or 200 skeleton warriors just now, but all they had dropped were ordinary materials, rusty iron swords, damaged shields, and so on. Yet their master had killed only one skeleton warrior and directly gotten an absorption ring worth a fortune. That terrifying luck immediately made the Blade Maiden worship me from the bottom of her heart. Ha ha ha, it's thanks to you two holding back the other undead. Otherwise, I couldn't have killed that skeleton warrior and obtained this absorption ring. I looked at my Blade Maiden, whose face was full of worship, and felt absolutely fantastic. I reached out and pulled Chishue into my arms, then gently kissed her cheek. Chishue's face flushed bright red in an instant. Her head felt dizzy, and her heart filled with an emotion called happiness. Her eyes nearly spun in circles. Master is just incredibly lucky. If it had been Chishue, I definitely couldn't have gotten an absorption ring. Blade Maiden Affinity plus 10. Current Affinity, 100 points. Blade Maiden Affinity plus 10. Current Affinity, 110 points. Blade Maiden Affinity plus 10. Current Affinity, 120 points. 3 affinity increase notification panels popped up before me at once, and Chishue's affinity shot straight up to 120 points. Now that was an unexpected windfall. I had simply been too happy just now. Seeing Chishue's worshipful expression, I'd acted on impulse. A stunning weapon spirit was staring at me with worship in her eyes. What man could keep from getting carried away? I hadn't expected Chishue's affinity to jump by 30 points in one shot. If I kissed her a few more times, wouldn't Chishue's affinity skyrocket? But then I dismissed the thought. One occasional kiss was romance. Holding her and kissing her nonstop would make me a creep, wouldn't it? As everyone knew, kisses were more valuable when they were rare. If I kissed her too often now, future intimate contact with Chishue would actually make it harder to increase her affinity. So I suppressed the thought, but then I saw my sword maiden, Feishue, staring at me with eager eyes. Feishue had seen me hold Chishue and kiss her. It felt as if lightning had struck her whole body. As my first weapon spirit, she hadn't even been kissed by me once. She couldn't help feeling a sour emotion rise in her heart. She was jealous. I simply pulled the sword maiden into my arms as well and kissed her cheek. Not jealous anymore. Feishue answered with a voice softer than a mosquito's buzz. Even her exquisite ears had turned red, but she still wore an expression as cold as an iceberg, leaving me torn between laughter and helplessness. In an instant, the two weapon spirit maidens stopped competing with each other. Let's go to the next area. Holding my two weapon spirit maidens, I strode deeper into the Valley of Sighs. At the same time, I lifted the block on the experience notifications, and a huge batch of panels immediately popped up all at once. Your weapon spirits killed 231 skeleton warriors. Experience plus 34,650. Experience full. Level plus 1. Current level, 33%. Current total kills, 679. Sword Maiden 337. Blade Maiden 340. The kill count is climbing so fast. Coming to this undead dungeon was definitely the right call. My eyes lit up, and I spoke with delight. The total kill count for the daily challenge had reached 679. With only 321 left to hit 1,000, it wouldn't take much longer at this pace. Notably, Chishue's kill count had even overtaken Feishue's by 3. After all, skeleton warriors spawned in huge waves, giving Chishue's high attack power a massive advantage. One slash could basically insta-kill an entire group of them. At the same time, my level broke through another threshold, reaching level 20. Looks like we can definitely complete the daily quest in this dungeon. With that thought, I quickened my pace. The farther in we went, the more sharply the temperature dropped, until it felt like we had reached the freezing point. Even a light breath of ghostly wind could scrape the skin raw. I discovered that even my breath was condensing into ice crystals. The temperature here is way too low. Fortunately, I had already broken through level 20 and could adapt to the extreme cold here. Before long, the three of us reached the deepest part of the Valley of Sighs. A pitch-black door stood before us, leading into a massive palace carved into the mountain. Even without opening it, the three of us could faintly sense an unsettling aura emanating from within. Looks like this is the dungeon boss's territory. I walked up to the black door, only then noticing that its surface was covered in densely packed, mysterious patterns. The two weapon spirit maidens stayed right behind me without taking a single step away, their expressions wary. Rumble. I immediately pushed open the pitch-black door. An ancient, weighty aura rushed at us from inside the main hall. What is this? I looked into the hall at once and noticed that it was completely empty. A few pillars supporting the hall stood on either side. Directly ahead of me stood a tall figure wearing armor and a cape. Its face was hidden beneath its helmet, a red tassel tied to it, and it held an enormous greatsword. Its presence was terrifying. Abyssal Knight Ygritte, Dungeon Boss. Level 30. Strength 30,000. Agility 30,000. Defense 30,000. Spirit 50,000. HP 100,000. These stats are completely ridiculous. No wonder they call the Valley of Sighs a hell-level dungeon. The moment I saw the Dungeon Boss Ygritte stat panel, I sucked in a sharp breath. A normal level 30 class holder only had base stats of 3,000. This dungeon boss had 10 times that in every attribute, while its HP was an absurd 100,000. How were we supposed to fight it? This wasn't a game. We couldn't rely on memorizing the boss's skill patterns and using movement to dodge damage while slowly whittling down its HP. This was reality. If an ordinary class holder got hit once by Ygritte, they wouldn't just die in-game. They'd be dead for real. Yet when I saw Ygritte's stats, I couldn't help smiling. Completely calm, I said, Feishua, we'll kill this dungeon boss together. Master, you mean? Feishua immediately understood. Her master wanted to use a synchronization skill with Chishua. She had experienced how powerful synchronization skills were. Although my consciousness took control throughout the process, she understood that after synchronization, the strength of both parties would receive an unprecedented boost. I then turned my gaze to the Blade Maiden. Chishua, can I come in now? Chishua's intimacy had just broken through 100 points, meaning we could use the synchronization skill. Master can use Chishua anytime. The Blade Maiden blushed slightly, looking shy but extremely serious. She was a weapon I had forged myself. It was only natural for me to wield her. And Master had even asked for permission before coming in. Master is so gentle. Blade Maiden Intimacy plus 10. Current Intimacy, 130. Blade Maiden Intimacy plus 10. Current Intimacy, 140. Blade Maiden Intimacy plus 10. Current Intimacy, 150. Immediately afterward, I activated the skill at once. Weapon Spirit Synchronization. Chishua instantly transformed into a crimson spirit and merged into the blood-cried demon blade. I gripped the hilt tightly. A scorching aura surged through my palm, and my mental world became completely synchronized with the Blade Maiden. At that same moment, my stats underwent a earth-shaking transformation. Name, Lu Yuan, Synchronized State. Level, 20, 43.2%. Class, God Tier Weapon Spirit Master, Hidden. Strength, 115,000. Agility, 55,000. Spirit, 70,000. Constitution, 95,000. Acquired Weapon Spirit Talent. Life Steal, Blood Devour. Each time damage is dealt, steal HP equal to 50% of the damage, ignoring the enemy's level. Acquired Weapon Spirit Skills. Cleave, Draw Slash, Blade of Fury. Ding ding ding. Just then, one eerie green lamp after another suddenly lit up inside the hall. The Abyssal Knight standing in the very center suddenly lit 2 crimson points of light in the darkness beneath its helmet. Its armor creaked as it slowly began to move. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted with a thunderous roar, whipping up a gale that swept in every direction. Nice presence. Holding the blood-cried demon blade, I calmly offered my review. If a weaker class holder had been standing here, they probably wouldn't even have been able to withstand this boss's aura. The Abyssal Knight's crimson eyes turned toward me, but it didn't move. One pitch-black abyssal portal after another appeared behind it. Click, click. Countless skeleton warriors marched out of the portals, orderly as an undead army. And among these undead were more than ordinary skeleton warriors. There were also undead archers with bows, armored undead soldiers, and undead mages in robes. Every one of them was an elite monster at level 25. At the same time, the door behind me slammed shut. Roar! The Abyssal Knight Ygritte raised its greatsword. It pointed the blade at me and let out a low growl. The next moment, all the skeleton warriors launched an assault on Feishua and me. The elite heavy-armored skeletons charged at the front, leading the skeleton warriors toward us like a tidal wave. Behind them, the undead archers and undead mages aimed their bows and staves at Feishua and me. That's a lot of minions. This could get annoying. I shifted my gaze from the Abyssal Knight Ygritte to the undead army filling the hall. Another thought rose in my mind. I wonder if I can use the rider skill at the same time as synchronization? With that thought, I activated another skill, Weapon Spirit Rider. Feishua's attributes all instantly broke through 18,000 points, while her agility reached a terrifying 24,000. Master, if you control both me and Qishua at once, can your mental strength handle it? Feishua asked worriedly. Don't worry. I'm not going to push myself recklessly. I checked my condition and noticed that my mental strength consumption wasn't very high. Perhaps reaching level 20 had given my mental strength a qualitative boost. Feishua, deal with these undead. Qishua and I will kill Ygritte. Can you do it? I asked. Go deal with Ygritte, master. Leave these undead to me. Feishua nodded. Good. I stomped once, and my body shot forward like a cannonball. The great blade in my hand radiated an extraordinarily dazzling red glow. The blade maiden was excited. At that moment, several undead archers and undead mages reacted. The archers immediately aimed their bows at me, while the mages began chanting and preparing their spells. Swish! But right afterward, a streak of white sword light flashed by. Feishua appeared behind them and instantly slew more than a dozen undead archers and mages. I won't let you interfere with Master's battle. Roar! On the other side, the abyssal knight Ygritte sensed me. A low growl came from its indistinct face beneath the helmet, and two blood-red points of light locked onto me. Ygritte suddenly leaped into the air. Its great sword carried terrifying energy as it hacked down at me. Blade and sword collided, sending out scorching sparks. The entire hall shook, and a massive burst of energy exploded. Bang! I directly blasted Ygritte away with a single strike. It crashed into the wall, smashing a huge hole through it, and a large amount of stone instantly buried it. How could a mere skeletal undead possibly be a match for Master and me? Qishua said proudly. After she and her master became one, every one of their attributes completely overwhelmed the abyssal knight. Crack! However, the moment Qishua finished speaking, Ygritte gripped its sword again and rose from the rubble. It charged at me with a slash, moving so fast that it reached my face in the blink of an eye. God damn it, is this boss's HP fake or something? I couldn't help cursing. Ygritte only had 100,000 HP, and a single one of my skills dealt more than 100,000 damage. Its HP should have been emptied long ago, but I had no time to think. I twisted aside and dodged Ygritte's sword. Immediately afterward, I entered a state of fury. Blood-red light erupted from the demon blade in my hand as I swung it horizontally toward Ygritte's waist. What I didn't expect was that Ygritte could still react. From an extremely tricky angle, it raised its sword to block. Crack! With a sharp sound, the demon blade's terrifying energy erupted. A crack first appeared in the great sword in Ygritte's hand, then spread out like a spiderweb. With another crack, the sword shattered into pieces. Before an absolute advantage in attributes, even Ygritte's incredible microcontrol was useless. Bang! My blade struck Ygritte's armor and instantly cut it in half at the waist. But there was no spray of blood or flesh. Ygritte's armor tumbled across the floor, and there was nothing inside it. Successfully killed Abyssal Knight Ygritte. EXP plus 100,000. EXP full. Level plus 2. Current level, 22, 99%. A ray of light rose from my body. I gained 2 levels in a row, reaching level 22. Holy crap, I'm only 1% away from level 23. I saw that my level 22 experience bar had reached 99%, leaving me just 1% short. As someone with severe OCD, I felt awful. Your sword maiden killed 367 undead warriors. EXP plus 50,000. EXP full. Level plus 2. Current level, 24, 23%. At the same moment, Feishua also killed every undead creature, granting a full 50,000 EXP and making me gain another 2 levels. Me. Now that feels better. You have exited synchronized state and canceled rider state. A streak of red light shot out of the blood-cry demon blade, and Chishue's figure appeared in space. This time, I hadn't waited until my mental strength was completely depleted before exiting, but I still felt a wave of dizziness. At least I didn't immediately collapse and fall asleep. Swish, swish, swish. I stared at the loot scattered across the floor, waved my hand, and sucked it all directly into the absorption ring. Master, do you want to rest for a bit first? Seeing that my face had gone somewhat pale, Feishua hurried over to support me. Qishua had just come down from her battle high and quickly came over to help as well. Master, are you all right? My mental strength is just a little drained. You two don't need to worry. I reached out to reassure my 2 weapon spirit maidens, pinched their little cheeks, and then turned my gaze toward the prompt window in front of me. Congratulations. You have cleared the trial dungeon, Valley of Sighs. Clear time. 16 minutes, 39 seconds. Dungeon ranking. First place. Second place time. 3 hours, 20 minutes, 19 seconds. Congratulations. You have set a new record for the fastest clear in the dungeon's history. Please enter your team name. Team name. I thought for a moment, then entered 4 characters directly. Let's just call it the Lu Yuan Squad. What do you think? Fei Xue and Qi Xue could both see the clear prompt. After hearing me, they both nodded in agreement. I think naming it after Master is perfect. Would you like to name the team Lu Yuan Squad? Yes. I immediately selected yes. It was only the name for this dungeon anyway. Every dungeon allowed you to choose a new team name. I didn't hurry to leave. Instead, I turned my gaze toward Ygritte's armor. It didn't seem to be a dropped item, so the absorption ring hadn't picked it up automatically. Just then, Ygritte's armor dispersed into the air like grains of sand. And in the center of the hall, a golden, gleaming treasure chest appeared. It's a dungeon treasure chest. My eyes lit up, and I immediately ran over and opened it. Whoa! Golden legendary. Obtained 1 Eye of the Abyss talent, 1 Abyssal Stone, and 1 set of Abyssal Knight's armor. Eye of the Abyss. Can detect targets no more than 50 levels higher than yourself. Abyssal Stone. Quality. Superior. Description. Enhancement material from the Abyss. Abyssal Knight's armor. Quality. Superior. Effect 1. Defense plus 10,000. Effect 2. Speed plus 10,000. Description. Armor from the Abyssal Knight, Ygritte, forged from superior abyssal material, Void, Oregon. It provides powerful defense while also possessing incredible speed. Can be dismantled into superior material, Void, or a detection skill, enhancement material, and superior equipment. A huge haul. My eyes lit up, and I was thrilled. I never expected Ygritte not to drop the armor, only for the treasure chest to spit it out instead. And this armor could even be dismantled. Once I reached level 30, I would unlock my 3rd weapon spirit slot. The forging material for my next weapon spirit had practically fallen into my lap, and its quality was even superior. Based on my experience, weapons of different qualities gave their weapon spirits different starting levels. The higher the quality, the higher the starting level. For example, Fei Xue had been forged using fine materials, and her starting level was 10. Qi Xue had been forged using excellent materials, and her starting level was 20. A weapon forged from superior materials, on the other hand, would give its weapon spirit an astonishing starting level of 30. Master, this material can enhance me. The moment Qi Xue saw the Abyssal Stone, intense longing appeared in her eyes. Enhancement materials could make her stronger. As a warrior, she naturally hungered for power. I didn't agree immediately. Instead, I picked up the Abyssal Stone and turned to Fei Xue. Fei Xue, is this material useful to you? There was only one enhancement material. As their master, I couldn't play favorites, so I had to keep things fair. Fei Xue shook her head. Master, the energy inside this stone is too chaotic. Forcing it to enhance me would do more harm than good. You should give it to Qi Xue. The material used to forge her was a pure, flawless ore, while the Abyssal Stone came from the chaotic abyss and contained all kinds of disordered energy. It wouldn't enhance Fei Xue. In fact, it might even harm her. Qi Xue, however, was inherently demonic, making her perfectly suited to the abyss's attributes. It would be a massive boost for her. Then we'll enhance Qi Xue first after we get back. I nodded. Thank you, Master. Qi Xue said happily. She then turned toward Fei Xue, crossed her arms, and said somewhat awkwardly, but still, thank you for letting me use the Abyssal Stone first. It's only right for an older sister to yield to her younger sister. Fei Xue replied. Qi Xue looked a little annoyed, but ultimately said nothing. I put the Abyssal Stone and armor into the absorption ring. All right, we should get out of here. At that moment, a portal appeared inside the hall. The 3 of us walked straight through it. Only after leaving the dungeon did I hear the spectators discussing what had happened earlier. A group of class holders led by Yi Lingyu had gathered outside the Valley of Size portal. Most teams that challenged the Valley of Size in the past were wiped out before they could even last 10 minutes. Lu Yuan and the other 2 have been inside for more than 10 minutes. They're still holding on. Those 2 mature women beside Lu Yuan are incredibly strong. I don't think they'll die in there. Maybe they'll choose to withdraw at a later stage. Do you think it's possible Lu Yuan can actually clear the Valley of Size? You're crazy too, right? If the Valley of Size were that easy to clear, the names of Linshui City's top teams would have filled the rankings ages ago. If they can make it through and come out alive, they should thank their lucky stars. Wait, the Valley of Size portal seems to have reopened. Someone's coming out. Just then, someone shouted in surprise, and everyone's eyes immediately turned toward the Valley of Sighs portal. Could it be that I and the two stunning mature women had really walked out of the Valley of Sighs alive? Feishue, Chishue, and I slowly stepped out of the portal. What really made people want to puke blood was seeing me emerge from a Hellgrade dungeon with two weapon spirits at my sides, one stunning woman tucked under each arm. Everyone looked on with unconcealed envy. A life class user was actually living more freely than all of them combat class users. Honestly, I wasn't trying to show off. I just used weapon spirit synchronization and weapon spirit controller, which had drained a huge amount of mental power. What was wrong with supporting my own weapon spirits by the waist? Yiling stared as I walked out with a woman on each arm. He was green with envy, but still immediately sneered. Lu Yuan, why did you crawl out of the Valley of Sighs? And you even became the 30th team to clear the dungeon? Looks like your bragging finally blew up in your face. I couldn't even be bothered to acknowledge this human-shaped band-aid. Everyone look, the Valley of Sighs leaderboard changed. Don't tell me they really cleared the Valley of Sighs? Suddenly, a class user pointed at the leaderboard above the dungeon portal and cried out. That's impossible. They only went in for a dozen minutes. How could they possibly clear the Valley of Sighs? Exactly. The Silver Moon, which holds the historical record, took 15 hours. There's no way anyone could clear it this fast. Holy crap. Look, the leaderboard really does have a new team called Lu Yuan's team. After hearing that, everyone's eyes turned toward the leaderboard. Sure enough, a team named Lu Yuan's team had appeared on the Valley of Sighs dungeon leaderboard. It rapidly climbed from 30th place, finally landing in first. Valley of Sighs dungeon leaderboard. First place, Lu Yuan's team, clear time, 16 minutes, 39 seconds. Second place, Silver Moon, clear time, 3 hours, 20 minutes, 19 seconds. Third place, Black Beast Mercenary Corps, clear time, 5 hours, 9 minutes, 9 seconds. 16 minutes? How is that possible? Is there a bug in the leaderboard? Clearing the Valley of Sighs in 16 minutes is completely impossible. Seeing Lu Yuan's team in first place, Yiling Yu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He stared in disbelief. Even the Silver Moon, ranked second, had needed at least 3 hours. How could the three of us have cleared it in 16 minutes? Not to mention, I'm just a useless life class user. No matter how powerful Feishue and Chishue were, there was no way they could clear it this fast while dragging along a deadweight. Young master, there has never been a single case of a dungeon leaderboard ranking incorrectly anywhere in the country. Lu Yuan was only level 17 when he entered, but now he's already level 24. They may really have cleared the Valley of Sighs. The bodyguard sucked in a breath, staring at the three of us in shock. Yiling Yu couldn't see my level, but his level 30 bodyguard could. If my level hadn't changed, claiming the leaderboard had bugged out might have made sense. But I'd only been gone for a dozen minutes, and my level had shot from 17 to 24. That was ironclad proof I'd cleared the dungeon. Lu Yuan is level 24. When Yiling Yu heard that, he went completely blank. After all, he was only level 5 right now. I was already level 24. For fuck's sake. Was I a combat class user? Or was I a combat class user? My god. Lu Yuan and the others really cleared the Valley of Sighs with only 3 people, and it took them just 16 minutes. I remember the Silver Moon broke the record back then, clearing the dungeon in 3 hours and taking the top spot. That was 10 years ago, and now the Silver Moon is one of the country's top professional teams. Every member is a 4th advancement powerhouse. Holy crap, the entire team is made up of level 100 4th advancement powerhouses. That's a height I wouldn't dare dream of reaching in my entire life. How weak could a team ranked in the top 10 possibly be? The Black Beast Mercenary Corps in 3rd may not be as strong as the Silver Moon, but they're known as the Iron-Blooded Mercenaries and have a fearsome reputation. Every member is a powerhouse above level 90. A wave of shocked cries swept through the scene as everyone stared blankly at the three of us. Why are you all crowding around us? Make way, make way. I prepared to head home with my weapon spirits. It was still fairly early, but killing the Abyssal Knight Yagrat while simultaneously controlling 2 weapon spirits had drained me badly. I needed plenty of rest to recover completely. Besides, after level 20, the experience required for each level rose in a straight line. It would be better to strengthen Chishue first. Once I got her to level 30, we'd be much more efficient when we went out to grind monsters. Who exactly are those 2 stunning women beside him? They cleared the Valley of Sighs in 16 minutes. Even an SSS-ranked genius couldn't be much better, right? High-level class users can't enter a 1st advancement dungeon yet. which means there's still only first advancement class users. That's completely absurd. The people around us hurriedly opened a path, staring in shock at the two beautiful weapon spirits and whispering among themselves. Half an hour later, the villa. After returning home, I first opened the system's quest panel. I'd already collected my dungeon rewards, but I hadn't claimed the rewards from the system's daily quests yet. Daily challenge quest issued. Kill 1,000 monsters level 10 or above. Completed. Timed quest. Kill 1 level 30 boss. Reward. Strengthened weapon spirit controller, allowing the host to command 2 weapon spirits in battle simultaneously. Completed. Would you like to claim the daily quest reward? Claim. I said immediately. Daily challenge quest completed. Reward obtained. Frozen crystal. Timed quest completed. Reward obtained. Strengthened weapon spirit controller. You may now control 2 weapon spirits simultaneously. Frozen crystal, weapon spirit exclusive, strengthening material. Quality, excellent. Description, a supreme ice element material that can be used to strengthen the quality of a sword maiden. Weapon spirit controller, consumes a small amount of mental power to greatly enhance overall awareness and establish telepathic communication, allowing 2 weapon spirits to fight under your command. All attributes of the weapon spirits are increased 3-fold. Note, both weapon spirits must have reached 150 affection to use this skill. My eyes lit up immediately. Both rewards were exactly what I needed right now. I was already level 24, but Fei Xue was still level 20. An exclusive strengthening material was incredibly important. An upgrading weapon spirit controller from controlling 1 weapon spirit to controlling 2 was a massive improvement as well. Even if I didn't command the weapon spirits directly in battle, I could use the skill as a simple area-wide buff. Once activated, Fei Xue and Qi Xue's combat power would immediately triple. Simple and brutally effective. Most importantly, it consumed very little of my mental power. Qi Xue's affection had also already reached 150 points. After finishing all that, I turned my attention to my attribute panel. Compared with my weapon spirits, my own attribute panel was utterly average, but at least I had some attack power. Name, Lu Yuan. Level, 24, 23%. Class, God-tier weapon spirit master, hidden. Strength, 1,900. Agility, 1,900. Spirit, 3,800. Constitution, 1,900. Not bad, not bad. Strength, agility, and constitution have all reached 1,900. I nodded in satisfaction. I could already imagine the day when all 4 of my attributes broke through 9,999 and I punched a star apart. I closed the attribute panel and turned to my weapon spirit girls. Fei Xue, Qi Xue, come with me to the basement. Master, I'm coming. Qi Xue knew I was going to use the material to strengthen her, and she was thrilled. Fei Xue was a little confused, but she obediently followed beside me. I explained, I just obtained a material specifically meant to strengthen you, so I'll strengthen both of you together. Thank you, Master. A hint of delight appeared in Fei Xue's eyes. Although she'd voluntarily yielded the Abyss Stone to Qi Xue in the Valley of Sighs dungeon earlier, that was because Fei Xue could sense that the Abyss Stone wasn't suitable for strengthening her. Otherwise, unless I told her to, she definitely wouldn't have yielded so easily. Now that I'd obtained another strengthening material that could upgrade her, she was naturally happy. Inside the spacious, brightly lit basement, I stared at the 2 stunning women in front of me and asked, which of you 2 wants to be strengthened first? Qi Xue was clearly impatient. Her beautiful face was filled with longing. As a brave and battle-hardened female warrior, she thirsted intensely for power. But this time, Qi Xue suppressed her powerful desire, like a child painfully giving away her favorite toy. Fei Xue gave the Abyss Stone to me in the Valley of Sighs, so I'm not going to compete with her over who goes first this time. In that case, we'll strengthen Fei Xue first. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing a stunning older woman make such a childish expression created an incredible contrast. Then I turned to Fei Xue. Fei Xue, give me your true form. Yes, Master. Fei Xue raised her hand, and a stream of silver-white frost rapidly condensed into an exquisite longsword. I gripped it in my hand and took out the sword maiden exclusive strengthening material rewarded by the system, the frozen crystal. A wave of cold spread from the crystal. A completely ice-blue crystal suddenly appeared in the basement. Its texture was pure and flawless. Next, a spark of flame appeared at my fingertip. It rapidly expanded into a blazing inferno that wrapped around the frozen crystal. A few minutes later, the frozen crystal melted into a mass of ice-blue liquid, which I slowly fused into the blade of Feishue's true form. The two materials intertwined and fused together. Feishue radiated a powerful aura as she frantically absorbed the frozen crystal's energy. Beside us, Chishua poked her head over and watched curiously. Ding! Sword Maiden strengthening successful. Sword Maiden Feishua's quality has increased to excellent. Level plus 10. Weapon Spirit, Feishua. Level, 2030. Quality, Superior Excellent. Strength, 6, 00012, 000. Agility, 8, 00016, 000. Spirit, 6, 00012, 000. Constitution, 6, 00012, 000. Talent, Flawless Sword Heart. Skills, Sword Chi, Frostbane, Charged Sword Slash. Your Sword Maiden has reached level 30 and automatically comprehended a skill, Sword Flight. Sword Flight consumes a small amount of mental power to control a sword and attack from a distance. Damage increased by 100%, agility increased by 100%. The Sword Maiden's attribute panel is getting more and more ridiculous. I marveled inwardly. When the Sword Maiden's level rose from 20 to 30, her attributes doubled outright. A normal level 30 class user only had base attributes of around 3,000. Feishue's strength, agility, and constitution were already 4 times those of an ordinary class user, while her agility had reached a terrifying 5 times as much. It looks like every time a weapon spirit's quality increases by 1 rank, her attribute bonuses rise by at least 2-fold. My eyes narrowed. When Feishue's quality rose from fine to superior, her attributes had skyrocketed directly from 1,000 to 6,000. Clearly, improving a weapon spirit's quality provided a massive enhancement. If they eventually reach God-tier quality, how terrifying will that be? I couldn't help thinking. From lowest to highest, weapon quality went common, fine, superior, excellent, rare, mythic, epic, legendary, and God-tier. Even if each rank only doubled the previous one, that was a full 9-fold increase. This also unlocked a new skill. I turned my attention back to the effects of Sword Flight. While flying the sword, both damage and agility increased 2-fold. I murmured, the effect is pretty middle of the road. Compared with Charged Sword Slash's 10-fold damage, the latter is definitely stronger. But Sword Flight can also catch enemies off guard. After all, the two skills emphasized completely different things. They couldn't be judged solely by their attribute bonuses. Besides, as a sword cultivator, how could one not know Sword Flight? Feishue's aura has become so much stronger. Chishua marveled as she sensed the aura surrounding the Sword Maiden. At her current strength, she was no longer Feishue's match. She was also growing increasingly eager to find out how powerful she would become after being strengthened. Master, I need to slowly absorb the power I just gained. Feishue opened her eyes and spoke. The boost from leveling up this time was simply too great. She couldn't absorb all the frozen crystal's energy in an instant, so she naturally needed time to settle and absorb the excess energy. Go ahead. I nodded, then turned to the impatient Chishua. Chishua, give me your true form. You're next. Yes, master. Chishua immediately handed her true form to me. Excitement mixed with a trace of nervousness. This was her first time experiencing strengthening. Seeing how nervous she was, I couldn't help laughing. Don't worry. It probably won't hurt. Actually, I had no idea whether it hurt or not. But neither this time nor the last had Feishue cried out in pain, so I guess the process probably wasn't painful. Master, I'm not afraid of pain. Chishua's little face flushed as she hurriedly explained. As a female warrior, how could she be afraid of pain? I said nothing more. A ball of flame appeared in my hand. With a thought, I casually took the abyss stone from my storage ring and tossed it into the forge fire. Smelting and fusion. Before long, she sensed that the strengthening process didn't hurt in the slightest. Instead, it felt extraordinarily comfortable. Why does this feel so good? A blush spread across Chishua's cheeks. She bit her red lips, refusing to let herself make a sound. As the abyss stone fused into her true form, Chishua felt a gentle force surge through her body, washing through every inch of her. There wasn't the slightest hint of pain. Instead, it was like a warm current, incredibly soothing. I simply kept manipulating the forge fire, pouring it into Chishua's body. Master MMH. Chishua couldn't hold back. Her delicate body trembled, and an alluring moan escaped her red lips. I had been working hard with my head down, but when the blade maiden moaned beside my ear, a fire immediately flared up inside me. The Blade Maiden had actually let out the same suggestive moan as the Sword Maiden during her first strengthening. The worst part was that all I could do now was grit my teeth and listen. I couldn't exactly stop halfway through the strengthening. Could my technique really be that good? If every new weapon spirit had to go through something like this in the future, my life was going to be hell. Master is making me feel so good that I can't quite control myself, Chishua explained vaguely, her face bright red. Me? What did she mean? Master is making me feel so good. Could she please be a little clearer when she talked? That only made it even easier to misunderstand. For crying out loud. Stop talking. It'll be over soon. I took a breath and could only grit my teeth as I increased the intensity. This was definitely not a job for ordinary people. After a long while, a prompt finally appeared in front of me. Ding. Blade Maiden strengthening successful. Blade Maiden Chishua's quality has increased to excellent. Level plus 10. Weapon Spirit, Chishua. Level, 2030. Quality, superior excellent. Strength, 10, 00022, 000. Agility, 4, 0006, 000. Spirit, 4, 0006, 000. Constitution, 8, 00018, 000. Talent, Life Steal Blood Feast. Each time damage is dealt, steals health equal to 50% of the damage, ignoring the enemy's level. Skills, Cleave, Drawn Blade, Blade of Wrath. Your Blade Maiden has reached level 30 and automatically comprehended a skill. Bloodblade Aura. Bloodblade Aura explodes blood energy into a blade, dealing damage to all enemy targets within a 10-meter radius. It can also absorb the enemy's blood energy and convert it into the blade's own blood energy, increasing its damage. Chishua's stats are heavily lopsided. I twitched at the corner of my mouth. Chishua's stat panel was seriously specialized, to put it mildly. Her strength had reached a terrifying 22,000 points, while her constitution was 18,000. Her agility and spirit, however, were only 6,000 points. By comparison, even Feishua's stat panel could be considered balanced. Still, specializing in strength came with some very obvious benefits. Namely, Chishua's strength was downright terrifying. In battle, a single move could often decide the winner and loser. Of course, having high strength wasn't the be-all and end-all. Strength, agility, spirit, and constitution were all incredibly important. Each had its own advantages. She was only lopsided compared to Feishua. According to official statistics, the average 4-stat total for most level 30 professionals was around 3,000 points per stat. Chishua's 6,000 agility and spirit were already twice those of an ordinary professional, and her strength had reached more than 7 times the norm. Against ordinary professionals, all it would take was one basic attack. I shifted my gaze away from Chishua's stats and looked at the Blade Maiden's newly acquired skill, Blade of Blood Chi. Is this an area of effect blood explosion skill? The skill description didn't explicitly state a damage increase. As everyone knew, when a skill description didn't clearly specify a damage increase, that meant the increase had no upper limit. The multiplier could be 1, or it could be 100. On top of that, Blade of Blood Chi could absorb an enemy target's blood and chi to increase its own damage. Its effects were undeniably powerful. Weapon spirit stats and skills really are more absurd than the last. I sighed, my anticipation for the next weapon spirit growing even stronger. Then I turned my attention to Chishua. The Blade Maiden had just finished absorbing the energy from the abyssal stone and slowly opened her eyes. A wisp of sinister demonic energy still swirled within those crimson eyes, adding an even more bewitching allure to Chishua's presence. Chishua, do you need to settle down and absorb the energy? I asked. Chishua shook her head. Her breathtaking face was filled with a desire for battle. Master, compared to quietly absorbing energy, I prefer growing stronger through combat. As expected of a female warrior born from a demonic blade, bloodthirsty and battle-crazed, back in the Sighing Valley dungeon, I had sensed the frenzied battle intent in this Blade Maiden's heart when I formed a mental connection with her. In that case, it's still early. Let's run another dungeon. I had been ready to call it a day, but seeing the battle lust written all over the Blade Maiden's face, how could I bear to disappoint her? Thank you, Master. Chishua was delighted. Master really was good to her. Even though she had already expended so much energy in the dungeon, he had immediately agreed to take her out as soon as she said she wanted to fight. Chishua's intimacy plus 10. Current intimacy, 160. Feishua probably won't be done for a while. Let's head out first. I glanced at the tightly shut door of the basement chamber and didn't disturb the Sword Maiden. Although I had used ice-sealing crystals to strengthen Feishua's body, her flesh still needed time to absorb the energy. Only a berserker like Qixue could improve through battle. Going out alone with Master? Qixue was instantly overjoyed at the thought of spending time with me by herself. Since her birth, she had never once been alone with me. Just imagining that she could have Master all to herself for the next while nearly made the Blade Maiden forget her intense desire for battle. "What's wrong?" I asked, puzzled, when she didn't say anything. "And nothing." Qixue hurriedly shook her head and gripped her demonic blade. "I can protect Master all by myself." Hearing my weapon spirit girl say that made me feel a little embarrassed. A grown man being protected by a woman? If word got out, it would make me sound like some kept man. Granted, that wasn't all that far from the truth. "I'm not as weak as you think," I said stubbornly. I was already level 24, after all, with an astonishing 1,900 strength. Master is the strongest person in Qixue's heart. The Blade Maiden, whose strength reached a staggering 22,000 points, looked at me with nothing but admiration. Haha. Her praise made me feel a little guilty. The two of us made our way to the garage. I went straight to the driver's seat. "Get in, buckle up, and let's go." "Yes, Master." Qixue took the passenger seat and copied me, fastening the seat belt across her chest. Her proud curves immediately formed a breathtaking arc beneath the restraint. I couldn't stop myself from glancing over. I had to admit, the Sword Maiden and Blade Maiden had truly been blessed with outrageous talents. My weapon spirit has the bearing of a great D-cup emperor. Rumble, rumble, rumble. I started the engine, and the car immediately let out a beast-like roar. I slammed on the gas and drove straight toward the teleportation plaza. A little over 10 minutes later, Qixue and I arrived at the teleportation plaza. It was only a little after 4 in the afternoon, and there were still plenty of professionals in the plaza. Most of them, however, were people returning to the city through the teleportation gates. After dark, monsters outside the city became much more active, and the wilderness grew exceptionally dangerous. Most professionals chose to head out early and return before nightfall, avoiding the most dangerous hours. That's Lu Yuan and Miss Qixue. Why isn't that Miss Feishue who's always beside Lu Yuan with them? Didn't Lu Yuan awaken the life class forger? What's he doing at the teleportation plaza? Bro, who's that mature beauty named Qixue? How come I've never heard of her before? Dude, are you living under a rock? The news that the three of them took first place on the Sighing Valley Clear Ranking Board is already trending in Linshue City. Holy crap, the three of them cleared the hell-level Sighing Valley dungeon and took the top spot? For real. The moment Qixue and I appeared, we immediately caused an uproar. No surprise there. The news of the three of us taking first place on the Sighing Valley Clear Ranking Board had already trended throughout Linshue City. On top of that, people had recorded the Blade Maiden and Sword Maiden fighting in the Goblin Dungeon and uploaded it online. Their breathtaking looks had set the entire Dragon Nation internet ablaze. Qixue and I caused another considerable commotion simply by showing up. Suitors also appeared right on schedule, like NPCs that respawned every time I left the house. A crowd of professionals surrounded us, inviting Qixue to join their parties. What kind of weakling at level 20 thinks he's good enough to invite my Qixue? I wrapped an arm around the Blade Maiden's slender waist and said bluntly, "Holy crap, how could a life class player say something like that with a straight face?" The professionals around us looked as if they had been struck by lightning, especially when they saw Qixue obediently nestled in my arms with a shy expression. They were green with envy. These two stunning mature beauties really were as loyal to me as the rumors claimed. Lin Song probably couldn't figure out what I had done to earn the trust of two weapon spirits. I brought Qixue to the 3 dungeon entrances and noticed that the teleportation gate to the Weeping Forest dungeon was lit. I was just about to enter with her. "Miss Qixue, please wait." Just then, a young man and several bodyguards blocked our path. "My name is Lin Song. I'm an SS rank flame mage. Would it be possible to get acquainted?" "He's the Lin family's eldest young master, Lin Song." I heard Lin Song awakened an SS rank class, and the Lin family is throwing everything they have into training him. 5 level 30 bodyguards are running dungeons with him. The lineup is insane. Linshue City has produced several S rank or higher talents this year. I heard the Fu family's eldest daughter even awakened an SSS rank class. In previous years, seeing one S rank awakening was already rare. The people around us immediately began discussing Lin Song's appearance. When I saw him approach, I immediately used my newly acquired talent, Eye of the Abyss. Right after that, Lin Song's information became completely visible to me. Name, Lin Song. Level, 10. Class, Flame Mage SS. Strength, 200. Agility, 400. Spirit, 3,600. Constitution, 900. After looking over Lin Song's stat panel, I had only one thought. That's it for an SS rank professional? What a poser. I put an arm around the Blade Maiden and walked straight past Lin Song. Qixue didn't even spare Lin Song a glance. I heard Miss Qixue has eyes only for Lu Yuan. I never expected even the Lin family's young master, Lin Song, to get the cold shoulder. The surrounding people took obvious pleasure in his misfortune. Lin Song's expression stiffened. He hadn't expected this Miss Qixue to be exactly as indifferent to everyone but me as the rumors claimed. Seeing that Qixue and I were about to leave, I steeled myself, pulled out a long blade, and said, I heard Miss Qixue is a warrior. I specially prepared a fine-grade weapon as a gift. Holy crap, a fine-grade weapon sells for at least 3 million. He's giving one away as a greeting gift? That's insanely generous. Lin Song is really digging deep to get acquainted with Miss Qixue. But considering how much Miss Qixue values Lu Yuan, even a fine-grade weapon probably won't move her. The people around us couldn't help crying out in surprise. Everyone present thought Qixue would refuse the weapon. After all, Qixue and Fei Xue had already carried me, a forger, through a duo clear of Sang Valley. Why would she be short 3 million? But contrary to everyone's expectations, Qixue actually accepted the weapon. What was going on? Why had Miss Qixue accepted Lin Song's weapon? Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Song's expression lit up with joy. He thought his sincerity had moved this stunning mature beauty. However, after accepting the weapon, Qixue immediately handed it to me. Lu Yuan, this weapon seems expensive. Take it and sell it for money. Lin Song. Everyone. Me. I looked at Qixue's earnest little face, caught somewhere between laughter and tears. But I wasn't short 3 million, so I said, Qixue, we can't just take other people's things. But he gave it to me. Why can't I give it to you? Qixue asked with complete seriousness. I was just about to explain, when Lin Song cut in first. Of course you can, Miss Qixue. This is a greeting gift I gave you, so naturally it belongs to you. You can give it to whoever you want. From Lin Song's perspective, as long as he kept groveling hard enough, Qixue would eventually see him in a new light. I was only a life class player, while he was an SS rank genius. If he could win a breathtaking beauty like Qixue, what did it matter if he gave me an expensive weapon? Damn, bro. You're a world-class simp. I couldn't help expressing my heartfelt admiration. You son of a... Lin Song immediately exploded. I give you something, and you still have the nerve to call me a simp? But then Qixue's icy gaze swept over him. Do you have a problem with Lu Yuan? Lin Song only felt an overwhelming aura radiating from Qixue. It was as if the gravity in the surrounding space had multiplied several times, creating an oppressive force. Cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead, and the words at the tip of his tongue changed into, Lu Yuan's mother is a hero of Linshui City. As the Lin family's eldest young master, giving the hero's son a weapon is only right. Everyone, based. That change of attitude had been lightning fast. No wonder he was an SS rank genius. Then thank you for the weapon, young Master Lin. I couldn't be bothered to say anything else. After all, who turns down free money? I put the blade directly into my backpack, planning to place it in the absorption ring once we entered the dungeon. As the saying went, possessing a treasure invited trouble. A rare spatial item like the absorption ring would inevitably attract thieves' attention. No need to thank me. Lin Song's mouth twitched as he forced the words out through gritted teeth. He was the dignified eldest young master of the Lin family, and this was the first time he had ever given someone a gift only to be called a simp to his face. Worse, he still had to keep up a polite front with me. The thought left Lin Song so choked with frustration he felt ready to burst. Qixue, let's go. Yes. I led Qixue straight into the teleportation gate to the Weeping Forest dungeon. And from beginning to end, Qixue never once looked Lin Song in the eye. Everyone around us froze when they saw this. Lu Yuan and Miss Qixue had entered the Weeping Forest dungeon together. Although I had cleared Sang Valley before, that was because Fei Xue and Qixue had carried me through it. Now, Qixue was the only combat-capable person at my side. Could it be? Was I planning to clear the Weeping Forest with only Qixue as my combat power? Everyone felt this was completely absurd. Soloing a dungeon with one person was way too ridiculous. A one-person dungeon clear was practically unheard of. Do you think Miss Qixue can really carry Lu Yuan through the Weeping Forest by herself? The fact that two people could carry a life-class player like Lu Yuan through Sang Valley was already outrageous. One person carrying a deadweight through it alone? That's beyond ridiculous. I've heard that some genius youths in Shengjing can solo dungeons, but every single one is a favored child of one of Shengjing's top powers. Their gear and items are maxed out, which is why they can clear dungeons alone. You need both conditions. It's hard to say. Miss Qixue and Miss Feixue appeared in Linshui City out of nowhere. I'd never heard of them before. Do you think it's possible that Miss Qixue could carry Lu Yuan alone and refresh the dungeon's record? As soon as those words were spoken, everyone at the scene fell silent. When I entered Sighing Valley with 2 weapon spirits, hadn't everyone thought we couldn't possibly clear it? In the end, not only did the 3 of us clear it, we even broke the record. In the blink of an eye, everyone tacitly decided not to leave. Instead, they waited outside the teleportation gate. Meanwhile, Qixue and I appeared in a forest shrouded in mist. Towering trees identical in every direction surrounded us, making it look like one enormous maze. A bone-chilling cold filled the air. Challenger, you have entered the trial dungeon, Weeping Forest. This area is shrouded in mist year-round, reducing the range of mental perception by 50%. Swish, swish, swish. Red lights ignited all around us, accompanied by the monster's low growls. I immediately used Eye of the Abyss. Shadow Wolf, common monster, level 15. Just an appetizer? I couldn't even be bothered to inspect the stats of these common monsters. For my own Blade Maiden, they were nothing more than a single slash. Qixue. Yes, master. Qixue answered immediately. A blood-red long blade appeared in her hand. She swung at once. Every Shadow Wolf's health bar instantly dropped from 100% to 0. Your Blade Maiden killed 13 Shadow Wolves. Experience plus 1,950. Obtained Shadow Wolf Hide X5 and Shadow Wolf Horn X4. They're definitely much weaker than the Sighing Valley. Hopefully there'll be more surprises deeper inside. I strode toward the depths of the mist. Boom, boom. Before long, the ground began to shake violently. A massive black shadow as large as a hill slowly moved toward Qixue and me. Every towering tree in its path was ripped out by the roots. Without hesitation, I used Eye of the Abyss again. Weeping Forest Stone Giant, Elite. Level, 25. Strength, 6,000. Agility, 100. Defense, 10,000. Spirit, 50. Health, 6,000. As the stone giants moved one after another, their massive bodies finally reached the 2 of us, revealing their true forms. It was a giant stone humanoid several yards tall and roughly the size of a small hill, its entire body covered in hard rock. I'll leave this to you, Scarlet Blood, I said. Yes. Scarlet Blood stamped one of her long legs against the ground. Her entire body shot into the sky like a cannonball. Looking down at the stone giant, her pretty face was filled with feverish excitement. This big guy looks pretty tough. I hope you don't let me down. Roar! The stone giant bellowed and swung its enormous hands upward. Yet when the stone giant's hands struck Scarlet Blood, it was as if they had hit something absurdly hard. She didn't move an inch. It looked as though it was Scarlet Blood, not the stone giant, whose entire body was covered in solid rock. Crack! By contrast, when Scarlet Blood brought her blade down on the stone giant's hill-sized body, the rock that had looked unbelievably tough shattered in an instant. Cracks spread across its entire body like a spiderweb. It was like brittle glass, collapsing at the slightest touch. The stone giant's long health bar dropped straight to rock bottom, like a roller coaster plunging off a cliff. Your Blade Maiden killed the level 25 Weeping Forest Stone Giant. EXP plus 500. Obtain Giant's Core ×1. Back in the textbooks, this thing was an all-in-one meat shield with high attack, high defense, and a huge health pool. But looking at it now, it's nothing special. As I watched Scarlet Blood take down the stone giant with one slash, I couldn't help recalling the strategy guide for stone giants in my high school textbook. Stone giants possessed extremely high strength, defense, and HP, so you absolutely couldn't fight them head-on. You had to exploit their low agility and slow movement by using guerrilla tactics. Classes with high mobility, such as assassins, would draw the stone giant's aggro. Ranged damage dealers like mages and archers would stay safely in the rear and continuously whittle down the stone giant's HP, while priests provided sustained healing and buffs whenever necessary. Yet to other combat professionals, the stone giant was practically a walking health bar. To a Blade Maiden, it was just a matter of one basic attack. She'd even made the stone giant owe her 6,000 HP. Master, this stone guy is all looks and no substance. One slash, and its health bar was gone. Scarlet Blood pulled a miserable face. As a berserker, she naturally found it unbearably frustrating that she couldn't cut loose and enjoy a proper fight. On top of that, I had only just strengthened her. She had an immense power surging through her body with nowhere to go, leaving even her beautiful face slightly flushed. I smiled and pinched Scarlet Blood's reddened cheek. Your strength is way too high. The stone giant was already slow. There's no way in hell it could dodge your blade. It's not my fault it's so tall and still runs that slowly. Scarlet Blood enjoyed having her cheek pinched. Most of the battle lust bottled up inside her had faded, and she grumbled softly. I froze. I hadn't expected my blade maiden, despite her mature beauty, to have such a cute side. Then again, it made sense. They might be weapon spirits, but they were no different from real people. From the moment the blade maiden was born until now, not even 24 hours had passed. As the saying went, you couldn't judge a person by their appearance. So I absolutely couldn't treat Scarlet Blood according to her mature looks. Blade Maiden Affection plus 10. Current Affection, 170. Let's head deeper into the dungeon. There should be stronger monsters inside. Okay, Master. One man and one spirit walked side by side toward the depths of the forest. The mist surrounding us grew thicker and thicker. Along the way, we encountered plenty of monsters, but they were either shadow wolves or stone giants. Without exception, Scarlet Blood one-shot every last one of them. My EXP bar climbed from 23% all the way to 57%. Don't underestimate that 34% increase. Compared to all those miserable professionals grinding levels the hard way, this was practically lightning-fast progress. A level 25 stone giant only gave 500 points, while a level 15 shadow wolf gave an even more pathetic 150 EXP. And after level 20, every level required 40 or 50,000 EXP. If I relied solely on killing stone giants to level up, I'd have to kill nearly 100 of them for one level. On top of that, high-level professionals received reduced EXP when killing low-level monsters. The dungeon's difficulty has dropped, and the EXP rewards have visibly decreased too. I closed the EXP notification window and turned my gaze toward the distant lake. Hopefully the dungeon boss can get me to level 25. After Scarlet Blood and I continued forward, we finally crossed the mist-shrouded forest and arrived at the edge of a massive lake that seemed bottomless. The lake was perfectly still. There wasn't a trace of life in it, and that unnatural calm was terrifying. Is the boss of the forest dungeon some kind of water monster? I reached the shore and stared at the murky, ominous water, my heart sinking. At that moment, waves suddenly churned across the placid surface. Within the murky lake, a shadow appeared and began growing larger. As the shadow expanded, the waves grew more violent. Then the entire lake began to tremble, and a terrifying aura spread outward, as if something horrifying were about to emerge from the bottom. It's coming. I immediately backed away a few steps. Scarlet Blood, get ready for battle. Yes, Master. Scarlet Blood had been ready at any moment. The instant she heard my command, she moved in front of me. Boom! A gigantic serpent burst from the bottom of the lake, splashing water into the sky. Its entire body was covered in hard, dark purple scales. Its head was abnormally huge, and its pair of dark purple pupils glared at us with open hostility. Netherworld Giant Python, Dungeon Boss. Level 30. Strength, 30,000. Agility, 30,000. Defense, 60,000. Spirit, 10,000. HP, 100000. The Weeping Forest Dungeon Boss has even higher defense than the Abyssal Knight. My pupils contracted slightly, and a trace of surprise rose in my heart. Even Iglet, the Abyssal Knight, had only 30,000 defense, while the Netherworld Giant Python had another 10,000 on top of that. Now that's more like it. What were those pathetic rejects earlier? Scarlet Blood sensed the Netherworld Giant Python's power. Her strength seemed to activate all at once, and blazing battle lust ignited in her eyes. The blood-weeping demon blade in her hand also turned an exceptionally vivid red. Scarlet Blood, I'll direct you from here on out. You can enjoy the fight to your heart's content. I looked away from the boss's stat panel and immediately activated my skill, Weapon Spirit Commander. This time, I didn't ask Scarlet Blood for permission. I directly entered her mental world. But instead of resisting in the slightest, Scarlet Blood grew even more excited. Master is here. I love it when Master gets rough, too. Please command me, Master. A feverish curve lifted the corners of Scarlet Blood's lips, and the aura around her exploded upward. For a female warrior like Scarlet Blood, not having to think for herself, and simply following orders so she could fully enjoy the battle was exactly the kind of fighting style she had always dreamed of. Roar! In the center of the lake, the Netherworld Giant Python, more than 60 feet long, seemed to realize that we had spotted it. Instead of showing fear, it became even more enraged by our repeated provocations, immediately opening its massive maw and roaring at the sky. Scarlet Blood, it's about to attack with its tail. Dodged toward the left side of the lake. After entering Commander State, my battlefield awareness had risen to an unprecedented level. What did battlefield awareness mean? It meant a weapon spirit's ability to perceive the entire battlefield while fighting. No movement in my surroundings, no matter how slight, could escape my eyes. Even the netherworld giant python's movements looked like slow motion played on repeat to me. The moment its enormous body shifted, I could see its next move in advance. Under Commander State, Lu Yuan and Scarlet Blood were connected mind to mind. Therefore, the instant I spoke, Scarlet Blood had already acted. She immediately stepped across the lake's surface, gripping a blood-red demon blade as she flashed toward the netherworld giant python's left side. Just as expected. Then, splash! The netherworld giant python's tail suddenly burst from beneath the lake, sending up enormous waves. Its dark purple-scaled tail slammed toward Scarlet Blood. But Scarlet Blood had already begun dodging. The tail strike crashed directly into the lakeshore. The ground shook violently. A large swath of trees around us was snapped in half, while a huge fissure opened along the shore. Lake water rushed into the crack as though competing to be first. Scarlet Blood, use Blade of Fury. My eyes narrowed as I shouted the command in my mind. Scarlet Blood immediately swung her blade. The sound of it cleaving through the air rang out abruptly. She had already flashed to the netherworld giant python's left side, and after just completing its tail attack, the giant python had no time to deal with her slash. The blood-colored blade tore through the air and struck the netherworld giant python's dark purple scales, throwing sparks in every direction as though it had hit an incredibly hard piece of iron. Bang! The entire lake shuddered, and violent ripples spread across its surface. The netherworld giant python twisted its head around. Its diamond-shaped vertical pupils locked onto Scarlet Blood, and it let out an enraged roar from its blood-filled maw. Immediately afterward, a powerful purple light burst from its head. Energy gathered furiously, and in an instant, a terrifying breath attack shot out. But Scarlet Blood flashed aside like she had seen the future, effortlessly dodging its breath attack before turning around and slashing its scales again. In an instant, deep confusion appeared in the netherworld giant python's pupils. Why? Why could this human always dodge before it even attacked? The other side's attacks clearly felt like nothing more than a tickle, yet it simply couldn't touch her. At this rate, no matter how high its defense was, it would eventually be worn to death. If anyone had been there, they would have been so stunned by Scarlet Blood's fighting that they could only stare blankly. After all, Scarlet Blood's performance at this moment was simply ridiculous. She predicted every one of the netherworld giant python's attacks in an instant and dodged them without taking damage, even countering with a slash of her own. After several exchanges, the netherworld giant python's HP had already been whittled down by a third, and Scarlet Blood hadn't lost even a single drop of blood. A no-damage clear against a dungeon boss. What, you think this is some online game? Scarlet Blood performed an aerial flip, effortlessly dodging another attack from the netherworld giant python. Following the pull of gravity, she brought her blade down onto its scales. Not bad, Big Worm. Your defense is pretty tough. This time, the netherworld giant python's supposedly impregnable scales finally gave way. Amid a burst of sparks, one enormous scale was chopped free by Scarlet Blood and sent flying into the lake. I wonder how many more of my slashes you can take. Scarlet Blood drew out her demon blade, the corners of her lips curling into a sinister, seductive smile. Roar! The netherworld giant python roared in pain. Its massive body writhed wildly through the lake like a maggot, while the scales on its head erupted with another intense purple light. Energy gathered madly before it fired breath attacks indiscriminately in every direction. Boom, boom, boom. I immediately said, Scarlet Blood, come back and protect me. A corner of the netherworld giant python's shell has already been torn open. Now we just need to peel away the rest of its hide. The netherworld giant python had a full 30,000 strength. With my current HP, getting hit by even the slightest bit of its breath attack would send me straight to the afterlife. Yes, Master. Scarlet Blood understood this perfectly. Protecting me was always her top priority. Scarlet Blood leaped forward and actually scooped me up around the waist. Scarlet Blood, next time you're going to carry me princess style, give me a heads up first. I immediately felt awkward. Being carried princess style by a blade maiden was just too embarrassing. No one was around right now. Although being held by a blade maiden was a little awkward, I could at least tolerate it. But if Scarlet Blood carried me like this in public someday, my hard-earned reputation would be ruined. I'm sorry, Master. Next time, Scarlet Blood will ask for your permission first. Scarlet Blood thought she had done something wrong and looked at me pitifully. You didn't do anything wrong. But we're in the middle of a fight, and the Netherworld giant python's breath attack is almost over. Carry me farther away and put me down. Naturally, I wasn't going to blame her. As a forger, I had no ability to fly, and I couldn't outrun it either. Letting Scarlet Blood carry me was obviously the best choice. Okay, Scarlet Blood put me down in a safe place, then returned to the battlefield. Suddenly, the Netherworld giant python's gaze fell on me. A low growl rumbled from its blood-filled maw, and the confusion in its terrifying diamond-shaped pupils suddenly cleared. It gradually understood everything. This human was directing the fight from behind the scenes. That was why Scarlet Blood had been able to dodge its attacks without injury again and again. It had to kill this human first. You figured it out? The corners of my lips lifted slightly. Not bad for a dungeon boss. Your intelligence really is impressive. Too bad it's already too late. Controlling the entire battlefield through Scarlet Blood's first-person perspective and directing her attacks against the Netherworld giant python gave me the feeling of playing an online game. Controlling a character to clear a boss without taking damage. Roar. Now that it understood everything, the Netherworld giant python roared as its massive body burst from the lake. It opened its enormous maw and charged toward me at astonishing speed. Scarlet Blood now. Use Blade of Blood Aura. My expression remained calm and composed as I stood in place without moving an inch. Yes. Scarlet Blood gripped the demon blade with both hands. A terrifying blood-colored aura erupted around her and gathered along the blade, transforming into an enormous, incredibly sharp crimson edge. She raised the demon blade. With a hum, its blood-red edge bloomed with dazzling radiance. It was like the blade of a demon god descending from the heavens. In an instant, the entire sky was dyed blood-red, as if this were the only color left in the world. A terrifying aura blanketed the entire battlefield. The Netherworld giant python was moving at full speed and had no chance to dodge. Boom! The terrifying slash landed solidly on the Netherworld giant python. The incredibly hard dark purple scales covering its enormous body shattered like glass, and its massive body was cut cleanly in half. The Netherworld giant python roared in agony. Scarlet Blood had severed its lower half, but the upper half still crawled forward frantically, its enormous head about to swallow me whole. A blood-red figure flashed over in an instant, and one slash severed the Netherworld giant python's head. The Netherworld giant python's head finally stopped less than 3 feet from me. For it, that distance was close enough to touch, yet it was an impassable chasm. Scarlet Blood snorted coldly. You're already a dying snake, yet you still dare hurt my master. Your blade maiden killed the dungeon boss, Netherworld giant python. EXP plus 50,000. Obtain Netherworld giant python scale ×1 and Netherworld giant pythons Fong ×1. EXP full. Level +1. Current level 25, 47%. I turned my gaze to the materials dropped by the Nether python. I noticed that the Nether python scales were actually forgeable materials. Nether python scales. Quality superior. Description: possesses extremely powerful defensive properties. It may be an excellent material for crafting weapons. So the Nether python was able to reach 60,000 defense because of these? I held the scale up and examined it for a moment. Before long, I thought of the abyssal armor that could be dismantled in the Valley of Sighs and muttered, I could use it with the materials from dismantling the abyssal armor to craft a shield maiden. If any forger heard what I was thinking, they definitely wouldn't be able to stop themselves from doubling over with laughter. You're a rookie forger who only awakened your class 2 days ago and hasn't even grown all your hair yet. And you want to use 2 materials to craft equipment? That's nothing but a pipe dream. In reality, dual material forging was extraordinarily difficult. Even some highly experienced forgers couldn't claim they would succeed every single time. Put it this way, if you could master dual material forging, it would mean you had already stepped into the ranks of a master forger. There were fewer than 10,000 people throughout the entire Dragon Nation who could be called master forgers. That alone showed how difficult it was. After all, forging equipment with 2 materials required immense mental strength to fuse them together bit by bit. It was absolutely beyond the capabilities of ordinary forgers. The reason I dared to say that was naturally because I had the confidence to back it up. Every class, regardless of its type, was heavily dependent on class quality. The higher the quality of a class, the greater its talent. My god-tier weapon spirit master was a hidden class, the highest quality class among forgers. With the system's support on top of that, how could I possibly fail at something as minor as dual material forging? It's a shame the other material can't be used to enhance a weapon spirit. I turned my gaze to the nether python's fangs. They couldn't enhance a weapon spirit, but they were still superior grade materials. Selling them would bring in a hefty sum. Besides, my level had already risen to 25. I had gained more than enough from this dungeon run. Chishue, let's go home. I stored both the scales and fangs in my absorption ring. Yes, master. Chishue had thoroughly enjoyed the battle, and her beautiful face was filled with delight. I glanced at the mountain of materials piled up in the ring's storage space and thought, there's quite a lot in here now. I should find a trading house and sell everything at once. The two of us walked into the portal together. Congratulations. You have cleared the trial dungeon, Weeping Forest. Clear time, 16 minutes, 38 seconds. Dungeon ranking, first place. Second place time, 1 hour, 19 minutes, 49 seconds. Congratulations. You have set a new fastest clear record in the dungeon's history. Please enter your party name. Not bad. 1 second faster than the Valley of Sighs. I nodded in satisfaction when I saw the clear time. Feishue, Chishue, and I had cleared the Valley of Sighs in 16 minutes, 39 seconds, while Chishue and I had cleared the Weeping Forest in 16 minutes, 38 seconds, exactly 1 second faster. In fact, I could have used weapon spirit synchronization, which would have increased all the weapon spirits and my attributes tenfold and fused us into one. Just a tenfold increase to Chishue's strength alone would have brought it to a terrifying 220,000 points, enough to cut down the nether python in a single slash. But I hadn't done that because weapon spirit synchronization consumed far too much energy. You could say it made me a 3-second man. By comparison, weapon spirit commander only tripled my attributes, but it could be used for a long time. Using it more often and building up my command experience was also extremely important to me. A party name, huh? I glanced at the final field and immediately entered 4 characters. Lu Yuan Squad. It wasn't that I wanted to show off. I simply had no need to hide. Besides, in the eyes of outsiders, I was just a life class user who relied on sword maidens and blade maidens to power level me. The more deliberately low profile I acted, the more likely I was to arouse suspicion. I only learned later that while Chishue and I were clearing the dungeon, a crowd had been waiting around the portal for the result. Everyone had remained in the plaza, staring intently at the Weeping Forest's historical rankings. The fact that Chishue and I had entered the trial dungeon alone was simply too unbelievable. If dungeons were that easy to clear, people wouldn't have swarmed into secret realms to level up. They would all go to dungeons and enjoy the experience for themselves. And I was a life class user with not the slightest bit of combat power. Therefore, in their eyes, it was equivalent to Chishue soloing the dungeon while dragging a deadweight along. I remember Lu Yuan's clear time for the Valley of Sighs was 16 minutes, 39 seconds. It's already past that time now, so why hasn't there been any news? There were 3 of them when they cleared it last time. Now it's only Miss Chishue, and she has to drag a deadweight along. Forget clearing it in 16 minutes. Even clearing it solo would be absurdly unbelievable. Exactly. 2 people bringing a forger through the Valley of Sighs was already absurd enough. If one person can bring a life class user through, that would be downright monstrous. Just as everyone was talking, a notification suddenly appeared for the Weeping Forest dungeon. Weeping Forest, first advancement trial dungeon. The fastest clear record in the dungeon's history has been broken. First place for the fastest historical clear record, Lu Yuan Squad. Clear time, 16 minutes, 38 seconds. Weeping Forest dungeon rankings. First place, Lu Yuan Squad. Clear time, 16 minutes, 38 seconds. Second place, Silver Moon. Clear time, 1 hour, 19 minutes, 49 seconds. Third place, Black Beast Legion. Clear time, 1 hour, 56 minutes, 22 seconds. When they saw that notification window, everyone at the scene froze. They stood there like stunned chickens. What had just happened? They had only just been discussing how Chishue absolutely couldn't bring me through the dungeon solo. Then, immediately afterward, the dungeon announced that someone had broken the historical clear record. They stared at the 4 characters, Lu Yuan Squad, and went completely dumbfounded. It was even 1 second faster than the Valley of Sighs. If they hadn't seen Silver Moon in second place and Black Beast Legion in third, anyone unfamiliar with the rankings might have thought this was some fake bargain bin leaderboard. As the notification announcing the new historical clear record appeared, the portal lit up as well. Two figures slowly emerged from it. It was Qixue and me. I have a feeling we're about to witness history. Could Lu Yuan be about to become the #1 genius in Linshui City? Lu Yuan is only a life class user. I'm talking about Miss Qixue beside him. She cleared the dungeon solo at incredible speed. With that terrifying strength, even the peerless geniuses from Shengjing probably wouldn't be any better, right? Holy crap, I just used detect on Lu Yuan, and I couldn't detect his level. I'm level 16, which means he's at least level 20. Tisk, didn't he only awaken his class yesterday? He's already level 20 today. That's badass. Is this what it feels like to have a powerhouse carry you? Boo-hoo. I want a powerful lowly to level me up too. The Weeping Forest may not be as difficult as the Valley of Sighs, but solo clearing it is still ridiculous. And that clear time completely crushed every other party by a mile. Qixue and I stepped out of the portal in the Weeping Forest. The way everyone looked at me had changed from simple envy at first to envy mixed with a hint of reverent admiration. You've got to be kidding me. Anyone who could win the hearts of both Fei Xue and Qixue, two top-tier mature beauties, couldn't possibly be an ordinary man, right? Sure, I really was handsome, but it wasn't as if this world had no other handsome men. For me to accomplish something like this, I clearly had my own special strengths. In an instant, the men at the scene were no longer thinking about inviting Qixue to join their parties. Most of them were wondering how they could take me as their master. One professional immediately dropped to his knees in front of me, his face full of yearning. Daddy Lu Yuan, please, take me as your disciple. I want to be as smooth and cool as you. Then, one thud after another rang out through the scene. A crowd of desperately thirsty students gathered in front of Qixue and me. Lu Yuan, from now on, you're our great daddy. Some even started calling me mommy. Me. I hadn't expected things to become this absurd. It wasn't as if I could teach them to awaken as forgers and then have them awaken as weapon spirit masters. The thing was, weapon spirit masters were hidden classes. In this world, hidden classes had one universally known unique trait. In other words, as long as I remained alive, this world would never see a second weapon spirit master. Lu Yuan, I don't want to be the mother of these strangers. Qixue whispered into my ear. Haha, I don't want to become a father by accident either. I couldn't help laughing. I took Qixue's soft little hand and led her away at a sprint, disappearing from everyone's sight in a flash. With me holding her hand, Qixue's heart began to race, and her mind went completely blank.